connected. I don't want to be anywhere near you. I don't want to be a part of what you're doing. I don't want to be victimized by who and what you are and what you create mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, right? So everything has its reason and its purpose here. You're not a victim. Everyone else is not a victim. If you are, it's by your own hand, because you can not only be judged by what you do, by what you don't do.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So when your heart is full of cowardice and you're a beta male, well, then as within, so without, as above, so below. You get ruled by cowardly beta males outside and above you, right? When you put God, truth, life, and way above you and you go within to find that, well, then that's what will rule over you. And that's what will be the main co-creator of your society, your culture, your community. It's all right there. It's all right there. People get the government they deserve. And when you go on these panel verses to these content creators, 85 to 90% of them are absolute lying, fraudulent cowards. They won't even show their face on here. They won't even stand for anything on the ground. And when it gets hot for them, they get to running, lying, making excuses and justifications.
Yeah.
All while they think they deserve attention and glory, right? This is how laughable the whole situation is. So it's no wonder to me why things are the way they are. It's no wonder why they're changing, because more and more, even these people themselves are being disgusted by who and what they are and other people like them that they're around. That's why they come here. They come here because subconsciously they're sick of being around other people like them living the way they're living. I get it, but they won't cop to it if they can even see it. All right? I get it. If I was you, I'd come to this motherfucker too. There might be somebody over here with a heart, a mind, some balls, some spirit and inspiration, some co-creation, something moving in some direction for themselves and each other, right? I get it. Now, when are you going to get out of your pride and ego and cop to it? And let's get to something here. While we're in this simulation, while we're in the Luciferian hell realm simulation, as if your environment and your circumstances should dictate who and what you are. That's another reason I know you're a coward. I'll give you your scenario. We're in a Luciferian hell realm here. What a great purpose to be in a realm that you know you can't change and only be forced to change you and then be tested on who and what you are and what you stand on, right? So you only got that rebellious spirit when it comes to me and playing games online. You ain't got it when it really counts, when your life's on the line, when your soul's on the line, right? You ain't got the spirit for that. I get it.
Yeah, so he just wants to play games on here. He wants to talk shit on here and run and hide. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? It's time to nut up or shut up, basically.
Right. And then we have the in the back cope, right?
Yeah.
Ha ha he. All right, you can only talk about me, not to me. I haven't been sitting here talking about you. There's your schizophrenic delusion projection again that you like to use to make an excuse for why you keep getting drawn here.
It may apply. It may apply, right?
He doesn't know why. He's drawn here because his spirit desperately needs what we have here and who and what we are here, right? He doesn't know that and can't cop to that because he's so in his own way. And then we have the next, stay afraid and weak. That's you. That's not me. We have no evidence to believe that that's me ultimately and what I stand for here, although I've never denied having fear in my life. I just don't let fear run my life. See? Yeah. Unlike you, Mr. Luciferian hell realm, where we have no power. See? That's you. More projections. Hashtag winning. More cope and projections. You're a loser. We all know it. It oozes out of you. Later fool. You're the fool. Again, everything these folks say is projection and cope. And we just see right through it here. It's a good thing we see right through it here and we show others what it is, because if not, swine like this would gaslight everybody, including themselves, and have people running in circles, fighting themselves and each other in pure chaos, right? That's the spirit that inhabits them. That's why they think they're in a hell realm, because as within, so without, as above, so below. They reflect the spirit of chaos and disempowerment and fear, and then they project that everywhere, and then they try to say that's you and everyone else while they're living that and being that, while they're projecting it onto someone who's the antithesis of that if you look at their life's work and what they're creating when you go to the results. Your thoughts on any of that, NDB? We got to get back. Are you a Republican, Paul? No, I'm not in anything. I've decided long ago, and at some points I kind of rode the line. I'm getting back to how I was created to be. I'm not in anything that you can put labels and boundaries on, because if I accept that, you will try to rule me with it, okay? So you cannot box me in. You cannot create a title that's going to describe me. Because once I accept that title, I accept the status and standing, and you're going to try to use your court to run me all over the room. I'm not going to do it. So I can tell you what I do, what I buy into, how I live. I can't give you a one-word phrase that describes who or what I am completely, right? Unless you want to start getting into descriptions, of conditions, right? I want to believe I'm a conscious and aware human being who has a free spirit and a conscience that God put within him. I don't give a fuck what you want to call that and label that. I don't think you can call that and label that anything that we can understand beyond what I just said. I think the fact that you need to call me something is another aspect of this culture and system to put me in a box to try to limit me. I am not limited by you and your consciousness and awareness or lack thereof. I'm not limited by your status, your title, and your forms of standing. I'm well beyond all that. I am someone who, if you put me at any time in history, I will not conform or agree with or co-create with either of them. I think they're both completely insane. I think they're both bad faith and dishonorable. I think they're both the reason for ruination on every land. So I'm not a demon rat and I'm not a Republicant, okay? Because you say, am I a Republican? Based on the Republicans I'm seeing, none of them care about rights and freedom, principles, spiritual faith, the land called America, and not being other people's slave, the foundational principles we came into this with. So how could I be one of them? What you mean is they were supposed to be one of me, but they're not because they lost their way like they always do. You could say that on both sides, right?
Right.
Liberals and Republicans were supposed to be about Americana, about freedom. That's what progressivism was supposed to be, progressing toward more and more freedom and co-creation under God, self-government, without any interlopers, without any dictation, right? That's what both sides were supposed to be for. Both sides have lost their way and lost the plot because they've been controlled and uploaded and designed to fight themselves and each other while they lose all their property rights in their future. Okay, so again, there is no benefit to me, I found, accepting status, standing, and title. The same way if you say, are you a U.S. citizen, all this, I don't find any benefit in taking the status and standing and titles. I find them to be limiting. Any system that won't recognize a man is not a system for me. Any system that won't recognize a man under God with their God-given rights is not a system for me. Any system that will recognize a man under God with God-given rights doesn't need me to call myself anything other than what I am at the purest form. If it does, it's fraudulent and illegitimate, and I don't want to be a part of it. Do you see how that works logically, spiritually, and logically, by the way, because they go hand in hand? If you can see correctly, right?
Right.
So if I have to, just like I tell Cameron and these other folks, you're getting dismissals at court and all that, great. I even invited him on to do an hour. Maybe I'm missing something. Give me your process. But if I have to call myself anything other than a man under God with God-given rights to move your court, I don't belong there. And your court, quite frankly, is illegitimate under this system that's supposed to be under God with God-given rights. Okay? So, again, we got to get back to a system where man is recognized and therefore their God-given rights are recognized and no status, title, and standing comes in between that. Right? And if it is, then it's fucked already, and I'm not going to play within a fraudulent, illegitimate system to try to get it back to what its foundational principles and mission statement is and are, right? I think they need a woo down there. They want to woo. I don't know what they're wooing, but I think a lot of these people like to just woo in general because it gets the blood going, it gets the dopamine receptors hitting, right? We can woo. We can woo.
You gotta be
right. That I'll be celebrating Independence Day again when we're wooing because man is recognized under God with rights, freedom, and principles, spiritual faith, and there is no more legalism and corporatism running everybody's life. I'll be wooing like no tomorrow, right? And we're on the way. So if you got anything, questions, comments, concerned, NDB, if not, we're going to get back to a little bit of the experts, right?
Well, I had one thing that I saw or heard was that so-called non-president Trump said that the data centers are going to be considered military bases now or military structures or under the military wing of the government. So the people can't decide whether they want them or not. They're going to just be forced upon us, is what I heard.
And what is it specifically?
It was Trump coming out saying that the data centers are going to be part of the military complex, basically.
Right. So once again, your daddy is showing his hand.
Yeah.
That he's deep in New World Order, and he's going to use your systems that never should have been to begin with. You could argue the founders. I don't even agree with the founders. I would have walked away from that table like many did. I wouldn't have signed that Constitution, most likely, because I would have been one of the ones, like the ones who did leave, who would have saw where it was going to go. That you were going to create a big corporation and try to suck everybody into it. We know how this works.
Yeah,
it's always the case. So. Your big daddy is big corporatism and fascism. We know that he's big business. He's central banking. He's central military, right? Founder said no centralized militaries and authorities, only militias. Nobody heard that. Nobody cared about that. This is the reason why, right? Because now they're going to take your military that was never supposed to take unlawful orders, that were never supposed to fight any of these wars for the central banks. And they're going to be the order followers who not only don't uphold your rights and freedom and protect you, they're going to protect the system as always, and the legalism and the corporatism, right? This is why I don't respect you troops. I think you're a bunch of fucking cowards. I don't care if you can beat my ass at the local bar. We know that. That's not what we're here doing. So if you see me out and about, save your time, because I'll cut to you in 3 seconds. You can beat me up. You know all the training. You're the biggest, baddest. If only you'd use that training to uphold your own rights and the law and actually keep everyone safe, I'd suck your boot, but you'll never do it because you're a coward in the heart. You're a big man on the battlefield when it comes to killing people who aren't really the biggest threat for you, right? And beating up your local citizen, as they call it, or American at the bar. But when we actually come to actually trusting you and having faith in you and what you signed up to do, you're nowhere to be found, right? But I get it. You're a coward in the heart and in the spirit. You don't want to face it. So beat Paulie Boy up, right? And get drunk and beat up everybody and hit him over the head with a flagpole. That's the answer. So yeah, once again, this never should have happened. These folks, you will be deemed cowardly and bad faith by those of us who see and know. You will also be deemed that by your own conscience, because many of you know what you're doing, what you're a part of, and what you're protecting. And you got.
They don't care. They don't care either. They know what they're doing. They're getting paid. They're getting paid. Yeah, they're getting paid, motherfucker. They're getting paid.
That's all going away too, if you haven't noticed. Okay, soon. Yeah. Soon you could do all your tyranny and corruption, and you ain't going to be able to afford no groceries with all this, all the payoffs to buy your soul, right? So keep doing it. Keep bringing everybody deeper. Keep letting this centralized system think it can do whatever it wants and play economic hit games and not have to deal with you motherfuckers. If these people knew that the troops would do what they signed up to do and show up at their door, strapped and ready to take care of business, this is over tonight and tomorrow, guys. That's the thing. This is over tomorrow. It's already kind of over with just regular people on the ground doing it. Actual trained troops who got to do their dirty work, not following the unlawful orders and saying, you're going to stop or we're going to deal with you.
Right.
That's what, but see, most of them are too mind controlled. They're too cowardly. They're not going to get together with their fellow buddies there and give up their pensions and their pay. That's all going nowhere anyway. And say, we need to do something about this. We need to stop the trajectory of where this is all going, right? All the QA-ness white hats they tell us about, by the way, all the tough guys in uniforms. Where are they at? Where are they at? Because Donnie and all the rest of them have done unlawful wars. They didn't go to Congress like your legalism says. They don't even follow their own rules. Y'all did unlawful wars on the people and around the world. Where's the arrests?
Nowhere.
Exactly, because again, they have to investigate themselves and put themselves on trial for anybody to be held accountable. That's a system that can never work. See? So we're now at that point. You need to deny the status, standing, and title and the unlawful orders. You need to resist that. You need to say, I'm not going to do it. And furthermore, I'm not going to cooperate and comply with you in your ridiculous system. And I'm going to hold you accountable and responsible. And yeah, you got to be willing to die or go to a box. That's the hardest part. But again, a lot of you are willing to die or go to a box to play games with Iran and Iraq and Libya and all the rest of the New World's orders, financial bitches that they wanted to punk out and stop them from creating their own system outside of this Rothschild centralized banking, centralized military New World Order system. Okay? Just like you all want to use the Palantir and all the rest of it on the Palestinians and giggle about it and act like it's not going to be used on us back at home at some point. What world are you all in? Where have you been? Everything they send you out to test on them brown people 3,000 miles away, they do that so that you can bring it back home and use it on everybody else here. So you're not only protecting those people and denying the unlawful orders there, you're beta testing and practicing for them to bring in a slave system on us, on America, and you don't even protect us against the terrorist, foreign or domestic. You signed up to do that. You didn't do it. See? And this is why it's all going the way it's going. We had checks and balances. It's only as good as the men and women in those positions. If the men and women in those positions are too stupid and or cowardly to do the right thing, then
they won't. They won't do the right thing. That's just it.
Because they got a reprobate heart is the bottom line, right? They care more about their safety and their cash and being validated by a corrupt system than they do about their own soul and doing the right thing under God and having to live with their own conscience. That's why a lot of these troops come home and they go on drugs for the rest of their life, streetwise or pharmaceutical, because they know deep in their heart, in their conscience, they're doing wrong and they're a part of doing wrong and they never come back from it, right?
Yeah.
So many ailments, I believe, so many mental disease, emotional disease, spiritual ailments could be either corrected or mitigated by just accepting and admitting to yourself and others you did wrong, and then pledging the rest of your life to try to do right as much as you can, right?
Yeah.
So much of your mental and emotional and spiritual disease would either completely lift or be a lot more tolerable, you could argue, if we would just acknowledge the darkness we seek to run from and ignore and make excuses for, right?
Right, because I'm not saying everybody's perfect or everybody's going to make the right decisions in life. It's just whenever you are presented with a decision to do the right thing or the wrong thing, you've got to do the right fucking thing.
So this person must be a leftard because they're projecting onto me that I'm a Trump-tard. No, it's a common projection with all of you that anybody that you meet who you disagree with has to be from the other side. I think I know you're both insane and retarded, and you're both the reason why America and the world is being destroyed right now. Okay? Because oddly enough, corporatism, legalism, and statism never made any population or civilization prosperous. It's actually the antithesis of that makes success and prosperity, right? Rugged, individualistic, entrepreneurial spirit that is spiritually faithful, willing to take risks, okay? And willing to be responsible and accountable and self-governing. That is a successful man, and everything that extends off of that will be a successful man. That is the beginning and the heyday of what we call Americana, an American fundamentalism, right? Not this collectivized nanny state where nobody can think or feel for themselves or is willing to take a fucking risk anywhere, where everyone just goes along to get along to produce the next shitty product, non-service, or political movement, right? Just a bunch of checked out, soul broken, ballless cowards who don't want to look for themselves, truly become a more authentic version of self and reshape themselves and therefore reshape this world, right? And again, we know why, because it just became too easy. Just became too easy to check out and not have to deal with actual situations and better yourself and others so you could get paid and have the things you want, right? And just exist here. You know, so existentially, I understand why it happened, but spiritually, it's the ruination of everything good and great here. That's obvious. It's becoming more and more obvious as time goes along, right? Yep, Trump-tard stuff. Pull yourselves up by the bootstraps, right? Okay, so questions, comments, concerns, please don't scroll my chat. The number is there. The link is there.
What the hell?
Right? As if it's Trump-tard crap to tell a grown man or a grown woman to be the best they can be and do the best they can do before they sit around like a victim and ask somebody else to do it for them, right? So again, you're projecting onto me that I'm a Trump-tard because I'm talking about what made America great, what ironically liberals used to stand for back in the day before all sides were indoctrinated and turned against themselves and each other and all the principles that made America and the world successful and prosperous. So again, you don't even know where I stand or the whole of what I believe. You heard one phrase and one idea and you just chalk me up to be your enemy. See? So again, if you'd like to call in or get on the link and tell me where I got it wrong and give me your logic or the logic, there's no your in my logic, there's just logic and lack thereof. I'm all ears, but if not, please don't scroll my chat because I'm going to presume and assume you to be a retarded collectivist, just to be straightforward and frank, right? I have no reason to believe you are the majority who come here, know anything about who and what you are, history, or where this is all going, or what needs to happen next, right? You're usually watcher, waiter, follower, haters who need somebody or something else to show them and tell them what they're going to do and be, and give them permission to act on it, right? That's the antithesis of what we do here. So, let's get back, because again, this person might be onto something. I'm not a certified person. I'm not legitimized institutionally, right? I'm not institutionalized. I'm not certified. I'm not an expert. I'm not one of the authorities, right? So am I really fit to even talk about what's going on the world or on America? In East Africa, I am vacationing for the summer. 1 gallon of gas, or petrol as they call it, is 80 cents. I couldn't believe what I got here. Well, I mean, I don't know. We got a voicemail from someone as well. I don't live there. I don't know the facts of the matter. And again, usually I just take this rubric, this overlay to every nation because it seems to make sense to me, right? You promote in your culture, if you want to call it that, you promote this idea of really like living into what you want to do and be and how you want to live, right? The American dream, right? And then you use the system as much as possible to make that possible, right? So instead of, like, I'll even meet you halfway. You want to do like what you call democratic socialism, not that you call it that. That's essentially what it is. I might even meet you halfway if you didn't try to force everyone to do taxes or else, and you didn't spend the tax money on Ukraine bombs and Israeli games and building another St. James Island for Epstein, right? I might be able to meet you halfway if it wasn't complete corruption, embezzling, fraud, dishonor, and bad faith. Just absolute fascistic corporatism, right? So, again, explain to me how I'm a Trump-tard when I'm saying the people in right now and on both sides are fascists. Isn't that a liberal talking point? Aren't I supposed to be a libtard in this?
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Because I'm actually describing how the merger of state and corporate powers is the definition of fascism. When they require a license for you to do free trade, that's fascism. When you have to pay them to operate your sandwich cart, public or private, right? When you have to pay them to use your own house and your own property, or they come and take it, that's fascism/socialism. Right? And just your excuse that, hey, we don't want anybody to be poor here is not working because them taxes you're paying to use your own property or they come and take it are going to Epstein Island, the state of Israel, Ukraine, and endless wars that these folks keep campaigning on stopping, right? So the games are over. The excuses are over. The denial and delusion is over. And I am one of the big reasons why. Because I had to come in and be a bad guy in this truther community. I had to come in and be the lightning rod for the left wing and the right wing retards. For all the legalist, collectivist, democratic, republic corporatists who just can't tap into the spirit that God put in me, and probably in them, maybe it didn't. Maybe they are NPCs and I'm different and special. They can't tap into the free spirit that can also just use common sense and logic. That maybe the Epstein Island going island boy class can't rule over everyone and do anything other than be corrupt or illegitimate, right? So why even listen? And that's in your Constitution. When these codes and policies and legislation becomes destructive to the spirit of the law and the ends of this Constitution, well, then these codes and policies and these authorities become illegitimate. You no longer have to lawfully or legally follow what they're saying and what they're doing. And we're way past that point, right? Yep. So, right. As far as, again, East Africa and all the rest of us, I don't care. We're all men and women. We're all under God. We all have God-given rights here. This isn't a we're born in America, so we're going to make it up here thing. This is we tapped into the archetypal and we're going to bring that to the whole world. That's New World Order, folks. Just like they want to do New World Order, we're going to actually do it. We're waking everybody up to the fact that men and women have God-given rights. Okay? That this is based in logic, morals, and ethics. You can go to any land and take a being who isn't completely psychopathic and sociopathic, and they can tap into this understanding and align with it. Okay, because it's part of the truth, life, and way. So we're not only not going backward on America with that, where you're going to rule us. the island boys with statute, policy, and code. That's given the force of law through the consent of the governed. That's Declaration of Independence. The reason it's in the contract is because in somebody's free spirit back in the day, they knew what you were going to do and they set you up for it. That would have been me. I would have been one of those ones who knew what you were going to do, did the contract, and set you up to fail and then get you in judgment and put you on record. Okay. So this is going worldwide now as we speak. More and more people are going to potentially have to die or go to a box. That's just the law. I didn't make those rules, right? But again, if you want to argue collectively, if you want the universe to grant you or protect your rights, you're going to have to show individually and collectively you really care. And again, one of the ways you could argue, just like we talk about real love, is really fighting for what you believe is right and really giving yourself over to that cause, right? So if you love yourself, you love your life, you love your country, you love your rights given to you by a God that you love, that you know loves you back, well, then you give your whole life for that idea and that walk in that way, right? And that is so powerful and honorable and good faith and respectable. They got to take notice. That's all of what history takes notice of. Every time you go to study history, it's just another person who embodied that idea. That is goodness and that is greatness. And the only way we're going to make America and this world great again is by having every individual and these groups embody and reflect this understanding. Nothing less than that will be acceptable at this point. Okay. It's just where we're at. This is a Renaissance period, right? It's the best of times. It's the worst of time.
Yeah, there's no going back now. It's full steam ahead.
Well, it has to be, and it's on both sides. They have to double down now on the false flags and the genocide and the slavery some way, somehow, and we got to double down on truth, life, and way, and honor and bad faith, right? And non-combatants. We can't physically fight these people because that isn't the answer either. They'll just go in their hole, hide, and come back out later when they think they can take us. We need resolution, not revolution, right? Which means complete circle. We need to resolve this inwardly and bring the resolution and the remedy outwardly. And we need to start on the ground with the policies and codes at the court, right? And we already have, and it's already happening. And that's going to continue more and more. And we're going to force it into the mainstream news. We're going to force them to cover us and how we're winning at court and how there's been a fraud and a corporate takeover on this land for so long that has been ignored, right? Or folks have been feared from questioning it and acting against it, right? You will report on this at some point. You will have no other option because people are going to start saying, why are you reporting on World Cup and all the rest of this crap?
Who gives a fuck about soccer? I know, dude. I'm so fucking goddamn sick and tired of seeing soccer and World Cup. I could fucking puke.
Well, because that's who they're in the contracts with to do more busyness, right? Is all these other corporations like the NFL, the NBA.
Yeah, fuck all that shit, man.
So, they should be covering the various folk heroes locally across America who are doing what the rest aren't doing while they're all getting paid and we're doing it for free. Because when it's not for free, we're doing it for the real power and value, and the real coin of this realm, the real gold, right?
Yeah.
We're not reporting on that. The closest we get is Vice News every so often comes out and says, there's a crazy conspiracy theorist like Paulie Unslaved. They want to overthrow the government. They want to do crazy stuff, right? And overthrow the government. So, that's another, by the way, you're showing your hand as well. They're showing their hand on every level by what they're doing and what they're not doing, by what they report on and what they don't report on, right? The more and more it's going to become self-evident to the average citizen slave on the ground, who's who and what's what and what needs to happen next.
Yeah.
Really that just comes down to stay in the course, do the next right thing, surrender in faith. And also remain somewhat peaceful. I've learned that over the past few years that we can wind up destroying ourselves internally before we ever get to see the external manifestation of what we're a part of, right? Just by being in a fear state and being concerned or worried or being, in a constant battle, right?
You can't be hateful towards them. You can't be all uppity and fucking in their face and yelling and screaming. That's what they want. They want to slave you up. They want to lock you up for that. You're playing their game when you do that. You got to be peaceful. You got to be honorable. You got to be calm. Can't get all fucking irate, yelling and screaming with them. It's not going to work. And I see it time and time again. And of course, some of the officers that I see them do that with, the officers are like taking a lot of verbal abuse, which I don't know how the fuck they do that. I guess that's their job to take it, in a way, but.
Yeah, that's not what we want. That's why they say, Paulie, why do you get after Chili DeCastro and these other lying cowards who grift on the audience and then cry at court? We don't need more people out in the street cursing at the cops and having the cops getting uppity and saying, look, this is what the sovereign citizen and auditors are all about. Right. Picking at the cops and trying to get them reactive. We don't need none of that, especially if you want to act like that. I got no problem with that. As long as when you show up to court, you keep that same energy. You want to pimp it and Mac on the side of the road and then fake cry at court. You need to shut the fuck up and go away. We don't need that anyway. Even if you do win at court, we don't need more reasons and excuses for this system to point at us individually and collectively and say, we're acting up and acting out.
Yeah.
We need none of that they can show to the public. We need honorable, good faith, co-creative, courageous people. You're not that. Because again, you pimp on the side of the road so you can sell products and get views. When you go to court, you ain't shit. We need the opposite of that. We need good faith, humble motherfuckers with humility on the ground who aren't starting nothing, but ain't running from nothing. And when they get to court, they ain't starting nothing, but they ain't running from nothing. That's all we need. All the rest of this shit is theatrics you're putting on. You're embarrassing yourself and you're discrediting a movement. And that's why I say DeCastros and others are agents, whether they know it or not. Because when the time comes, they don't put up. They took a whole bunch of money from the people for a grift and a fraud. And they've made a whole imagery now out of labeling us a bunch of problem starters and troublemakers.
That's it. He's labeling us.
Want to get views and make money on the side of the road, but don't stand for nothing, right? The same way I see you is the same way the courts see you.
Yeah.
But I'm supposed to support that and ride on it, right? Not likely. Not likely. I say this system was created and does what it does because of people like you.
Exactly.
People who do want to profiteer and fraud, who are just like them. People who do want to get a reaction out of people. People who do want to be controlling and domineering without actually having to be responsible and accountable and really lead. Right? You're just like your masters. You get the government you exactly deserve. That whole performance that Castro's putting on is precisely the reason he's meeting the government he deserves, because it's reflecting him.
Yep.
It's all right there. All right, let's go back. Let's get back to some official slave news. Yeah.
All right.
We need something official and authoritarian.
Yeah, and
something incredible. What is this? They're walking around the room in silence.
So what we've blown up there is from your report, plaintiff.
To CNN and Politico. She says that back in 2021, Plattner came into her home without permission. He was almost blackout drunk, and then he forced himself on her, and she says she was repeatedly telling him no. Now, Plattner is denying the allegation, but he did.
So once again, they're now saying that a leftist running for politics is a rapist and a predator.
Not.
This is where then I never loaded my meme here, did I? I only have this one. I got to load my other one.
Load her up. Load it up.
Yeah, we only have this one. You know what? I can take Trump's American Freedom Festival with $30 pretzels. I can take that off. We did that already. That's already gone. It's flash in the pan like everything else. Let me see here. No, I'm gonna have to go and download it. Even I don't even have it back here. All right, you know what? Give me one moment here. I'm gonna set some scene for you guys, and I'll be right back. I promise you.
You are a
little bit of Humboldt Hannah too.
Does not care about you, You should go watch Paul Unshaved.
Where's my Humboldt Hannah? Why am I not hearing? Are you hearing anything? You are hearing something.
Yeah, I hear.
Oh, there it is.
You are not free. You are a coward slave. GI. Maybe you need more rockdown and shots and policy to feel safe again. GI. Your leaders send your sons to die in war, and your daughters go to Epstein Island.
All right, we got it. I got it. I'm retrieving it. I'll be right there. Daddy loves you. Let's save it. We'll call this one Both Sides. I think I have it now. So yeah, they're coming out now because we're gonna do one of these great elections that everybody loves, and they're all up in arms now, and they say this guy Graham, whatever his name is, he's a leftist and he's a pedo, he's a rapist, and I go, this narrative's gonna keep going on, isn't it? And again, it's almost like the cosmos has now set this narrative to continue on both sides, right? So that everybody loses their faith and belief, and almost that needs to happen, right? My concern is where they're going to go with that, how the order out of chaos, cabal, and the avatar, the energy that runs it, is going to spin this, right? So, but yeah, it's interesting when they do this, because then I settle the argument, right? Because Fox Noise wants to point out how the leftists are all pedos and predators and rapists and frauds and war criminals. The left-wing media wants to do the same with the right-wing media. And then I have to come in, like in this meme, and this meme is available either on the YouTube community page or on Slavebook. So add me, Paul, Unslaved, on all platforms, even though you may not get notifications for some weird reason, but add me on the Slavebook, and you can get these memes for Operation Mocking Slave. It's either Operation Slave Mock or Mocking Slave, and that's a nod to Operation Mockingbird, of course. I think I like that one. We're going to continue with that. Operation Mocking Slave, where we mock all these slaves who keep projecting onto the other people what they're doing, right? So in the meme, you can see the leftist there, the Democrat pointing to the other side. Your corporate masters are lying predators. And then the right winger pointing to the other side. Your corporate masters are lying predators. And there's me in the middle kind of giggling and leaning back going, okay, I'll settle this. All of your corporate masters are lying predators, and they own both of you. Okay, so we don't need to argue anymore. We've settled the argument based on both sides' claims of who the other side is, right? See? It's all right there. All right, let's hear more about our newest politicians we're going to vote for on either side. Because, it always works out. It always gets better.
Share on X that he's starting to think about the future of his campaign.
Regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins.
This is not Plattner's first scandal. He also faced criticism for having a tattoo that resembled a Nazi symbol on his chest. He claimed he didn't know the symbol's meaning and got it covered up. But also back in the fall, some of his old Reddit posts resurfaced where he made insensitive comments about sexual assault and minorities. But despite all of this, some high-profile Democrats still supported him until today.
This person's making excuses for this person. They might be right. Can you or someone else explain to me why we need to keep voting? This is always my question. I haven't got it answered yet. Why, when we come here, do we have to keep voting and having these people tell us anything about ourselves and life and what we should or shouldn't do? Why? And if you tell me because things are going to get infinitely safer, I'm just going to conclude you're retarded. And we're going to move on. So again, any answer that can make sense, that we can overlay onto this insanity that just never changes. People just keep voting every 6 months, every 4 years. Shit gets worse. Doesn't matter what side's in. And they keep making excuses for the next moron who shows up to be a part of that same simulation. When do you guys get a clue?
I know.
I'm dying. I'm waiting to see the day when you finally get a clue that we just should have never entered into this simulation to begin with. We don't need to. Doesn't actually make anything better. It's just wasting a bunch of time, energy, attention, and money. All the functions these people are carrying out, other people could just do, because they would just do it and we would just give them value. And that would be that, right? It's just that fucking simple. But again, you folks on the right and left, you don't want private free trade. You don't want rights and freedoms. You don't want responsibility and accountability. You don't want community and co-creation. You want slavery and statism and delusion and denial and deflection and limited liability corporations running everything. And then you want to continue to pay for it, pay 4 or 5 times the amount that it would cost everyone else to just lie and play power games, right? Like, if you want me to lie to you and play power games, I can do it for 1/10 of what you keep giving to these people, right? And again, it all just comes down to, if they're being honest with themselves and each other, they believe they have to. They believe if they don't vote and pay and comply and cooperate, something bad's going to happen to them. The rest are absolutely hopelessly retarded. They really believe that things are going to get better and safer, and they're somehow going to do better than ever in this world if they could just get the right predatory, person who wants to be seen and heard speaking, but not doing anything different. If we could just get them in, it's all going to happen like that overnight, right? You're not going to have to actually do better, be better, and to have better. No. That's silly Trump-tard Republican talk. That's silly sovereign citizen anarchist chaos talk. No. We have to vote for and pay 4 times more the right liar to project and deflect so we can do better, be better, and have better on the ground, right? Can someone explain to me how this mechanism works in actual reality? Because I can't make the connection. I can't figure out how that all works. All right, so yeah, they're getting upset when numbers are dropping. They're like, Paulie boy, what don't you get about collectivism, statism, and fascism? We don't even really believe it's going to make anything better. We just expect everyone to keep going along to get along.
Sanders, Democrats, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and Massachusetts State Senator Elizabeth Warren, are calling on Plattner to drop out of the race. And the chair of the Democratic National Committee, Ken Martin, also weighing in, posting on X, quote, "The allegations against Graham Plattner are deeply disturbing. Mainers deserve a Democratic candidate who can serve the people of their state, which is why it's time for him to end his campaign. Maine Democrats should select a new nominee for U.S. Senate who can beat Susan Collins in November." And up until this point, the race between Plattner and incumbent Susan Collins had been pretty tight, and as of this point, Plattner has not dropped out of the race.
Cormac, don't argue with Jeep Girl and others in chat, right? That's not what we're here for. I don't need you picking arguments and fights with the women who come here to listen to me and see what I'm doing. She may not even be involved in it. Why are you picking? This is what you beta male collectivists do. I'm right here. I'm in your face. You're in my platform every day. But you want to pick arguments with one of the broads who hangs out around here. That shows me and tells me exactly who and what you are right there again. You don't see that? The link and the numbers down there. I'm the person that you bring your garbage to and tell me how I got it wrong and everyone around here is in a cult and we can't figure shit out, right? That's me. That's you. If you keep playing games here, power games and collectivist games here, political games here, I'm going to remove you. Don't want you and need you here. Only want you and need you here to turn you into content to show how lacking in awareness you are and why you're the cause of how everything got the way it is. If you don't want to play your position and be that, then you just get gone and I go back to my rap and my looping. And then at some point I decide to go do something else to break up the monotony, like get arrested and go to jail again, right?
Yeah, right.
And win again. And get a dozen other people to win again.
Right.
Right, like the guy who's on panel right now. Didn't you get a dismissal or two at
I
court?
sure did.
Of course you did, right.
Got a dismissal with prejudice, and I didn't go back to the last court hearing.
Right, while the punk coward sits in my chat arguing with the broads who hang around here. Maybe you want to get like involved and aligned. Yeah. This is why we got a lot of broads, and I'm just saying that to be tongue-in-cheek. We got a lot of broads around here who are more men than the fucking males who come around here.
Yeah,
that's a fucking interesting dynamic.
It's a fact.
Right? A lot of you clowns won't get evolved and get into an alignment and practice courage over your cowardice. So we got women running around here who are willing to do what you won't yet. You think I'm going to listen to a word you got to say? It's literally like Sparta and Xerxes. It's that whole dynamic.
Yeah.
Remember when I played that intro where they talk about the woman from Lacedaemon and how the other women would come to them and question them why they are the way they are. And the women would tell them, shut up. You don't get to question us. We're the only women who bring forth men on this land. Oh, that hits different, right?
Yeah.
You don't get to tell us about anything and question us because we're the only ones who bring forth men on this motherfucker. The rest of you are inauthentic corporate beta males. Don't ask us who and what we are, why we are the way that we are, right? Okay, and that's another reason that I give Jeeps and other shit from time to time because they really don't get what this is and how they look, but that's okay. We look past it. Right, because there's times where these women, they let these certain males give them the time of day and they give them the time of day back. And they need to remember at the core of who and what we are is oil and water. The core of who and what we are and what we serve, you don't give these people the time of day. You don't give them your time, energy, attention. You don't let them think that they have a chance with you.
No.
Because why? Because at your core, you don't want a beta male cowardly slave anyway. So why would you do that to yourself, right? Why would you open the door for yourself only to be disappointed? But that's a whole other dynamic, right? And of course, the being has to get there authentically and organically. I may just be wrong about it as well. Let's put that on the table. That may just be my ego and pride. I may be wrong about it. Maybe the woman knows something I don't. Again, it's one thing to tolerate or accept people and interact with them and co-create with them. When you start letting men on this land, especially as a woman, I'm talking women specifically, when you start letting men on this land who are not men think that they have a shot at you, because that's 90% of interaction with males and females on this thing, is they just want to know if they can get you. They just want to know if you'll return their charms and their affections, right? They want to play that game. Can I get a hook in you, right? So again, from my perspective, when it comes to women who can now see and understand what needs to happen for us to have a prosperous culture and society, you don't let these beta males even think for 3 seconds that they have a shot at you and getting close to you. You let them think the opposite. Hey, listen, I'll tolerate you and accept you, but let's just be clear. You have no shot at getting this because of who and what you are and what you stand for, right? And again, this is why I tell women, a lot of them don't realize the whole world is pimping and hoeing. They just don't know it. You don't know how much power you really have between your legs and between your mind and your heart, right? Because believe it or not, all these beta males, they do everything for what's between your legs. And they do it hoping and playing on the fact that there's nothing between your mind and heart, right? And for a lot of you females, they're right. And that's why they get their way. And that's why you don't get the way. And that's why you're supremely disenchanted and disempowered and uninspired, okay? It's a back and forth dynamic there, right? It's a feedback loop.
Yeah.
Woman can't respect herself if she gives her attention and affections to a man that she can't respect. And a woman can't respect a man who's a coward at heart, who lies on other motherfuckers and doesn't do what needs to be done and lies on themselves as well. So this is where then women have to take their power back in order to get these men right on this land. Hey, I'm telling you in front of everybody, and I'm not saying you can tolerate and accept them, but they have to know as well. And everybody watching like a bunch of monkeys has to know, oh, I seen that. I seen that male right there try to make a move on that woman, and that woman keep him right in his place based in truth, life, and way. Right now, every other chimpanzee gets to see that. See, they don't understand how powerful that dynamic is. The whole world is shaped by that dynamic. What people are allowed to be tolerated and accepted, and what they're allowed to get away with, and the power games they're allowed to play, and how you don't see it and you just let it continue, whether it's political governance or whether it's just on the ground day-to-day courting, right? Court is court. Courting is courting. It's the same idea. The same way when you go to court, you don't want anyone in that room who's dishonorable and bad faith to think they're going to put one over on everybody. We see who and what you are, and you get no access. You get no honor and respect. You get no validation. Quite the opposite. See, this is what turns a whole society around overnight. So turns a whole community and civilization around overnight. Is women saying, nah, we're not going to fuck these beta males anymore because it always winds up the same way anyway. They're always lying and cheating and not keeping it real, right? They're always using us anyway on some level. They can't actually truly love and care, because if you met a man who truly could love and care, he'd start with himself, his land, his God, his people, his rights, his property, his freedom. If you ain't got that, you ain't got nothing. See, they think this is my rap here. Oh, all the women are supposed to love Paulie Boy. Fuck that. You probably can't get along with me and vice versa. Right, I got a lot of issues. Who and what we are remains the same. The idea remains the same. There's a man out there who respect you by virtue of the fact he respects himself, his land, his people, his rights, and freedom. If he don't move into that, that's not an honorable, good faith person. That's a statist, collectivist coward who's always going to be a bitch and a hoe, and you're not going to find out till you get to court or till that cop puts a gun in your face. See? So, again, we can reverse engineer here and just understand these certain true power and value dynamics and how they're integrally linked with the idea of love and care. And if you ain't got one, you ain't got the other. And that's how a woman or a man knows a woman and a man when they meet one, versus in an authentic corporate beta male and female who's literally going to fuck themselves and you and everybody else in the equation right out of a future of destiny, your property rights, and your pursuit of happiness. And again, if I got it wrong, questions, comments, concern, hit the link or call and explain to me how a culture, a society, community could be anything different than what I just laid out. And explain to me how it could go into anything other than ruination if it's occupied by the people who I just described, the types of men and women, males and females that I just described, that if you look around you are the majority of your corporatist, statist, collectivist population. You can't deny that at this point, but I'm all ears to hear it. See, I already set you up to ask you a question that you can't answer any other way than I already laid out, but I'm open to it. It's never going to happen because everything that I just said is true, either completely or on some level, and it's demonstrable, discernible, definable, explainable, experiential, repeatable, And it's essentially all of what history shows and tells us. All right, let's get back. Doug writes, that's me. I don't know, hopefully, faithfully. Well, listen, either he's just taking accountability, responsibility. We need more of that. Like, hi, I had to admit to myself in the mirror and in my life that I was a punk coward to begin with in order to take this walk. That I was a collectivized slave, right? That's the first step to this.
That's true. Yeah, you got to admit it.
A drug addict, right? Our addiction is slavery and genocide. The first step to getting away from your addiction is admitting you got an addiction and how you got there by being weak and disempowered and allowing the world and others to talk you into reality that you didn't want to be in, because that's how addiction happens as well. Again, holographic and reflective. I could talk about a heroin addiction and it'll be exactly the same dynamics as rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. Why? Because it's all based in vice/bondage. Yeah. Vice and bondage. So the power and value dynamics got to be the same because it's vice and bondage. I don't care where it shows itself in life. By the way, that's proof of law and order, what I just described and how I can lay it out and connect all things. It's holographic, reflective, universal law. And the law, when we understand it and describe it, reveals true power and value dynamics. Essentially how everything moves and works successfully or becomes broken down and defunct. We need more experts. I'm using too many words. I'm getting too expansive, too co-creative, too connective. I'm too far out on a macro level, revealing all of the world and the human conditions problems and how they can be solved by going in, right? As within, so without, as above, so below. They don't want that. They don't need that. They don't think. We just got to focus on what's on TV and how these folks have been ruled at Supreme Court to legally be able to lie to you. We don't know why they did that. We don't know why they voted at court that these folks can lie to you. That doesn't seem right when it comes to news and journalism. But I don't know, maybe there's a method to their madness, or who and whatever is avataring these people, right? Look at this sweet lady, bless her heart. She doesn't know that she's working for something that's avatared by something that's building something. She doesn't know that.
You don't have a fucking clue, bro.
You know, that's silliness. That's craziness, Paulie boy.
Conspiracy theories we are.
Right. You know how many people would have to be in on that? You mean like
you know how many people?
Yeah. You mean like how every species is patently shown to be connected and literally they're all in on it, whether they know it or not?
Yeah, we're all fucking in on it.
That's the nature of reality. The whole beehive is in on building the beehive, whether they know it or not. Literally all their actions move toward building the beehive. They don't individually, consciously have to be aware of that.
No.
They're programmed to build the hive.
Yeah.
Just like they say some of them in the hive are programmed to go out, get drunk, come back, and get kept out of the hive. This is fascinating behavior, holographic and reflective. You go to the beehive and they're doing what the humans are doing. They're doing collectivism. They put a queen above everybody. They do everything the queen says. They follow orders. Now, in that case, there's some actual law and order there, so we don't necessarily mind. Their collectivism produces something that works for them and everyone else, and it's in harmony with nature. But again, holographic and reflective, the same idea from a corrupt perspective. We see what this thing produces and creates, right? Corporatism, slavery, genocide, and disparities when it comes to justice, honor, and good faith.
Definitely.
So, you don't get to just remake creation in your own image, all you Luciferians. You don't get to deny what's already here, and that program and plan is already here. The question is, who are you, what are you serving, and what are you building? And if it's not a proverbial beehive that's in complete alignment with creation, that doesn't destroy itself and others and gives sweet nectar to all the human apes that pass by, right? If it's not that, then you're off somewhere in your dynamics. And it's not hard to tell. So again, I'll meet folks in the middle. You want to do collectivization and hive minding, right? Behind a new world order that is in alignment with universal law. Oh, I'll be guy number one, you know? But if we can't get in alignment with that and understand what that is and build that and build toward that, well, then this is just rampant corruption in the form of collectivism. And it doesn't matter what king and queen you put there. We see what the public is creating and building because of who and what is behind them or inhabiting them. And why is that happening? Because largely the individual and the collective has been cut off from the other stream of consciousness. They've cut themselves and each other off from a different stream of consciousness, or they've been censored and shadow banned. See, algo meets algo. There's universal algo, and then there's metaversal algo. You could argue that when you stay in these cities and suburbs, they bombard the place with frequencies to try to censor and shadow ban the entities who broadcast the signal to get you to see life in a different perspective. Wow, I just did it again. See? So just like pop culture and all the rest of them put out all these chirping frequencies all day, every day to interfere with other broadcasts of different perspectives that might change you from within to without. The same thing is happening technologically, right? It's culturally, it's biologically, it's technologically. All right, let's get back. I'm too far out there right there, NDB.
You went a little off the deep end.
Yeah, I went wild on everybody.
Withdraw by July 13th. That's next Monday, to allow Maine state Democrats to choose someone to replace him on the ballot for November. Mike?
Yeah, it seems like it's at a moment now, especially with all these high-profile Democrats really leading the charge. It's not a matter of when, but just how soon.
Yeah, and it's been interesting for context. So Portland is a very blue area, and just hearing from some voters today, they were saying, if you have any skeletons in your closet, you just shouldn't get into politics because they are going to come out. And they said this allegation is really disturbing and it's really sad, but also
they're in delusion and denial. There isn't a human being on this planet who doesn't have skeletons in their closet. You're exactly opposite again. You're supposed to elect people who are open with the skeletons in their closet, who repent from their wicked ways and attempt to try to do and be and have better.
Yeah,
that's who you elect. Honest, transparent, honorable, good faith people. The only problem is people like that are not running for politics. Oops. See how that works? I'm a perfect example. I'm open and honest, transparent. I'll show you all the skeletons in my closet. And even some of the ones I keep out back in the shed. It doesn't matter because I'm honest with myself and God about who and what I've been and what I've become and what I'm becoming. That's honorable and good faith and honest with yourself and others and transparent. There isn't a man out there who doesn't have that story. And if you slaves believe there is, you're in delusion and denial. And that's why you keep getting frauded by the biggest liars of all time, because it's only liars in comment who try to tell you a story about them being honorable and good faith, but never show you their checkered past. Bullshit. That's how you get to that point, is by fucking your and everyone else's life up so much that you just want to do and be better. Just like an addict don't become better till they're sick and tired of being sick and tired. Cut the games. You just got better at lying to yourself and everybody else.
Yeah.
That's all that is. Again, the same power and value dynamics I could bring to any form of bondage and vice or co-creation. Keep looking for politicians who are going to tell you how they're honorable and good faith and won't tell you how it came from their checkered past. They're not honorable and good faith. They're lying to you while they're still doing wrong and trying to cover it up. That's why most of you get duped out, because you don't understand psychology, sociology, and criminology. These people do, and they know how to punk on you dupes. They know how to pimp and hoe on you dupes and naive folks.
From the Democratic voters that we heard from, they said they are kind of sad because they were looking forward to Graham Plattner's campaign and they wanted to see what he could do in this state. So now it looks like potentially
Brooke is right. They're not lying. They're state actors. They're just acting for you the way they know you want them to.
Time that Democrats tried to find a new candidate with about 4 months to go. We all remember what happened in 2024. Kaylee, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. We will continue to bring you the very
latest
here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back with more in just moments.
All right, so while we come back, this person now is going to somewhat start to seemingly engage in an actual dialogue, question and answer. So thank you for that, Cormac. You're coming around, maybe. We've seen that a lot here. It may take a few years even. You folks actually. Now we have a call as well. All right, let's take this call. $315, are you there?
I heard something.
What's up, Paul?
Sure. What's going on, man? You got a name for me?
You know who this is. It's Ching Chong.
Oh, Hey Hong Boshane. All right, what do you got for us, Boshane? Questions, comments, concerns, or are you just here to point out that I'm a gun boy? I don't mind it. Let them know.
Well, I don't know if it's good or bad. I just, we called you gun boy once or twice. It is what it is.
No, I like it.
Well,
I'm saying keep going with that branding. I like that branding.
Okay. I mean, yeah.
I'm gun boy, man. There's no denying. I got 2 of them right here.
Yeah, I like the whole Ching Chong Bochene. At least, I speak a couple other languages. What? Ching Chong. Yeah.
All right. Come on, Bochene. Questions, comments, concerns. I got a few slaves in here that I got to get right. They need me, so I got to get back to my service.
Wait. Yeah, you're on a break, man. I know. You want me to come on StreamYard? I just thought I'd call in and 315.
Yeah, whatever. If you want to hang out, just don't over panel me, man. I need room to move. I got a wild gorilla.
I know, preacher. You love to roll. I know.
Right.
No, it's good, man. It's like, I see Tribe comes, John, as I know him, he comes up. I don't know what happened with you and Keith and all that, but man, I love you.
We're beyond that. Folks come here, they get in their feelers, they react. I trigger egos, as some have said, and of course, I can be a nasty motherfucker at times. I don't hold back. So we're prone to disagreements in this life. It's no mystery to me why, right? So we're beyond that. I want to believe Wizards come back here. He's called in since. I never got back to him, but I am open. We were kind of in the middle of a bunch of garbage when he called in, but I'm open to have him here. I've told him that for a while. I would prefer if he could be accountable like others and just say, this is very simple. Hey, I misspoke. I said I wasn't going to come back ever. Obviously, I'm going to come back at some point because diamonds are forever, but bitterness and resentment isn't. And we can get past it, right? We're honorable in good faith. We're under God. We know that we're one on the highest level. On the lowest level, we may disagree, but why play into that beyond a certain point, right? Especially with what I do here.
There's things I disagree. There's things God, if you freaking just totally agree, but like Trump, I don't know, MAGA, the maggots, it's crazy. Anyway, yeah, I got you. I'll go on StreamYard. I'm just waking up. Good morning, by the way.
All right, come on, man. You're taking up my time and energy and role to tell me what you might do and not do. This is what I mean. Let's go. If you're gonna get in here, get in here. Get in where you fit in. If not, let me run them out.
I called in. I gotta.
No, fuck that. Calling in is for you. You're doing some weird game with me right now. You have a panel link. You've been here before. If you want to come in, you come in. The phone line is mostly for collectivist slaves who want to call in because they're like running around paying tax and voting. And they in between that, they got to get on the phone to tell me all about how I'm wrong and I need to do what they're doing, right? So
I think it's the ones they think, they're probably cops or whatever, or some, like I'm going to come in and be anonymous and talk dumb shit. Yeah, okay,
right.
Call it.
Trolling. All right, I'm hanging up on you, Shani. Let's free the lineup for the slaves who need
all right. I'm pissed. You're hanging up. I love you. Bye.
All right, I love you. They call me in. I say, this is here for people who have questions, comments, concerns, or disagreements. And he's like, I don't know, should I come in? I guess that's what I don't want, what I don't need. It's nothing personal to him. It's not an offense to him. Okay, so Cormac, let's get back. When the verbal vomitus is done, may we know the best alternative for how to meet the needs of and protect the weakest among our population? I'm guessing you're talking about you, which is good now because you're keeping it in the eye. So again, the presumption and assumption is that there's already having the weakest among us being taken care of. That's not happening. I don't know where you're getting this from. Insane presumption and assumption. I don't see the statists and the corporatists overwhelmingly with their bleeding heart taking care of all the weakest among us. You could argue the weakest among us have been criminalized to some extent, right? It's criminal to be homeless. If that's who you're talking about, let's get more specific here because you're going to bring me to the whole world and everyone else other than you. And if I say, are you the weakest and cowardliest among us? You'll say, oh, no. So then I'll ask, why are you talking for other people? See, let's get more specific and let's point out how that's already not happening. You're stating this like my ideas or the ideas I'm bringing forth couldn't work because something's already in place and we would be undoing that. So here's a clue for you. How do you take care of the weakest in any community, culture, and society? It used to be called community, culture, society, and family. It didn't used to be called statism and corporatism, where we pay corporations supposedly 5 times what it would cost to keep all the weak people safe. I don't know what world you're in. What world are you in where corporatists really care to keep weak people safe? Are you really this stupid? You really are you are one of the weakest and stupidest people on the land because you would ask me a question like that.
Well,
So again,
the weakest people are the elderly, dude. Like they could put them in nursing homes and they got to pay like $8,000 a fucking month just to fucking take care of them. Like, and it comes out through their Social Security and other bullshit.
The point is, he asks how we would instead of asking how I and others do. And I'll give you an example. We have 10, 15, 20 acres here, whatever it is. He knows the official. I don't know. I don't care. There's another 40 up north. The guy who I'm with, who's a veteran, who does it work, right? Well, regardless of whatever you think and feel about that, I and others here have offered him and provided him a place to stay where he can be debt free and not have to pay the rest of his life into just being wherever he wants to exist. So you're telling me about what we would do instead of asking what we have done or are doing, and then asking yourself what more you could do to solve the problems we face without paying the island boys to go hire a corporation. Now we got to pay 2 groups of corrupt people to supposedly solve a problem that they're not solving because the island boys and the corporation's biggest goal in life is to make a bunch of money and have a bunch of power. What fucking world do you live in? How delusional in denial are you? And that's on both sides. Nancy Pelosi and Ilhan Omar and all the rest of them have really nice shoes and dresses and houses and jewelry. They're not as much interested in spending millions on actually doing what they say they're going to do. So what the fuck are you talking about? There is no quick fix, short-term game you're going to play to get these problems solved. You're going to get told they're going to solve the problems and pay 5 times more and not solve the problem. That's what political science is. You want it. There's an old cliche again. You want something done, you got to do it your motherfucking self. You don't like that answer. Because it takes work. It means you got to be successful. It means you got to network. It means you got to co-create, cooperate. It means you got to create and build something and then serve others with it.
Yeah.
Provide the service of the product or the solution to the problem. You don't want to do that. You want to sit around and complain and have life be comfortable and safe and not take no risks and not work in trust, equity, and faith and act like the island boys and the big corporations are going to do it all for you. That's why you're in the situation you're in, dummy. Absolutely fascinatingly tragic. Every question contains its own answer. Every problem contains its own solution. And the answer to the question and the solution to the problem is never outsourcing to big corporations and big government. Dumbass. If you haven't figured that out by now, the answer is always go within and get with those around you who went within. By the way, that's part of what I'm doing. We're looking at land now, 80 acres with a house on it. I don't want or need the house. Others say they're not going to, we don't know what we were going to do with the house if we don't even use it. We may rent it out lower than anybody else. We may use it as a hostel. You can come stay here. If you break anything, you got to be able to cover it. We don't know yet. But that's the point. It offers us an opportunity to do a bunch of things if we decide to do that. That's your answer every single time. Stop going to the crooks and con men to solve the problems you keep creating or you face. Go to your fellow man and get together and create and build something that folks can use to solve the problems we face. That's also called self-governance, by the way, and that was the cornerstone to American fundamentalism and what you would call republicanism. But you don't know that, and you don't care to know that because you're a completely collectivized and domesticated, powerless slave at this point. You don't even believe you and the people around you can solve the problems you create and face. That's how you know the system has you right where it wants you. You're on a fucking plantation. And you come here to tell me folks like me are crazy and we can never do nothing or affect change. And we just keep rolling along and doing it on our own little scale and level.
Yep.
To whatever level we're able to, right?
It's working.
Maybe if everybody stopped to reprobate mind and heart and didn't need like 10 times more space than they actually use, we could also have a redistribution of wealth as well. You could have the individual living a lot more free and comfortable if they didn't think they needed 4 or 5 empty rooms to say, I got a 4-room house in the American slave dream that I don't even own. Why don't you stick to ownership first, even if it means a cardboard box? Why are you bragging about what you don't own and probably will never own because you're so deep into debt and unsustainable and insolvent? You're going to pass that on to your children. Oops, there's the other problem in how we got here. You all keep passing debt and property to own onto your children instead of living within your means and being sustainable. Because you think the American dream is, well, I'm a cowardly slave at heart, but I got all this big property I don't use. That's literally part of the corporatism and fascism. That's the Babylonian state of mind and beingness. You'd rather be a fake king in hell.
Yeah, more. They want more.
Yeah.
Consume, more. Yeah. And when's enough? Fuck. I mean,
so imagine a population that like got within their means and did what was important and downsized and just had their room in their area for themselves and the one other for another. Every person gets their one room in their area with the common area, right? Yeah. And something that's not like everyone else, just whatever's within your means that you can afford. We went back to that idea because that used to be a thing.
Yeah.
You live within your means, right? And then more and more you start to save and reinvest and build for yourself and others over time, and you work with others. And next thing you know, you got yourself a fucking community and a family. Imagine that. Yeah. And you got yourself way more than you need. You now have to do it. That's called prosperity, by the way. When you're not in debt anymore and everybody's covered and you have way more than you need extra, that's when you're supposed to start helping not only yourselves, but others, right?
Yeah.
But you can't get to that point if you're constantly regulated and taxed and told what to do and be, and you're cut off from your neighbors because everybody's a terrorist and an enemy. And we got to inform on everybody, right? See, they got you right where they want you. Your family don't respect you and trust you because you're a dishonorable, bad-faced, statist, collectivist coward. You can't make any sense. Your women and children come to you to ask a question. You don't know what fucking planet you're on. And they just nod their head and go along and go, Dad's like in his own world. We'll just make him believe he knows what he's talking about. He has no idea how the fuck anything works. It's obvious. And he's a coward. Like you're only kidding yourselves. You're only tricking yourselves and everybody else around you out of a future and a destiny that's right there and available for you. But it's going to take you being honest with yourself and others. We're back to that again. And doing the next right thing, not the next pleasurable thing, not the next safe thing, not the next exciting thing, right?
Yeah.
The next thing that makes the most sense for yourself and everybody else, right? And usually that's going to take you being less selfish and greedy and worldly. So my throat is getting dry here. I need some frankincense water and hydration.
Well, I just don't know. I don't understand why people can't see through the facade, see through the fakery. I mean, it just amazes me at this point.
We have another projector here. We have a Magatard projector. You all a bunch of socialist commie that don't want to work their ass to a better life, always nagging. Not sure how you got to that conclusion. I'm literally saying the opposite of that. I'm saying we need to do the work in all aspects. I've even said that I'm not working physically at times as much as I probably could or should be. And I don't even use my health and my pains or whatever as an excuse. So again, just projected completely. You're an obvious magatard. You have these talking points. Anybody who says certain things that I say has to be that. And then you project onto them. Then I have to give you the clue. Here it is. This is you. You're this moron.
That's you.
What are you? Some kind of liberal? You want collectivism, socialism, Marxism? And then I have to reveal to you we're already in that, Boomhauer. Congratulations. Why? Because Marxism, you don't get to own property in Marxism. That means if you don't pay your yearly lease taxes on your land and your house, the state comes to take your property. What do they do with it? They redistribute it to somebody else. Socialism, redistribution of wealth. Taxes are taken from your income. That's income slave tax. They're given to others for entitlements. Oftentimes for entitlements they don't even need because there's so much fraud going on, right? And most people believe they have to pay the taxes. They believe it's by force. So it's coercion and duress. So there's your Marxism, there's your socialism, and of course both are a cornerstone or an aspect of collectivism, where the collective has more power and influence than the individual. The collective has more abilities than the individual because the collective can tell the individual what they can and can't do, and not vice versa, okay? So cut it out with the magatard projectional talking points. You have no idea where you are, what you're in, or what's going on. And I'm revealing to you once again that you and everyone else, while you call me a Marxist, collectivist, socialist, liberal, are actually in that and supporting that, whether it's under Trump or not. It's all the same legalistic, corporatistic system. Fascism, socialism, Marxism, communism, all rolled into one, backed by Luciferianism, wrapped in collectivism. It's all the same idea and the same outcome. Less rights and property and freedom for the individual, more rights, property, abilities, and control for the mob, which is headed by the aristocracy, funded by the central banking system. This is back to the time of Jesus. Fascinating. This has been going on for 2,000 years, and you still can't find your ass with two hands. Exactly why it continues on and why it profiteers, because it's just that easy for most of you. All right, let's get back. We're now at a point where the Republicans are running around calling everyone who's actually Republican a socialist, Marxist, collectivist while they're funding it and voting for it. Because they literally can't tell their ass from their elbow at this point. Fascism is typically driven by socialism, which leads to communism, which is always pushed by... This is incredible. They're doing it now. You're already there, sir. Why are you giving me the thesis on what it is when I just described it and you can't deny what I just said? Why are you trying to change what I just said? You can't deny it, so you want to reframe it and rephrase it. Why don't you just cop to it? Fascism is the merger of state and corporate powers. We're already there. United States calls itself a corporation in its own code and defines a citizen as a business. That's fascism. It's driven by socialism, a collective social security bargain. This is Republican and Democrat. Where have you been? Social security, collective socialization. This is communism, socialism, collectivism. Backed by fascism, by definition. And it's not pushed by left-wing ideology. It's all of them. Why can't you accept that? Why can't you accept that all of both sides has pushed for social security, merger of state and corporate powers, corporate lobbyism? They're even beholden to the lobbyists. And it's all under the guise of taking property and rights from the successful, prosperous individual and supposedly giving it to the weaker and the lesser fortunate amongst us, which it's never that.
Never does.
It goes toward wars around the world, black projects, criminalizing the public, chasing them for drugs and alcohol and everything else, while you want to fund giving them a bunch of drugs and medications so they can completely check out of reality and be numbed out. What fucking world are you all in that you keep describing to me, that you don't understand the rest of reality that I'm describing and a part of? That's obvious.
It's always some kind of ism.
Paul, you keep beating this dead horse of the U.S. being a corporation. That is silly and misguided, and you know it. Don't tell me what I know. You got about one or two more comments before I take you out of here. Don't gaslight me about what I know and don't know. It's not silly to me, and I'll give you one reason why. You're voting for a president of... We'll do this right now. This is how retarded the average person is.
Wow.
And they can laugh at it. You can laugh at it too. It's tragically comedic, right?
Yeah.
This is what we do this for, so people can laugh at the tragedy. So what positions do we need to make a corporation?
A fucking president. A vice president.
Right. He's gonna do it again. He's gonna do it again.
Wow.
Okay, so it talks about a board of directors. That's Congress. I'm not seeing anything about the president here, but again, I shouldn't have to look this up and point to something quote unquote official for the slave to figure out that a president is the head of a corporation. Like every other corporation on the land, there's Viacom, they have a president. Then they have a vice president, right? They have CEO. They have secretary.
Board of directors, fucking yada, yada, yada. All the different
Board of directors, which is Congress, right? So you're telling me what I know and don't know when I absolutely believe this, and I know that I can go to the U.S. Code and point it out. So are you gaslighting me and the U.S. Code? Or are you going to do the thing where what I point out in U.S. Code isn't what it seems to be? You're going to play that game. So again, I not only don't not believe this, I absolutely believe this, and I seem to know it's true, and I just off the face of it, it makes sense. Because to do a corporation, you need a president, a vice president, a secretary, a treasurer, a board of directors. We have all that at U.S. Corporation. Okay. And again, they use code and policy. Code and policy is not law. It's given the force of law. Corporations use codes and policies. We could just go on and on, right? We could go even into the fact that United States Corporation and the state ofs have their own TIN number, tax identifying number, their own DUNS numbers. They're incorporated. They're actually incorporated. Would you like to pull that up and go over that? How in order to function in this system and get the loans and the grants and all the credit from the private Federal Reserve, you have to be licensed and registered and incorporated, dumbass.
Yeah.
Don't you get it? That this is all banking and nothing can exist unless it's funded or collateralized, and it can't be funded or collateralized unless you're in a corporate capacity, because like means like, and like meets like in law. You can't intercourse with something that is not of your status, standing, and capacity. So don't tell me I don't know it and that it's ridiculous. It's not only, I believe it completely. I can point out where it is, and it makes perfect sense on how this all works and runs. Now, once again, get up here and have the conversation, you punk coward, or I'm going to throw you the fuck out of here. Sick of you parasitic, weak slaves around me all my life trying to gaslight me and suck my energy. Don't want you and don't need you. Go ahead, Bo Shaney. You got any thoughts? We're going to continue to roll along here.
No, actually, the DUNS is over. It's a cage code. So your municipality... No. They got rid of the DUNS. They blocked that shit because dumb niggas like us were trying to figure it out. So now it's a cage code. Yeah. So basically, your sheriff, they're all subcontractors of the U.S. military, which has always been the red coats. Sorry, July 4th. Every U.S. man in a uniform is still working for the red coats.
Right. So Cormac just made a statement down there. I love this because you guys all do this, but you'll never put up on it. Cormac writes, the average IQ here is roughly equal to room temperature in degrees centigrade. Cormac, I'm on record 2 times. Would you like me to call and get the documents reprinted of my IQ at 12 years old? And then again at 16, they took a test at school.
He can't even keep up. He's so fucking dumb. He can't even keep up with our conversation.
We know that's the game. So it's about 128 to 130. It's about 97 percentile is what they wrote in the thesis. Cormac, would you like to do a challenge with us where you take an IQ test, and if you don't hit 128 or 130, then you have to give up something. If you do, then you win something. Would you like to actually engage with that? The audience will support that. I bet I don't even have to come out with anything for that, although I will if I need to. Cormac, I'm asking you, would you like to put up on what you keep rambling in chat? I don't need to take the test. I already will beat you at 16 years old. I'll beat you at 12 years old on IQ. Since you want to flex and play the ego game that everybody here can't make connections, we're all just so beneath you in intelligence. I'll pick somebody from the crowd who I know will beat you if you want to play this game. You want to take it out of my hands. I'll pick someone who's around here regularly who I know if they take an IQ test will beat you. Just on their ability to make connections alone.
Guaranteed.
You're not going to do it because somebody who I have to explain to collectivism and socialism and fascism and communism and all the rest of these isms, including Luciferianism, has usually low IQ because they have low SQ. They have no instinct and intuition. They're not co-creators. They're not builders, and they can't make connections. No. They're hardly in the 97th percentile. You're in the 85% of the mass majority who literally will take vaccines and do what you're told till your whole lineage is wiped out.
He may be a police officer.
Again, usually people who get into these jobs and these roles are very uncreative, low IQ and SQ people.
Yeah.
Well,
that's how the hive works. You got a queen and you got the hive. Just, work the bee.
Yeah. Right. So whenever you're ready, Cormac, burn the corporate fiction on steroids. Well, I don't mean to insult that guy. He's another one who has like 200,000 Facebook followers, subscribers. I can't get over 6 or 7 because I'm like heavily shadow banned and censored. He and others basically take everything they hear here and learn here and present it as their own and never promote me. So it's not burn the corporate fiction on steroids. It's where Burn the Corporate Fiction others got their rap, who actually lives it, is what it is. I actually live my information. They know me from top to bottom, from Capitol Hill to Blueberry Hill, for courting and all the rest of it, right? So that's the big difference. And that's my beef and my issue with a lot of these folks. And I caught another one of them this week, using everything that goes on here that we talk about, not promoting the channel. Another one I caught this week, selling everything here with their products as their own experience. And when I asked them, have they ever been to court? No. Do they civilly disobey? No. Then why are you presenting this information and selling it when I'm not and I'm living it? And I'm not supposed to be disrespected by that or pissed off about that? You're damn right I am.
That's fucking fraud.
Of course it is. You're telling the people you have answers for a problem you haven't faced and solved in your own life, while not promoting the place where you got the solution, where people are living it. That is the reason we are where we are at. And you could say I'm a hater, but the difference is I don't do that, because you folks seen hours and hours of other people who I respect, who I promoted here and presented here, who I've taken some of what they've put forth and ran with it and added on to it, right? Because I'm not a hater, because I do share with other people where I'm inspired by, right? Other people doing the work and putting it into play, right? Bringing them some attention and energy and resources, right? Because it all goes hand in hand, because that's what's supposed to happen. People who are doing the work and a part of the mission are supposed to get honor and credibility, and they're supposed to get value here in different forms. Everyone else, we don't believe you. We're not listening. We're not subscribing. We're not sharing, because you don't live it. We have enough of the fakery and the fraud, as Mr. Beauchene puts it. That's what got us here. Go ahead.
Yeah, that I remember a while back you were making fun of me, like, because I said, fuck you, Paul, I got nobody following. Now you get it, don't you?
No, Beauchene, don't try to cover your tracks now, all right? Don't try to cover your tracks. You were in a pure, jealous, envious, hating mode. You thought you were entitled to something you weren't getting, and because I was getting some of that, I'm a piece of shit. We know what was going on there. We moved beyond it. Please don't insult my intelligence to try to cover your tracks now. It doesn't matter, because it can happen with all of us. We can all, at times, get in that mode where we say, hey, we know something. What we're talking about is important. We're maybe even living on it. Why aren't more people showing up to consume and share this, right? And you know what the reason is predominantly? If it's not censoring and shadow banning, because most people here are absolutely retarded and they love their slavery.
Yes.
Yeah, they do. And by the way, you know what? These law stuff, to like everyone that I love, like, well, does it work? Show me the win. And I keep telling people, you think I'm going to have a court document that says, yeah, Mr. Eric, you're so right. I'm so sorry. Like,
tell him, come to me. I have it right here. I have it on my community page, and now we have it right here.
I have evidence, because now the people that hate me, they say that, oh, Beauchene is, he didn't obey probation. Yeah. The media says I didn't do probation. Well, how did I not do probation?
Listen, we're all on their ass. And now it's to the point where, you know, and again, I don't want to mistake, because Cameron was in my comments saying, hey, bro, don't do me like the Cash Show. And I'm like, hey, I'm not. When I do, you'll know it. If I ever do it, you'll know it. Right? I just perceive that him being a little bit more on the legalistic side, but he's saying that may not be the case. Okay. So I told him, come here and do an hour. Get me and everybody right. Show the audience your process. I'm far from a hater. The point is, we're all in the same network. We're all animated by the same spirit. We all maybe have a different little bit of a way of skinning this cat, but we're all producing results. So there's your evidence right there. Cameron just this week, right? Because it doesn't have to be all about me and how we do it or whatever else. There's many paths to the top of the mountain. There's only one top of the mountain. State of Arizona plaintiff got him beat right there before we ever started, because the state of Arizona is a what, not a who. There's the top of the document. And then, of course, we have hereby ordered dismissed. Waste of finite resources, like all of these courting procedures are. Thank you for admitting it. ARS 283151A doesn't matter. You can stack 10 more codes on there. You don't have an actual claimant. You don't have a direct threat to the public, and you don't have a breach of the peace. You don't have a violation of the law. You have someone who doesn't follow policy. And as Americans under God with God-given rights, we don't have to. And that's why no driver's license, no plates, suspended plates, and no registration. Dismissed. Don't tell us we don't have results over and over again when we're churning them out a dozen at a time now. Now, We're waiting for all the frauds who have 10 times more views and regular audience than we do, lying on us and hating on us, to reissue a retraction, because you guys are honorable in good faith, right? Van Balion and all the rest of you clowns who like to play videos of me and Cameron and others and call us sovereign citizens and say we're bad for the country. We don't know the law. We don't get results. We're now all waiting for you to put out the videos apologizing for how you lied on all of us and admit we know the law better than all of you, including your attorneys, and we're whooping you, not even with your own legal procedure in your own game, with universal law, what would be the common law. If you didn't think that that was case record, because you think the common law means case law / case record, it's not. It's the law or the lore that is common to every man under God. We all know it's wrong to lie, cheat, steal, and to harm others. At least we should, if we're not complete mutants. Okay?
Hey, Paul, ask the
Yes, sir.
ask the maggots, because you got these J6ers still crying that they're on the watch list and they can't find. So ask them how Bochene flew on a one-way ticket out of here. I didn't go through I just walked out. No secondary, nothing. How did I do that?
Because
Maybe I'm on the
Bochene's
list.
got 2 tickets to Asian paradise.
Yes.
Leave your guns, we'll leave tonight. All right, we got some.
The poor J6ers they're still on the list. They get the side screening.
So yeah, we caught Bochene at January 6th too. He didn't want to tell us that, but then they sent us the picture. It was Bochene and 2 other people standing in the fucking in the Oval Office, whatever it was.
I was just filming,
looking around.
dude. I'm like filming this shit.
He was the press.
Oh, you can't make this shit up. You really
You can't. You can't. You cannot.
Yeah, you were part of the worst insurrection ever that they completely promoted and allowed to happen.
Yeah.
The tear gas, which was a disco fog machine, and people, the crisis actors were spraying fire stinger, but the public thought it's a riot.
This is amazing. These folks come here and they say, and I get it, but then you got to like pan out and realize the whole creation. I was here yesterday, the other guy, he meaning me. I was here with this guy the other day. Same shit, cry. Did you watch Fox Noise yesterday, the other day? Did you watch CNBC yesterday, the other day? Everybody's looping. Everybody's doing their own loop.
Did you
content
go to work
doesn't
today?
change.
Yeah, I mean, did you do the same thing you did yesterday, dumbass?
You went up and put the sour cream in the dairy aisle today, right? Again, like you did last week?
Yeah.
So here we are, folks. Light age, dark age, holographic, reflective, looping cycle. Macro and micro, because it's reflective. We all have our micro loop and we all have our macro loop, if you haven't noticed. This is my micro loop, and you stay away from my micro loop, and don't talk about how tiny it is either. Okay? My macro loop is a reflection. My micro loop is a reflection of the macro loop. I'll have you know. Okay? So again, this is what I'm formed to do, to come here regularly and to bring an inspiring message and energy of rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, just like your liar and con man in chief and all of his media arms on both sides, or both sides of the parties, get up every day and every other day to do their loop of lying, cheating, stealing, projecting, gaslighting, demeaning, devaluing, and deflecting, among other things, and getting paid handsomely to do it, by the way.
And all for what? Benefits and privileges.
Right. So this guy can come here and tell me, shut up and go away. We have our slave loop and we love it. I know, I get it. Here's another clue for you, sir. You don't have to be here. It's very oppy and agenty, operative-y and agenty when you guys come here regularly to tell me to shut up or people to stop listening. You don't have to be here. You know? If I'm so foolish and repetitive and I don't make any sense and, you know, I'm just a conspiracy theorist. Plenty of other channels, I would think, doing live non-tent. And I'm sure it's just so inspiring and entertaining and factual. All right, let's get back. This is more of what they need. This is why I shouldn't talk too much. We know what they really want and need.
Yeah, they want the breaking slave news.
With the StreamYard background music.
Yeah.
With the MIDI keyboard from like music class in the 8th grade with the recorder.
Perfect, Ollie.
This person's trying to insult me while they're indirectly praising me. They don't even know it. I've never met one man in my entire life that talked this way. I could believe it. I can't imagine any of you have any meaningful jobs or lives. Do we really have to get into that? Right? Again, I would love you to come up or call in and tell me all about what you do day in and day out that's so meaningful and purposeful and inspiring. And I'm going to tell you what I've been doing and show you what that looks and feels like. And then we're going to compare notes. And the fact that you've never heard anybody talking or presenting like me, I totally believe that because you're surrounded by inauthentic corporate beta males and females. That doesn't surprise me. You're making my point for me. I've never heard anybody talk rights, freedom, and principles before. What the fuck? I bet none of you are real full-on corporatist lackeys who really have like corporatist meaning in your lives where you get validated by the corporations and their ladder. No, I've got above and beyond that. I'm out of the mud. I'm self-made with God, truth, life, and way. I have nothing to lean on or nobody to back me other than the way and the people. I'm everything you claim to be, Republitard. Fascinating. They forget who they are, where they are, and what this all is, and the reflection. Let's get back. We got our board of directors here.
Because she didn't do sequence testing, and she'll also
the corporation,
testify that
of course.
The FBI
Oh.
is, in the process.
That reminds me, should I queue up the 2 or 3 videos we have on file that we just have on file? There's many more where the actual senators and congressmen being interviewed at Fox News call the U.S. a corporation themselves. Should we bring that up? Should we bring up your senators and congressmen referring to this corporation we call the United States right out of their own mouth? I think we should.
I think we should too.
Yeah, because the slaves will say it never happened.
Right.
They'll gaslight. They'll say it never happened.
But be careful because if you actually bring that up, of course you must be a communist because you don't like corporations. Oh boy, yeah.
Should I bring up Mad Dog Mattis? He's the first one. Mattis Corporation. We call the United States. He was one at court who famously said it, I believe. Oh no, it's not. It may not be Mad Dog Mattis. Who's the other moron? Now I have to. I can't keep my morons.
I think Millie.
That might be who it is.
I think it was Millie said it there in front of this. Yes, yeah. I think it was.
No,
Millie.
I don't think it's him either. Okay, I'm gonna have to search for that one because I don't think it was Mattis that I remember. It's the other guy. I mean, it's like saying
Millie. I think it's. I know the video.
Not.
He's sitting there. Yeah.
It's not though. I just looked him up. Unless they're giving me the wrong pictures here. Okay, so Fox News Corporation. See if we can find the other one. We've played him here before, so it's not like we haven't shown what I'm talking about. Folks can't say that we haven't shown it. Yeah, I may even have to look for it while we go to something else, just because. Yeah, those are some of the ones that I have so many things I keep aside that if I were to keep everything aside I wanted to, I wouldn't have room for anything new. So I may have gotten rid of it up here, and when I search it, it's not coming up. Fox News, Senator calls U.S. corporation. Let's see if we can get to it. This is going back about 10 or more years ago as well. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to search and then bring it. If I don't bring it today at some point, I'll put it in my mind to bring it tomorrow on the next broadcast. I'll try
Paul,
to get.
I want to ask you a question. So I've been doing this conspiracy stuff for at least 20-something years, solid since 9/11. Why is it since JFK, all these conspiracy channels, the CIA, MK Ultra, the CIA, the Biden, why does nobody ever name the U.S. military? Why can you not touch the military? Yeah, First Amendment auditor, the cops are bad, CIA. Nobody ever just says the U.S. military. Why is that?
I'm presuming because they feel threatened or intimidated.
I just find it queer that we can, the rabbit holes of JFK. Oh, it was the CIA, the Mossad, the mafia, the Cuba. Nobody ever names the U.S. military.
Okay, well, are you going to tell us what you think it is? I'll buy it.
Yeah.
Well, I would say because it's untouchable and they're the ones that actually control it because, okay, so these magatards want to say that the U.S. military is the most advanced, badass, technologically. But okay, so if that's true, then how could the Mossad perpetrate 9/11? So either the U.S. military was in on it. It doesn't add up. It doesn't correlate.
Right. Aren't we way
Mossad.
past this point of just
No,
presuming and
nobody
assuming that the evidence we have is most likely what happened, that it's not at all out of the realm of possibility that elements of the corporation or the government will attack elements of itself or what seems to be aspects of itself in order to generate more policy and get more control? I mean, this is par for the course, no?
No, I just want it's okay to do the noticing. That's trendy too, by the way. Have you noticed that? It's out, and now it's trendy. It's trendy to say how bad the cops are. First Amendment auditors pigs. Nobody ever just says fuck the U.S. military. Fuck you, Marine. Fuck you. No, thank you for your service. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, they're scared. They're afraid that they're going to get arrested for it. I mean, Yes.
No, I think it's because I mean I was in the Marines. My family. I think most people, so-called Americans, either was in the military or has a uncle or father.
Yeah.
So basically, if you just start saying "fuck the U.S. military," you're talking about almost everybody's family, including yourself.
That's a good point. Yeah. My grandfather was in it, and other people. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, my cousin. Yeah.
Right. So it's basically like saying we're all in a cult here and everybody knows what they can and can't say. And one of the things you can't say is fuck your military daddies who, push the will of the corporation who ultimately keep you safe. Like, yeah, we know that, but we don't care here. We call it out for what it is. Ultimately, if you're going to kill us or do whatever to us, that's what it's going to be anyway. I'm not going to, that's not a bargaining chip, And we just, it is what it is, right? We're calling it out for what it is. It's not about what we feel, want, or don't want it to be true. So, that's par for the course. Everybody's in a cult here they call society, and they're not allowed to question or call out mommy and daddy and the fact that they're abusing themselves and each other, right? I don't give a fuck about any of that. It's nonsense. Absolute Stockholm syndrome.
Yep.
I'm having a hard time finding these videos. Like I said, we played them here before, so I know I didn't make it up.
Your daddy should have told you, Paul, you're kind of a troubled youth. Go to Paris Island because the military makes a man out of you.
They all did do all that to an extent. My father wasn't with the whole military side of things, but Paul, you should go be an attorney and go to college and play the game and all the rest of it, right? Yeah, it's part of the cult. You don't actually get validated until you're invalidated, right? That's the paradox of the cult as well. If you're validated in truth, life, and way, but invalidated by the corporatist system, well, then you're invalidated. You can only be validated if you try to take the truth, life, and way and pave over it and bring it to a corporatist endeavor. Once they see you and they recognize you and they title you and they pay you, now you're a real boy. The illusion within the delusion. The inversion of truth, life, and way is exactly what it is. But they don't know any better, right? Forgive them, for they know not what they do.
I don't know about that quote. I think they know exactly what they do. That's why when you say something when you ask a Socratic question to some religious person, I don't care what religion, communism, globism, they get angry. Why would you get angry when I just ask a question? Is your belief system a little bit weak?
Well, yeah, their whole identity rests on these beliefs and ideas. And when you try to move the belief and the idea, they try to take their identity with it, right? So, they become very defensive to questioning of these certain ideas and modalities because their identity as United States citizens or Americans is tied into the institutions. And that's how you know a cult that's masterful in its brainwashing, right? Is you've now incorporated in quotes the corporations, the institutions, and their will into the identity of the individual. They now believe that the antithesis of a republic is the republic, right? So, the brainwashing is almost complete on both the left and the right wing. Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding this for some reason. It's weird because I found them in the past and it wasn't this difficult. By the way, you could do the Google search as well, and it's like your first line there. I just did it. Where was it? United States as a corporation. This is straight from the Google. Under U.S. law code, right? They keep conflating those two. United States, in quotes, is defined as a federal corporation. This means codified in 28 U.S.C. Section 3002, 15A, which states United States means a federal corporation or an instrumentality of the United States. This legal definition applies in the context of federal statutes, particularly in titles dealing with federal debt collection and other federal legal matters. And then it goes on to write, see, now we're now going to talk in circles. It does not mean that the United States of America as a sovereign nation is a private corporation, but rather that federal entities with the term United States in legal context are treated as corporate bodies. So we're doing the already logic now. This is not logic. This is already logic.
Yep.
Where mama acts like a hoe sometimes. She sucks dick for money, but she ain't a hoe. See, it's not a title. It's a status. It's not a standing. It's just a way of doing business from time to time, right? Cut the games. What you act like and what you engage in denotes what you are and what you will be labeled as. What you do, this is the world of the inauthentic corporate male, where what you do doesn't define who you are. Bullshit. On some level, not completely. Right? If you murder someone, you're a fucking murderer. You get my point? So if you act in a corporate capacity as a corporation, but you don't want to call yourself that for obvious reasons, and you want to switch to the sovereignty of United States, which defines itself as a corporation and acts like one when it comes to giving and collecting debt and doing all these other functions, but it isn't one because it acts like one, but it's not going to call itself one unless it defines itself as one when it acts over here, but over here it's not that. Cut the games. That's the inauthentic corporate male and female double-minded bullshit. What you act
and
as, what you defined as, the role you take on is who and what you are and what you do. And we're not going to play word games to try to deflect away from that. And once you understand that what's defined in U.S. code makes the most sense, then everything you explain starts to make more sense about how it all works from top to bottom.
And
that's
the
how
other
you know
part,
you got a good idea. Go ahead.
A corporation, even though it sounds like a corpse, same Latin root, like a body, but in legalese, a corporation is an idea. Like you go to that Walmart, no, that's a brick building with Walmart painted on it. That is not a corporation. Is immaterial. It's like the Holy Trinity. Oh, where's the Holy Spirit? I don't know. It's over there. Where's this Holy Spirit? Where is this corporation? Because when Walmart goes out of business, those might be FEMA camps, okay? So you just rebrand it. There is no such thing as a corporation.
Right. So the word corporation literally means mid-15th century, derived from assumption of a body. That's why they call it the body. That's why they call it the body politic.
Politic, yes.
Bingo.
That's why they're called policy enforcement, because they enforce policy. Policies are synonymous with corporations and corporate activity.
Yep. And
so are you now going to rewrite the whole English language because you don't understand what corporation etymologically means and you can't even make the connection straight from U.S. code or even the generalized description of exactly what's happening? You have a body politic and a president, a vice president, a treasurer who are assuming the control over and the representation of the body politic. That's called the corporation and its shareholders. And of course, we have the board of directors, which is Congress. And this is all 11th through 14th Amendment. You're arguing and you don't even know what you're talking about on any level. And this is that Dunning-Kruger effect to some extent, I would presume. I don't know what it is completely because I haven't studied it completely. I just know they keep coming here and telling me that's me. And I'm going, I'm pretty sure this is more projection because I'm using the words and the terms and the meanings and definitions and experiences from like the beginning of time. And I'm even correlating that with your own United States code. And you're denying all of that because you feel that it's not that. I don't know why you're denying that. I guess because the legalistic pimps have done what they did in the Google search right there, which is give you a caveat and then walk you right out of the room after they walked you in. They walk you in, they tell you look around, and then they walk you out and say you didn't just see anything that was in there, and you go, okay, that's now the truth. That's reality. That's consensus reality, right? In a corporation is literally called a legal person, right? That's from U.S. code as well. It makes a distinction, like we talk about dual jurisdiction, a natural person versus a legal person. And again, that just draws more conclusion, even if it's a presumptive conclusion about the idea of private man under God-given rights versus legal person in a legal society assumed as a body politic and represented or ran by the corporation with duties and obligations, but no natural rights. You get benefits and privileges, right? That makes sense to me. And that's archetypal spiritualism, right? That's the overworld and the underworld. That's heaven and hell, you could argue. That's truth, life, and way with God. That is the deception, the deceiver, and the child of the lie. All right there. You're going to argue with that? You're going to deny that? Do it. Get up here and do it. I want to see it in here, all right? Let's have a great time tonight, you know? Let's see you try to shuck and jive and do the dance for us. Go ahead.
Controversy is what the whole corporate, Coke versus Pepsi. You got to have controversy. That's why do you think divorce is so good? Family court. Yeah, let's break up the family. Cash cow. It's really not about breaking up the family and Christianity and all that. No, it's controversy. Controversy. I mean, I walked into court and I'm like, I don't argue. I had a judge. He got bewildered. Ever? I said, yeah, no, I'm not here to argue. Boom, almost done. That done. Date of birth? Don't know. No hearsay. Yeah, go into court and say I'm not here to argue. It just seems, but Mr. Bocene, our legal system is based on adversarial. Well, I'm not here to be oh, hello, Satan. You just admitted you're being a Satan.
A lot of it comes down to the definition somebody else wrote down that you accept or not for your experience.
I guess Paul's gone. I don't know.
Oh, you can't hear me? Can the folks in chat hear me? All right, so that's on your end. I'm thinking. Test. Somebody in chat, let me know. Can you? Okay, they can hear me. That's on your end, Boshane.
Yeah, I hear you.
But yeah, again, if I take two different sources, we'll get an argument as in controversy. We'll also get a Latin etymology that essentially boils down to make clear and presently known, right? Or to polish. To polish. Well, let's get into that right now. Right. So an argue, meaning to make clear or to prove. And essentially this goes back to this idea of argue would essentially be to polish something and to make it clear, presently known, to shine. So again, if you accept the modern day definition of an argument as a controversy, then you're right. I'm never there to argue. Because either I did wrong and there's a valid verified claimant who I have to beg forgiveness to and compensate, or there isn't. There's no argument to be had. Now, if it comes to the argument in the sense of to make clear and presently known, to shine, to polish, that's all that I do in my life is argue. And it's funny because in life, the folks on the other side will say all Paul does is argue in life. I'm not arguing with you. I'm making clear and presently known the truth, life, and way in the face of somebody who's in controversy with that and wants to project a lie onto me and everyone in the experience. I'm going to shine that truth, life, and way and make it clear and presently known. All I do is argue, but I'm not in controversy. You are. You're in misalignment with truth, life, and way. You're rebelling against universe and universal law and everything archetypal. everything that leads to everything good and great here as a nation, right? So all I do when I go to court is polish and make clear and make shine the truth, life, and way, and I surrender the rest. I'm not in controversy with anyone there. Why? Because 9 out of 10 court cases don't have a valid verified claimant. They don't have another man or woman who says this guy did wrong to me, interfere with my rights. He has to compensate and beg for forgiveness. You never have that. It's always a state of, right? And then a state actor as a representative of a what, right? Oh, that's the people of the state of who's on the charging instrument. That's a what, not a who. They can't take the bench. They have no firsthand knowledge. They can't generate a valid and verified claim. That's fraud, could argue. You got a what, not a who on the charging instrument. That's fraud because the person who you're naming is a legal person. That's why they have you in all caps. They want you to show up as a legal person so that they can have a representative come in to represent the corporate legal person called the state of and hold everybody in the room in that arena to legal obligations as legal persons with legal duties and obligations to the legal society, right? The unspoken social contract. So all I'm there to argue, which is not a controversial argument, I'm there to shine and polish and make clear the fact that I am man under God with God-given rights, and no man or woman in a corporate capacity can ever tell me what to do legitimately. They are my servant. They are a state actor. They are not a dictator to me. Their statutes, policy, and code are only given the force of law to the consent of the governed. And I stopped consenting to be governed by statute, policy, and code a long time ago. And glad for you, because if I was still governed by statute, policy, and code, I'd start acting like a lot of you corporatists out here. I'd keep lying, cheating, stealing, robbing. Oh, yeah. So it's a good thing for you and me and everybody else that I decided to really start governing myself and getting back to Americana and universal principles, because now I've had revealed to me truth, life, and way so I could be a better person for myself and society. So not only do I reject your form of governance out hand, I supersede it and I surpass it. I am not only not in need of it, I am the answer to why it does not work, why we never should have had it to begin with, right? So that's all that this needs to be, to retain our original jurisdiction, our original status and standing and capacity, and therefore our original power to move a court and find in favor of the men and women for whom they serve. But again, if you don't show up in the capacity of a man and woman under God with God-given rights, then one of their maxims is, he who does not communicate his rights or express his rights ceases to have any. And that makes sense. You're a legal person, a part of the legal society, the unspoken social contract. You get benefits and privileges with the exchange of your rights for duties and obligations, right? Because that's part of what being in and a part of the society is you have certain duties and obligations ascribed to you by the society in which you subscribe to. See, I from day one spiritually never subscribed to any society. I've always been outcast. I've been the proverbial Shrek. This is all allegorical, right? When I talk about the Shrek movie, it's all right there. In the Shrek movie, the kings and the courts and all the official folks are bad faith and dishonorable. It's only the ogre outside of town who's outcast, living alone, who's come to know truth, life, and way, who goes back to be on the hero's journey to save the princess from the corrupt edifice and collectivized endeavor, right? And what is it symbolizing? The woman always symbolizes sacred care. The ogre was the only one who cared enough to go on the hero's journey to save himself and the queen from ruination. What's the queen? Lady Liberty in this case. From the ruination of the collectivized worldly courting experience. All the corrupt politicians and or the evil forces and spirits here that the corrupt politicians and those won't go after and won't stop. Either they're part of it or they won't stop it. See, they won't do their duty to the universe. You know, many of them don't even do their duty to the corporation. So it's all right there, man. Art imitates life. These movies are based on archetypal principles. These archetypal principles show up in our lives over and over. Right. And what is one of the themes I always joke about with the ogre outside of town? There's always a jackass following him along, trying to tell him what to do and be, right? That's the Shrek movie, if you remember. Shrek's like, he's got his thing. He kind of knows who he is and what he's not. He's doing his own thing. And there's always a donkey, a jackass, following alongside of him, questioning him and telling him what he should be and not be. And he's got to do the, oh, donkey thing, right? Oh, donkey, you're so cute and you're nonsense. See? So donkey represents, even in that idea, the unbegun or the unrealized collective who can't see why Shrek is the way that he is or what he's doing. They're always asking stupid questions and they don't listen to the answers.
No.
They're always presuming to know, but they're the jackass, right? They're in the jackass position. So, yeah, man, it's all right there. And there's more to it. You know, we can go down the list of all the dynamics in these movies and how it all applies. And they'll say, Paul, you just make too much of it. It's just a movie. They just want to make money and tell a story they made up and doesn't relate to all of us.
Well, it does.
Give me a question, comments, concerns if you got them, or ideas. If not, we're going to go back and then we're going to wrap up here, I think, shortly before the third hour.
Everybody's feeling complete.
Yeah, feeling rather complete in my incompletion. I can't really complain.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, good president. This person's just talking in like not even full sentences at this point. Like this person's talking cave speak.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, good president. Right.
Right.
Have another glass of that tap water. Drink it in. Get over yourself, dude. I don't know what that means.
He talking to you?
Yeah. Get over myself. Born a rambling man, no idea what you're talking about. They always presume that it's me who has the issue and the problem because they listen to me and don't know what I'm talking about. It's got to be me who has the problem, right? I know that walk. See, I wouldn't broadcast and continue to broadcast if I didn't already learn this game with my father and others, like right in the home. Maybe you might want to question and ask yourself if it's me who has the problem with the presentment or if it's you who has the problem with the comprehension and the understanding. You might actually be the idiot in this interaction. Anything's possible. You know, don't take any of that for granted. All right, we need more slave news. That's what it really is. He'll know what they're talking about. He'll understand them. We got to give him something they understand.
Exactly.
A comprehensive audit of your laboratory and publish a report called the FBI DNA Laboratory Report, a review of protocol and practice vulnerabilities, which found a number of errors in the way that your lab does testing, correct?
Objection. The 2004 study is hardly relevant to this proceeding 22 years later.
It's relevant because he's relying on accreditation to somehow say that these results are valid. This lab was accredited when this study was done.
I'll allow this single question. She may respond. So I'm overruling the objection, and then we'll continue to move forward.
You're aware of that study, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Anything further for this witness?
Yes, I think there's one follow-up needs to be asked. You were asked that, or you testified that you never know the true answer with field work, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's compared
All right,
to
I got to move
studies
forward
where you
here.
do know the truth.
I need some better slavery than this. This is boring me.
Was that Tyler Robinson? Was that the guy who allegedly killed Kirk?
No idea. I really don't care. It's always nonsense and never goes anywhere.
Yeah.
It's a huge waste of time and energy for usually to get the wrong answer on something that we could have figured out without all of this extra nonsense. So, and then we got Donnie's. This is what I need. I need Donnie, right?
So,
Donnie really
that alleged
inspires me and
It's on who
excites
you
me.
ask. I mean, well, I guess I should go back on that.
Yeah, he's coming up
Many
next,
do
so
want
that's what we
to
really
change.
need.
They want the U.S. to come in. They want to see regime change, and they think the
Yeah,
only way
bombing
this will
Iran
come about
again.
is
It's not
through
like
the
I could have
US.
told you the
reason I
peace deal
say
was
it's kind of
bullshit.
split right now. I was here a few months back when
Oh, hold
the
on.
atmosphere
Let's do
around that
this.
question was a little
Because this is
different.
my favorite clip. It's Rob Cleveland, I believe, one of his favorite clips, and Brian O'Shea, one of his favorite clips. Let's go, because every so often we're in the algorithm, we got a loop like they do, and our loop here is revealing the truth, life, and way while they keep lying to you and projecting and deflecting. So here's Clausen. He's an Israeli lobbyist. He stood up like 15 years ago and told everybody, we pretty much do all the wars. We set them all up or allow them to happen so we can like do things we wanted to do anyway, right? We need a reason to do them. So we let wars happen or we make them happen. And he even goes so far as to say, we're going to blow up ships and blame it on Iran. We're going to blow up some of our own submarines and ships and blame it on Iran because we need to figure out a way to get to war with Iran, right? So let's go to that. And again, over 15 years ago, proving that this is all staged, it's all organized. The peace deal was always a fraud. It doesn't matter what they told you. I told you that. because this is not even about following Clausen's lead. Clausen's following a playbook. We have the playbook.
Yes.
We have the Senator, we have it. Mr. Corleone was not in the oil business. This committee owes an apology, Senator. Well, no, he was in the oil business in this one. But Mr. Epstein and Mr. Trump, we're in the island business. That you owe them an apology, right? And I'm joking. I'm doing the Godfather scene. But we have the playbook. We know why Clausen and others are out in the open laughing and giggling and saying all this, just like Bill Gates and Fauci and all the rest of them. Because we have the New World Order, Agenda 2030, Russia 2050 playbook. We know what they're going to do, playing the Christians, the Jews, and the Muslims off against each other to try to destroy them equally. And then out of that will come a Luciferian religion, a New World Order economically and politically, run and backed by digitized, tokenized currency, non-currency, and an AI kicker if you let him get it done, right? And of course, they're experiencing extreme pushback right now as we speak on all fronts, including the removal of the flock cameras and other tracking and tracing Palantir-related endeavors. So let's go, Clausen. He stands up, tells it. They all laugh in the audience. They're all admitting directly or indirectly they've been staging or allowing wars from the beginning. They're going to continue doing it so they can make an enemy out of certain people and criminalize everybody else and take everybody's rights and property through the process, because you folks keep voting for it and paying for it and believing it.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition of, it's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.
And there it is. A full-on admission, not only of what they're doing in Iran now, 15 years ago, what they were planning on doing and pushing to do, trying to get everybody signed on, but all the other events before that, right? With the some people might think, limited liability legal speak. Yeah, some might say, some people might think, as in, we all know. That's what that's code for. We all know President A wanted to go do this war, but couldn't, so he had to wait for the attack. The attacks they fund to do on themselves, they don't wait for them. They fund them to do them on themselves so they can go and do the war they wanted to do anyway. And they're doing it now again. They're doing it with Hamas. They did it on 9/11 and all the rest of it. And they'll stand up and laugh and giggle and tell you right in your face, and you slaves still don't get the program and how it works. So, and they're going to do it domestically as well. Don't kid yourself. They've already been trying to do it the last decade. They're going to keep hiring black folks and other white folks to pose as Black Lives Matter and other anarchists. They're going to call them anarchists so that they get you away from learning what anarchy really is, which is no masters, no slaves, and voluntarism. And they're going to say, these anarchists are running wild and they're burning cities down. And those are the same cities where we're not allowed to have guns. So what are we going to do? We may have to bring the military out. We may have to bring out more tracking and tracing. We may need more cameras and more drones and all the rest of it. And bam, you're deeper into your fucking technocratic police state, your militarized authoritarian police state. It's the same playbook over and over again, folks. Problem, reaction, solution. Fund the problem, make the issue big enough that you can point attention to it, get a reaction from the slaves, and fund the solution. And the solution was what you wanted to do all along, which was take power, property, and rights from the slaves and have a legitimized reason to do it and get paid to do it as well.
Everyone was in a consensus and an agreement that, okay, President Trump is going to do something about this, or Marco Rubio will do something about this. This time around, a lot of people very shaken up and thinking that there's so much suffering happening and not sure if the U.S. will really be intervening.
And we'll see what happens as they work to find the cause and also restore power to that nation. Thank you again, Amy. I appreciate your time here on Live Now. All right, thank you so much for breaking down the latest there, the third national nation.
And if you let them, we're going to call it here first. If you let them, they're going to blow something up on U.S. soil, quote unquote, on America, and they're going to blame Iran for it too. So we all know to watch for that as well, right? And they'll just say, oh, anybody who doesn't buy this narrative, hook, line, and sinker, you're an anti-patriot, you're an anti-American, unpatriotic, you're with us or you're against us, that whole deal, right? That's how you whip everybody into a frenzy. You blow up some women and children. You blame fucking Hamas and say, look, we try to tell you Iran was bad. And now Paulie's the enemy if he says maybe the attack's not what it seems to be. Maybe this is all some war for a different purpose. No. He's un-American and unpatriotic. Maybe we even got to take it to Guantanamo for sedition and treason, right? And all the other ironic garbage while they're doing sedition and treason overthrowing the law of the land and bringing in a whole new legal, illegal system. Another RICO system for them to profiteer off of unlawful behavior or fraudulent behavior, right? If it's not directly lawful or unlawful, it's fraudulent because you've gotten a bunch of slaves to contract in on something you didn't give them notice about, right? And then there's a whole philosophical argument there. Can a slave really consent if it doesn't even know what it's consenting to? I argue no. They would argue, and I couldn't really disagree with them, they would argue it's your responsibility and accountability to know what you're consenting to. If you don't want to read the fine print and you want to sign the paperwork, metaphorically, then you get what you get, right? And that's essentially what we have here. We have a whole world that operates the same way we operate online. Everybody just zooms past the fine print, clicks the box that says submit, and then sends that contract off to who knows where, when, why, and how to take who knows what from you. The same way we operate on the internet, it's the same way we work in life. I mean, one is a reflection or corruption of the other. Yep. So it makes sense. They're all a reflection of the one truth, one life, one way, or the antithesis of conscious and awareness. So that would make sense.
Wide blackout impacting millions of people in that Caribbean nation. All right, we're following it all here on Live Now from Fox. Plenty of international headlines, including President Trump overseas in Turkey for another pivotal NATO summit. A live picture right now at Washington, D.C., the White House. President Trump there meeting with the Turkish leader.
Person in chat says, you ain't never seen no Shrek. Well, much like God, I ain't never seen God either, but I am it. Or it is with me, right? So I've never seen Shrek, but I am Shrek on some level. Just like I haven't seen God, I can't hold it in my hand, but I am it, or it is with me.
I've seen plenty of jackasses.
Right. You've seen plenty of jackasses following alongside of me. Tell me what I should do with me. There's no shortage of that. We got to woo for that. Let's woo. And Donnie's coming up too. Let's woo for Donnie too.
Bugün Ankara'da yapılıyor olması ve tüm liderlerin şu anda ülkemizde bir araya gelmesi, yarın değerli dostum Sayın Trump'la birlikte olması bizlere ayrı bir güç katacaktır.
The fact that we are convening here today for the NATO Ankara summit and that all the leaders are arriving and tomorrow with the presence of President Trump, which will be adding might and strength to our summit.
So Jezebel, interestingly enough, asks, did he just claim he's God? Well, not actually. There's God of creation and there's God of all media. I'm just a God of all media. But still a God to you, you could argue. I could actually restore sight to you, even though you're blind. I could show you how to walk on water, metaphorically. And I could actually heal your collectivist, disempowered sickness if you let me. with the truth, life, and way. So I am essentially a metaversal messiah, you could say. One could say that. Some have said that I am, in fact, the God of all media, and that I have reflected certain archetypal ways and experiences of Jesus Cristo, the original Mexican national who walked on water, gave sight to the blind, and healed the sick. So not a God of creation. I just believe that works with me, as I believe it works with all of us if you let it be. Merely a God of all media, still subject to the God of creation.
Kendilerine tekrar hoş geldiniz diyor.
Once again, I would like to say welcome, Mr. President.
Well, I want to thank you very much. As everybody knows, it's been very much reported. We are great friends. The president has done an incredible job just landing at the airport, to see such a beautiful airport, and to have a building named after me. I was very happy about that. That was very nice. The airport is absolutely beautiful. The roads coming in were brand new and beautiful. And you've been a great leader and a respected leader all over the world. And we really do. We've had right from the beginning good chemistry. We've had a very special relationship. Turkey has become, under the president, a very powerful country militarily. People don't know how powerful, actually. They have a lot of our equipment, and they have a lot of great soldiers, and they're really somebody to be reckoned with. And the nice part is that because of the relationship that we have, it's all gone very well. I just want to say that I have a lot of respect for the president, and I think it's really to the benefit of both countries. We're going to be talking today about trade. We're going to be talking about other things having to do with the military, lots of different things. Probably we'll mention Iran, where we have essentially decimated their military. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we're going to have some very good discussions. But we do a lot of trade with Turkey. We make great things, and they make great things. And we've had it's had a very big impact on both of our countries. So I just want to tell you that it's an honor to be with you. And we're going to have a lot of good meetings. We're going to have good dinners, good food. We're going to have a good time, but mostly we're going to have a lot of work. And we're going to do good things for our countries. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, tamamına kadar geldiniz. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz o yüzden. Çok uzun süren bir dostluğumuz var, biliyorsunuz. Son derece saygı duyduğum, yakın bulduğum bir insansınız. Buradaki buluşmalarımızda, görüşmelerimizde 3 konudan bahsedeceğiz. Askeri, ticari ve bir de İran konusundan bahsedeceğiz. Gerçekten çok güçlüsünüz. Çok güçlü askeri ve silah sanayi açısından çok güçlü bir yerdesiniz şu anda. Dolayısıyla teşekkür ediyorum ve çok iyi bir vakit geçirdiğinize inanıyorum.
Thank you.
Very much.
Okay.
Mr. President, are you going to sell F-35s to Turkey, and what about the legal restrictions?
Well, it's a decision we're going to make. We have a very good relationship. I would think that many people, I can tell you, many people, including the people sitting right here, thinks, why wouldn't we do that? We have a better relationship with Turkey, and Turkey's been in many ways much more loyal than other countries that we think would be loyal. So, yeah, it's something certainly we would consider. It's a great plane. It's the best, currently the best.
So someone in chat is trying to correct me once again by not denying what I put forth, but adding onto it as if it's in conflict with what I've laid out. So he writes, donkey symbolizes loyalty and friendship. Yes, only because he was willing to go on the walk and the journey with Shrek Creature. He cannot symbolize loyalty and friendship unless he was willing to go on the journey with the Shrek Creature, the hero's journey, even though he was insecure and impulsive and an unbeliever, essentially. So he proved himself through his experience, through the collective experience, to be a loyal friend because he's willing to go on the journey, the hero's journey of individuation and saving the princess with the Shrek Creature and all the tests and challenges that come with that. That's another dynamic that goes on here. You can be the jackass following along, asking stupid questions or telling me what it should be.
All right.
And you can prove your loyalty and your friendship by just going on the journey with or without me, right? That's how you prove your loyalty and friendship. See? And I've said that many times, and that idea is archetypal. You could be a citizen slave and not know anything and be a foolish jackass, and all you got to be willing to do is take the fucking walk with me through all the tests and challenges, and you will see the other side. That's how you prove your credibility and your loyalty. One of the maxims in law we read the other day was your sacrifice determines your credibility and vice versa. All right? Got to be willing to walk the walk and take the journey in order to be seen as an actual loyal friend. If not, we don't have any bonds in anything truly.
Explained by far, and it's certainly something we will consider. Yeah. Yes, Daniel, please.
They're asking about Donkey marrying the reptile. I don't remember that part of the movie. If that is part of the movie, what I would get from that is, because again, this is all symbolic, the reptilian would be the lower aspect of self. That's why they say this place is run by reptilians, a reptile energy. That's as within, so without, as above, so below. We all have that. You can argue it's the reptilian complex, what they call an aspect of the brain. So the marriage would be the alchemy of the unification. We have a caller.
Well, I hear the phone.
Would be the alchemical. Would be the alchemical wedding, what some would call a My Chemical Romance, just to kind of be, pop culty with it. Would be the marrying of the animal and the angel, or the recognition that they work as a complementary experience, right? The marrying of the neocortical consciousness, the new man with the old man, right? Or the old animal within, right? It's like this seemingly paradoxical complementary experience of being a part animal, part angel, right? Part physical, part spiritual creature, part masculine, part feminine. We can go all the way down the line with the duality. So I would concur. I'd have to watch the scene again to see the symbols of power and value, but just on the face of it, I would have to concur that that's a symbol of alchemy, right? Rather than fighting and demonizing the reptile within and without, marrying it with the angel or the mammal in that case, because you'd have the reptile and the mammal would be that duality. The being who seeks to just profiteer and be comfortable and dominate and control, that would be the reptilian aspect of self. I'm not saying we don't even need that on some level. You got a lot of folks who they never get up and go because they're not willing to chase that fucking outcome for a few weeks, even though they can smell that blood, right? That's that Komodo dragon effect. So, much like me, at times you got to have so much chemistry in your mouth that when you bite somebody, they take it wherever they go. It doesn't leave them, right? I'm like a Komodo dragon here at times. Once I bite your leg, I'm going to chase you for weeks spiritually. You can't get away from whatever the fuck's in that venom that I just put into your leg. And it's not from a negative sense. You could see it as dark and negative, right? Like on the physical sense. On the metaphysical sense, you got to come back to that and address it. So like I'm talking about the reptilian aspect from a lighter side of things, even though it might be a shadow archetype, right? Just like in the scripture, they talk about being caring as doves and wise as a serpent, something along those lines, right? They give you that dualistic sort of allegory. So I think it would be much in the same thing, right? Because they say the Bible's the greatest story ever told. You could argue it's the only story ever told. Every other movie and every other book and fairy tale and fantasy is art imitating life and telling the same archetypal story or set of stories. So donkey marrying the reptile would be that, to me, would be a symbol of the mammal merging with the reptilian, right? The mammalian limbic system, I believe, is, I'm far from an expert on this shit, with the reptilian complex, to have a holistic and unified being, a being who chases after what they need and what they want in life, but also surrenders to the fact that they are not completely in control and that there is a set of feelings and empathy here for a reason, right? So you have to almost use that mammalian aspect of yourself to direct the reptile within you. So that what you go after, right, what you want and what you're going to get in this life is what's meant for you spiritually and physically. But yeah, we should do that. Maybe we should do that one of these days. Go ahead.
Hello.
I said, I ain't no ass man.
Okay. Can I get a name?
That's to be determined.
Adrian.
Right. NDB says that's to be determined. He can hear you, but you can't hear him. So you may not be an ass man, but you may be an ass man. In which case, you might be in the right place. All right. What do you got for me? Questions, comments, concerns? One of these days, we should take some clips from that movie, specifically Shrek. We should view them here if we don't get hit with copyright, because corporatism and fascism is running everyone's life. And see if we can pull off a for educational purposes breakdown and see in life what we see in ourselves and see in ourselves the life that we live, right? That holographic reflective idea. So what do you got for me, man? Guy who's on the phone guy, what do you got for us?
Oh man, I've been a long time listener, bro. We've talked a few times. I just hopped on, kind of listened to a little bit about the mammal mixing with reptilian, creating the human condition almost in a way. But
yeah,
I wanted to ask more about what's up.
No, I was going to say, a lot of times you'll see that they say a lot of the most evil people are some of the most successful here. Why? Because they're so reptilian, they chase what the fuck they want and what they need in life. And there is a middle ground there between having faith and surrendering in faith versus also having to put into play who and what you are, right?
Yeah, but I've met a couple millionaires and they seem more reptilian than mammal. And so would you say that the duality becomes a spectrum for each of us where we could choose the more reptilian side versus the more mammal side, and is the balance in between the Christ or what happens in between those two things? Because
I think that it's another expression of a yin and yang, right? Yin and yang is a power value symbol for a reason. It's another expression of a complementary duality where we tend to get caught in the extremes, it seems. Maybe that's the way life creates us to be, and we got to play the cards we're dealt. I'm sure there'd be people who would make that argument, right? That if you want to talk about a universe that's perpetually doing a balancing act, then it may always need X amount of people in a reptilian complex as a tendency. It may always need people in a mammalian complex, we'll call it, as a tendency. Now, I argue that both of these things may exist as a complementary balancing act, seeming paradox, but there potentially is a resolutionary middle or gray area, right? That gray area of the yin and yang symbol. It's very thin. It's up the middle. It's the gray area. I believe that the thinnest portion of the two is the rarest because it's the hardest to achieve or to practice, but it's potentially where the reconciliation, where the resolution is, right? And we take this idea to left wing, right wing, Republican, Democrat, men and women. We could take this truth, life, and way and understanding that's holographic, reflective to anything we see in life and see that we're suffering from the same condition because of these extremisms. And the solution is the same reconciliation, resolution, somewhere in the middle, right? And we can even deduce this down to certain archetypal experiences like an intuitive feeling state versus a logical practice would be like masculine, feminine, would be like, if I had to, to correlate reptilian versus mammalian.
I'm gonna pick your brain a bit, man. I noticed that I realized lately that a lot of people, they go to their 9-to-5 jobs, right? Once they get home from work, they enter a completely different context and they're interacting with a whole different lifestyle. So they have to make that switch, right? What do you think that does to a person? Do you think they have to be a reptilian during the day, and then when they get home to their wife and kids, they have to transition back to mammal, either maternal or paternal kind of character archetypes they have to enter? And how do we transition into that? How does that look nowadays? Or can you speak on that?
Yeah, I would say that it manifests a schizoid sort of disorder and imbalance, because you could be seen as balance, right? Because we're taking this one aspect here and then coming home with this other aspect. The problem is we're not integrating. And this is why when I meet a cop, they'll say, well, I'm a different person out of uniform than I am here. And I go, that's my problem with you. That's your problem with you. You don't bring any care and truth and life and way. You don't bring any feminine principle to your masculine job. That's why you're in corruption. That's why you're reprobate. That's why you're bad faith and dishonorable. See, interestingly enough, if you look back in my history, I was born without, my mama wasn't in my life. She rejected me because of alcohol and a severe illness that happened when I was born. I actually spent most of my upbringing rebelling against the masculine. And I didn't even know it. Just because of how I saw that everybody in a masculine type A, productive, efficient state was lacking in care. They didn't give a fuck about who they really were, what was true and what's right. They only cared about being seen and heard and being validated and being successful physically and monetarily. They didn't care about what the cost was inside and outside of themselves, right? So I had to deduce later why spiritually I remember one time I overdosed on, I was on heroin at the time. It's been like 12 something years more. That's the whole thing, man. I was really broken and whatever in a different place. But I remember when they woke me up, they brought me back. This happened a couple times. I was surrounded by males, including my father, just constantly projecting onto me like how I was bad and wrong and I need to do this and I need to do that. But there was never any like care. There was never any like love, you know, or like actual connection beyond just talking at me, right? So I just remember like kind of shouting, I want all of you guys the fuck away from me and out of my life. Tired of you males telling me what I should do and be and how I should feel when it's obvious you don't do right in this life and you don't care to. I don't want your fucking instructions anymore because they're not proper and they're not motivating me. Say I'm trying to work in the channel idea. But see, you can't get inspiration or motivation from somebody who doesn't live properly. It just becomes parasitic.
Psychosis. Yeah, that's how you get into psychosis.
It's training. It's not nurturing, right?
It's insulting and damaging, and it creates wounds in the mind for someone living in truth. If you live in truth and you walk around the world, you know, living in truth, and you get someone in your head or someone talking around you, living a dishonest life, then that fucks with your head so much because you assume that they are a truth, like that they are of truth, that they're a truthful person. And then when they start spouting lies at you and acting in such a way, then that breaks your fucking head because you want to give them the benefit of the doubt. You want to believe that they are someone that lives in truth just like yourself. And when that doesn't fucking happen, it breaks your fucking mind, and then you get into psychosis. And that's kind of what I know. That's why I brought up the topic of going to work a 9 to 5, where you're dealing with a bunch of fucking reptile millionaires that are trying to siphon your labor. And then when you go back to work with your family and shit, you can't make that transition as efficiently as you need to, and you become psychotic, and then you beat your kids or you mistreat your family. And
That's
I think
not
that's the core of what it is that most people are dealing with nowadays. You know, I don't know if I'm off topic. I kind of hopped in.
No, I think that you're onto something in the sense of intuitively, instinctively, we start to understand that if you don't integrate these two seemingly opposing yet complementary aspects of self in who and what you are and what you do, then they will essentially fight each other for a position, and potentially the more corrupt, unseen, darker aspect of self will overtake you. Right? So that's that whole marrying of that reptilian or that darker aspects of self. You have to see the darkness and then understand it in order to work with it. Most people don't want to see it, so they don't understand it. So it works against them. Right?
Yeah.
This is that whole idea of using the force, right? The force is inherently the force. What we do with it decides whether it's the light side of the force or the dark side of the force, right? And you could argue they're both, once again, dualistic, complementary aspects of self. The question is, where are you at in your life, and what is instinctively, intuitively what you're going to serve, right? And the question, obviously, or we wouldn't be here having the discussion, is that's different for everybody depending on where they're at on their journey and what their value system is, right? In and of the world or the otherworldly, the unseen. Right? Honor, good faith, reputation, credibility, truth, life, way. These are all unseen. Can't hold them in your hand. Can't present them at a bank loan, right? Or a bank for credit or credibility. I can present them here in other places and live that and generate that credibility. It could turn into physical wealth, and oftentimes has. But as you can see, we again have a dual jurisdiction. And interestingly enough, one is corporate, legalistic, legal persons again, corporatistic, because the value in the power system is based on monetary means and ends. We have a lawful, private, under God, God-given rights jurisdiction on power and value, because we're not doing this for what we can hold in our hand or take to a bank. Interestingly enough, everything that you take to a bank extends off of what we can't hold in our hand and what we're speaking about, right? We are non-being, we use beingness. Non-beingness is ultimately more of who and what we are than everything we have here in beingness, because that will be what it will be before we get here and after we get here. It's more real because it's everlasting. See, that's the Tao, the way to the way, where the fool recognizes the true as the false and the false is the true. He thinks the green paper with the pictures on it is where the power and the value is, even though it's backed by no gold and silver anymore. It's backed by nothing. How did you get that? How did the system extend that promissory note line of credit? Well, it put you up as the true value and power. You don't even know you're the true value and power, but where you go to the bank does, because the whole debt-based system extends off your ass being the collateral. That's another aspect of the unspoken social contract. So your masters know what you don't, that you're the true power and value. They built a whole system off collateralizing you. And they extend you monetary credit at interest for your own ass being the true power and value. Your soul really is what it is, your energy. They need your energy to build it, whatever it is. Right? Just like blockchain. They need your energy to build it.
That they're like, do there exist any sort of declaration that you can kind of stand on so that it's recognized in both worlds? Like the true original nature of man, to where I asked for $100,000 and they're like, why? And it's like, because I'm a man. And they say yes. Is there a way to word that legally, corporately? Using that?
Why would you want to word it legally and corporately? If we have a dual jurisdiction, your role would be to get the corporations and the servants to serve man by showing up as a man. If you want to show up as them, you don't have any power anymore when you talk like them. They taught you to talk like them, so you bear all the liability and have none of the power. If they can turn you into one of them, they can stick you with the obligations and make you pay in order to engage in the privilege. If you come in as man, then they have to serve. That's the whole game at court and with the corporations. Whether they do it or not remains to be seen, although we have a lot of experience with it, so we can't deny it at all. Because I get it. At first glance, you go, oh, this is a pipe dream. Paulie's hitting that good reefer over there. He's vaping that good reefer. But no, we have the results to back it, right? So the game is spiritually, philosophically, what you put out is what you get back. That's a universal law. Show up as a legal person and a corporatist speaking legalese, and they're going to treat you like one. Show up as a man, and then legitimately, obviously, they have to serve you. At least they're supposed to. Again, we're so far down the line here that there's a good chance the corporatist might not even recognize man in his purest capacity because he ain't one and never met one in his life. So he may have to go check the handbook on how to deal with a man because, again, he ain't one and never met one in his life. But somewhere in the corporatist handbook is going to be the foundations of all legalism, which is what's lawful. And the foundations of all of what's lawful is logic, morals, and ethics, and philosophy. What used to be called common sense or wisdom. It's the only way.
Man, that's why I love you, Paul. That's why I love you, man.
No, that's why you love the truth. You love the truth. I have a way with words and you enjoy that, but you love the truth.
That's right, man. I live in truth. I've been listening to you since like 2021, I want to say, and I kind of dialed in as if you were a homeboy that I hadn't talked to in a few minutes. And I just wanted to ask, like, hey, if you've been out on the streets, have you been, dealing with any sort of police interactions or kind of what you've been up to? And also, kick me off anytime you want, man. If you want to say, like, hey, get out of here, man. You're going too off.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me that. I always retain that right and that privilege and that ability. But yeah, man, I mean, I've been laying low pretty much. The last couple of years, I've had some severe health issues. So I've just been working to change my lifestyle to heal and be healthy.
Did you have a military contract or a contract with some sort of a militia, private militia?
I've never had any contracts with any organizations The closest thing I've ever had is a state ID that I've had at one point that I've canceled, a birth certificate that I could argue was intended for my benefit and can't actually legitimately cause me harm. No, I've never contracted for any military, any state organizations, any other than some of the usual stuff that people do in life. Like I said, a state ID. I've never had a license, you know. So yeah, that's just never been my gig. I actually went early on because I was in that phase around 16, 17 of my intuition, my spirit is moving one way and then the world's moving another way. And then everyone around me tells me, well, you got to get with how the world moves if you want any real power and value here. So I entertained going to military. I took the test. They basically told me you could do whatever you want. You could fly planes. You could design bombs. You could do if you sign. The guy was like wet in the mouth, like dripping over the paperwork. He was like, listen, just sign up. You could do whatever you want and go wherever you want. Right. And I get that because I'm no offense, but the criteria for selecting people to be in public service isn't exactly the highest of order when it comes to intelligence, competence, and capability. Right. Oddly enough, some of the most competent, capable, and intelligent, creative people don't decide to join the military. Oddly enough, right? So yeah, they were probably like, you know, with the average product of the average slave coming in there, and then me coming in there, kind of with my ability to question, critically think, and ask questions, they would have loved me. I'd have been head of some mind control, dark arts program somewhere, running game on slaves like no tomorrow, if I could get it done.
Hey,
but
I'm not on the chat right now, but is the chat fucking with me? Do they have any questions for us, man?
no, you guys got any questions for the phone caller? You guys want to know anything about him? Does he sound cute? We'll get you hooked up here. HRP Fayetteville writes, what corporatist? He keeps scrolling my chat. He keeps saying I'm an idiot. I'm not entertaining, but he's here for days on end, hours at a time. We've seen that game before. You know?
What do you mean? If you can't even see the corporatist, then you are that.
Exactly. They still can't figure it out. If you're asking what is it when I'm saying it, it's usually you. That's the game. Because there's three kind of people here. Those who see, I've been one of those all my life. Those who see when shown, I'm one of those all my life. Just show me. They never can. And those who don't see, right? So if I can see and I show you and you can't see, then it's probably you that I'm describing on some level, right? This guy seems to get it. That's you, right? That's the game. Holographic and reflective. Awareness versus lack thereof. That's where all the power and value is located. That's where all the power and value is lost. It seems paradoxical till you understand that it's complementary, leading toward a resolution of those paradoxes. See, this is why a lot of you're attracted to this place and you come up and you go down the list of things you think you know. And I point out how it's nothing like what you think it is with the facts. Then you have to come to the conclusion you're not as aware and discerning as you thought you were. That's all of what you were supposed to get out of an interaction with me. What is the Tao, right? The Tao causes those who think they know to question. Hi, I'm doing it again. I didn't even know I was doing it. I didn't have to know. Why? Because you can't know it, but you can be it or be with it. So all you get out of your interaction with me is you need to question a lot of your thoughts and beliefs of who and what you are and how life works. Once you get to that point, you never needed me. You just needed that, what I have and what I am. It's in you as well, and you're able to work with it. See, once you have that, then it just comes down to sharing experiences once you get them. Because now you got to take that perspective to everything you do in life. Maybe legal lawful is not what you thought it was. Maybe policy and code ain't law. Maybe these people are presidents of a corporation. Maybe the corporation's taking over the land. Maybe there is no lawful money. There's only debt. Maybe you're the collateral for that. That would make you the secured party creditor. Everything extends off of you. That means you're king here. Whatever he who creates or co-creates controls. That's a maxim in the legal and lawful system. See, the more you realize what you're not, the more you can realize what you are. The more you drop all the symbols of power and value that disempower you, the more that you can receive true power and value. That's all this work is with me. That's the original guru, non-guru, by the way.
A truly intelligent man knows that he doesn't know everything. and that's where that stems from. That's what that road leads to eventually.
A truly intelligent man realizes he doesn't need to know much of anything except who and what he is and what he's not, and what he's going to do and not do. What the fuck else do I need to know here? I don't need to know legal process and procedure. I know God put his spirit in me that says I'm free, and no other man here can tell me what to do. I can get an escaped Negro slave out of a bayou of Louisiana somewhere, and we can ride on these principles more than I can get the average educated, institutionalized white citizen slave to just get what the fuck I'm talking about. As an archetypal spiritual beingness.
Yeah, man. And at a very young age, listening to you, what you represent to me to this day is the very idea that you don't got rights unless you stand on them. And that's where that comes from. If you don't know how to stand on them, and standing on them doesn't mean fucking learning code and procedure and policy and shit like that. It means knowing who and what you are. So I want to thank you for that, man, because I'm like, what, 3 or 4 years past the last time we talked. I was on one of your live streams. I read a poem to you. You fucking came. It was awesome, man. It was a great deal.
He said, "What? You came?"
You were really excited about it, man.
I had an admission.
A little bit.
Oh, I was excited. Well, sir, please, it's a family broadcast here. I mean,
that escalated.
Children. There might be children in the area. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. We already pledged our children to be trafficked and sacrificed. So I guess we can say that now, right? It should be how that works.
It's our fault, man. It's not enough people are auditing their local CPS office, man. It's our fault.
You can vote and pay tax for people to fuck your children.
For that.
Yeah, this is what I realized a long time ago and why no one liked me. It was only after COVID when people started to kind of like what I was saying, not even me. But it's like, I used to at parties and stuff and like Thanksgiving events, I'd point out how everyone was so hypocritical that they would pay to get their children fucked and trafficked, but they get upset when I say fuck around them, right? Because I've always been someone who, like, I care, but I don't give a fuck. So, like, I'm, like, being me and being authentic, and then they're like, oh, there's children around. I go, you're right. Let's not show the children an authentic man who speaks from the heart. We wouldn't want him to get any ideas, I'll watch my language. I'll just vote and pay in for them to get fucked in traffic. I won't talk about it around them, It was always kind of ironic to me, but whatever.
Hey, are there any voters in the chat? Are there any voters in the chat that say like
Yeah, there seems to be one. I looked down. I think we have one based on the inference here. Yes, trafficked by Trump and his best friend Epstein. And that's the thing. You guys all do this, and that's why we have the newest meme here. Go to my slave book, facebook.com, Paul Enslaved. You can get our newest meme. Where is it? I know I uploaded. I showed it earlier. That's woo. That's woo. We'll woo after. There it is. Your corporate. See that you're doing it right now. This is why my memes are so like effective, and so concise and conclusive, right? Because you guys come in and you think you're your own person, and you're literally just one half of my meme. I've now turned you into content for the idea because it's an idea whose time has come. So you just pointed. You're the leftist right there, the guy with the little blue pin, little corporatist. You just pointed across the way and you went, your corporate masters are lying predators. And then the guy on the other side, the Republicard, he pointed at you and he said, your corporate masters are lying predators. And then I have to reveal to both of you that, okay, I'll settle this. All your corporate masters are lying predators and they own you, both of you. And then I
mean, these dudes need a pimp, a proper instruction motivates people, ING guy. And you're pimping, man. I appreciate it.
Right.
I have to log out here, man. But that's my favorite meme. Don't stop pimping. I appreciate you, Paul. And,
thank you, sir.
Take care, chat.
Blessings. There we go. And now we have the next projection. So you're a cowardly centrist. No, I'm nothing with an IST on it. That's your slave mind. Your slave mind has to label and judge everything because you can't understand truth, life, and way outside of your uploaded programmed false judgment. So I'm not a centrist. I've never voted. I don't play into statism and false republics masquerading as democracy where we get everyone to pay 5 times more for supposed services and it never actually gets done because the people involved don't actually care about keeping you free or safe, oddly enough. Okay, so that's not me. You're the coward once again. That's a projection because you think it's being brave and free to have to opt into one half of a 2-party illusion dynamic. I think that's cowardly. and delusory, and I think you're in denial. Okay. Does it make me a coward because I've decided to leave the false choice delusion of coercion and duress? Well, you got to vote for one side of the lesser of evils. If not, the worst evil's going to get in and really make things bad. I'm not playing the lesser of evils false choice game. Okay. Voting is essentially the unplugged controller you give to your little brother to get him to think he's playing the game while you keep playing and he has no effect. That's what voting is. That's the next meme. The next meme will be an accurate description in one picture of what voting is. Back when you were a kid, you used to give the controller that was unplugged to your little brother. I never had a brother. Okay, the one of me was enough. But you guys who had brothers, you would give the unplugged controller to your little brother because I want to play, I want to play. He wouldn't go, well, I want to play, I want to affect the game, I want to be a part of the outcome. So you give him a controller that's unplugged and he gets to pounding those buttons and thinking he's playing. He's just watching you play while he thinks he's controlling the game. That's all democracy and voting is the unplugged controller you give to your little sibling to get him to shut up and think he's in control while you continue to play the fucking game. Okay? So I'm not buying into that dynamic anymore because oddly enough, they all agree on the same things. Republicans and Democrats agreed to lock everyone down and push vaccines. Republicans and Democrats agreed to endless wars in the Middle East and around the world. Republicans and Democrats agreed that they're going to allow everybody to do war on the people for drugs, aka plants and herbs, and put Rasta in jail for 2 years because he wants to take mushrooms and run around naked, God bless him. Oh, he can't do that lawfully and not have any victims, but you can run around naked at Epstein Island with somebody's daughter and son, right? That's okay. See, we're done. We're done with the games. Okay? So we're done with criminalizing everybody for traveling around freely in their own private property and telling everybody we got to pay tax on our own land and our own car in order to use it. If not, you're going to come take it and give it to the state. Fuck you. So again, we're done with your terrorism. Terrorism is defined by the FBI and CIA when 2 or more people get together to push their political leanings on the individual. That's you. I don't have to vote for Republicans or Democrats to have my God-given rights secured. If I do, my God-given rights are not secured. Go fuck yourself. I'm an American. You're a United States collectivist citizen slave who thinks voting for a president of a corporation gets you more rights and freedoms because you're pimped and hoed. This is the universal sign for soul broken, by the way. Pimped and hoed. I'm not.
Breaking bread.
So I retain my natural rights. I don't have to feed into any legalist, corporatist process to know that, uphold that, and live that, and be free and be prosperous as such. You don't know that in yourself, so you need what they're offering. I encourage more slaves to pay slave tax to govern this pathetic slave in my chat. He doesn't know truth, life, and way, or the law of the land. He can't be trusted to be free. Can't govern himself. Doesn't even know what self-governance is. Doesn't know what universal law and law is. Thinks that I'm the crazy person. He needs the governance. Lock him up. Donnie's bringing back asylums for all you folks who don't know God, truth, life, and way. If I get put in one, I'm going to be your best friend there and be your best entertainment on Sunday night. You never know. Stranger things have happened, but if the asylums are used properly, that all you folks are begging for, it's going to be a padded room for all you slaves who don't know God, don't know yourselves, and don't know the truth, and therefore can't live a life in the way. Someone's got to govern you. Someone's got to keep you safe from yourself and others. I'm tired of you being in my chat box. Not wanting to get with the program, the universal program here, not my program. Buddy is sitting in his mother's basement, unemployed, calling people slaves. Very funny stuff, but that's a good point. I better check. There might be some contributors and supporters here who I got to thank. Thank you for reminding me how, we still live in the world even if we're not of it. Thank you, Aaron S. For Happy Day, keep up the good works. And Julian B. And of course, I'm going to also thank Leslie F.
Auntie Leslie.
Yeah, Auntie Leslie. These are non-taxable gifting events from friends and family who just can't help but to find value in me every day because I'm so cute and cuddly.
Auntie Leslie.
Yeah.
I got an Auntie Ruthie.
Right.
Yeah.
Shout out to Auntie Ruthie then.
Hell yeah, she's a damn good gardener.
Right. All right, so that's good for now. Yeah. See, I'm the biggest fucking loser ever. I just do whatever I want, what I need to do, what God brings me. I have faith and surrender the rest, and somehow I have everything I need and then some. Value just keeps showing up in my life for me and others. It's the wildest thing. I'm such a fucking loser failure for that, don't you know?
Yep.
Another handful of dismissals in this community, either directly here in the last few months or in the extended network. We're all just unemployed loser failures who are literally standing for all your rights while you're not doing it and changing the game and the system from the ground up by actually sacrificing and building credibility and getting results and being damned entertaining while doing it as well, right? We're doing everything you and your daddy can't do without a fucking teleprompter.
All while being
With
mocked.
or without it. What is that now?
I said all while being mocked while we do it.
Well, listen, that's part of the game, right?
Yeah.
Who pays for my enormous gut? Well, there you go. See, now you're contradicting yourself. First, you said I was an unemployed loser. Now you're basically saying I'm eating well around here. I'm well fed. It's the people who come here find so much value in what we do here, what we put forth, that they're keeping me well fed some way, somehow. And by the way, I've lost. I don't have an official number. I have to go weigh myself, but I probably lost over 100 pounds in the last 2-3 years. Approaching that. So yeah, I think we're on a good roll with that as well. I'm saying it's your mother. Well, let me help you out. You're scrolling in my chat now and you're projecting, and my mother's dead. This weird projection, obsession, fixation with demeaning and devaluing without even knowing what's going on, not even caring, right? We get it. You did great in American History X. Thank you. I'm guessing you mean the obese fellow who was singing the song. What was the song that he sings? My eyes have seen the glory of the trampling at the zoo. They wash themselves in niggers' bloods and all the mongrels too. Something like that. Yeah, thank you. I know where you're going with that. I'm supposed to be the obese, white racist, whatever. We're doing that now. See, we just oscillate between magatards coming in and calling me a libtard and libtards coming in and projecting that I'm a right-wing racist. I'm all those things, by the way, and none of those things. I'm all those things and more. It's good to see that I'm still recognized for a lot of my earlier work, by the way. That was just a role, by the way, for you retarded folks. I was in that movie, you're right. But that was just a role I was playing. I wasn't actually racist. Because a lot of you can't figure that out either, that nothing of what you see on TV is completely real.
You just did.
Like I have to explain that to you. Nobody called you an albino yet. Well, yeah, that is true. We probably did happen already, but we didn't see it. Because it has to happen every broadcast. They made sure our kids can never have a house. Well, that's okay, because the most important thing is I'm a broke loser unemployed online. Not that this guy's in slavery and genocide. That I'm a broke loser talking about it and trying to change it and do something different with it. You wonder why. You wonder why Donald Trump and the rest of them are perfect heroes for these slaves. Trolls are like fruit flies. Don't trip. Well, most of the time here, they say don't feed the trolls. I say I'm feeding on them. Because we know they're not going away. They have to be here. So I use them for my own inspiration. To create my own content, right? So I don't feed them. I feed on them. I consume them. All right, let's do a little bit more experts, because I'm already 15 minutes over the time that I said, and we know I'll keep going even if I'm in pain and hurting. And yeah, I got to care for myself. Even if I am an obese, racist, unemployed loser who's in my mom's, it's my dad's trailer, actually. You said mom's basement. It's dad's trailer. Get it right. Okay. I still have to care for myself, because you're not gonna. what's his name in chat? Roy, you're not going to care for me, so I have to do that. All right, there's spontaneous wooing breaking out in the chat, and who am I to stop the folks from engaging in their festivities? I think that was for troll feasting. If I start feeding on trolls, it starts getting crazy. People start wooing.
Yep.
Yeah, the blood and the gore and just the parts fly everywhere. And people just start wooing. It's very reminiscent of the Colosseum.
Bloodthirsty.
Our take on the Colosseum. Right. These people, listen, the founding daddies even said every so often you got to water the tree with the blood of patriots and tyrants.
All right.
And slaves, of course, is like inferred there somewhere in the middle. So
Oh yeah.
every time I feed on a slave, and an angel gets its wings and a tree of liberty gets watered somewhere, metaphorically. We got a creature in the back. Let's welcome it. Faithfully, it doesn't vote for masters to run its life. Mega creature, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, can I see you so that I know you're not going to like pull up porn on the broadcast and save it for later? Well, you say that, but that doesn't mean you're not. I mean, believe it or not, people have lied to me in the past.
I promise.
Oh, believe it or not, people have promised to not lie to me and do bad things to me, and they lied about the promise about not lying in the past.
You gotta trust people, man.
Sneaky swear.
I mean, do I? I've gotten really far in my life in certain ways by not trusting, like at all, except for God, truth, life, and way. But
That'd
okay,
be pretty weird, dude. You're telling me people do that to you?
Oh yeah. You know, they do a lot of things. I know. You can only imagine, right? You probably couldn't imagine these kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
But you could only, I mean, you could only imagine what goes on with me. I'd have to help you imagine. So wild and crazy. So I can't even
want to think about that stuff, dude.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Let's get off that. I can't even get like a 2 fingers on the screen. Peace sign?
No,
Like,
dude. No, dude.
No, none of that. Okay, well then we'll make it quick with you. No, it's okay. Let's listen. All right. Are you gonna show your cock? I don't know where that No? All right.
No.
I'm gonna leave this up then, and we'll make it quick with you because typically newcomers, I guess that's not the best phrase to use after he just said, "Let's see your cock."
I'm not new.
You're not new. I know you.
Yeah.
Dad, is that you?
No.
No. The other guy who fucked my mom?
No.
The other guy who fucked my mom.
I'm not even coming to troll you, dude. I'm just coming to tell you that I was right and you were wrong.
Were right. Okay. Well, go ahead. Lay that out for us.
No, you don't remember me? You can't remember my voice?
I hear so many voices, man. It's vaguely familiar, but go ahead. Tell us all about it.
Oh yeah. Well, got charged with a bunch of crimes and then you said you're a fucking idiot and you're going to jail. Remember that?
Right.
Yeah. Well, you were wrong.
Okay. Can we get more context?
Yeah. Fuck.
No, I'm just saying you were wrong. I just wanted to come on here and tell you were wrong.
About what?
I'm sure there's. Hold on, NDB. I'm sure there's way more to the context.
Wait, who's that other nerd that comes on the show? Your buddy?
I don't know who we're talking about.
Jimmy?
Timmy? Jimmy? Yeah, something like that.
Sure.
Yeah, that guy. What a clown he is.
Huh.
Okay, so I'm confused. Like, if you're about going to court and standing on your rights and getting results, then that's the main thing of all of what we do here. We don't disagree. So what's the problem?
Well, I did it in a modern way, which is what you claim doesn't work.
I didn't say that it doesn't work. I said that I don't believe that that's the ultimate goal of what I believe we're all here to do and be. And I just may be wrong about that. I've even more recently stated that for clarification, that this is what I believe. I have evidence I can lay out for that and an understanding, right, that you would say is a teaching that I've come to own as my own firsthand experience. That doesn't mean that I believe, nor have I ever said that you can't get results with legalism and corporatism. I'm saying that's the only place historically we've been able to get results, and that's part of the problem. is that we can't walk into court if we can, because I also say that I myself and others have walked into court and had our rights recognized and our freedoms upheld by essentially invoking the common law or common sense and just putting a claim on file, right? Not doing anything, motioning, objections, any of the legal process, corporate procedure. It's basically just what they would call putting an affidavit on there that can't be rebutted and letting it ride. So again, I'm talking about the spiritual and how it carries over into the physical, and how when we do courting, we have to do it from the most honorable, good faith, and authentic aspect of ourselves. If not, winning has no power and value, because it wasn't us that won. It wasn't truth, life, and way that won. It was legal process and corporatism that won, and that's what got us here. So I think the ancient and the archetypal, because you use the word modern, all I'm saying is we got to get back to the ancient and the archetypal and the overly simplified for the core of who and what we are. That has to be able to move us, inspire us, and move a court to get results. If we have to learn legalism and modern day practice, process, and procedure and be institutionalized in order to move a court for remedy and justice, we're never going to get remedy and justice on a mass scale, right? So at the end of the day, you can come here and try to be selfish and then say, well, haha, you got me, you won with modern day process. All I'm going to tell you is you lost in the court of God with your own development, because you didn't actually go into court and stand on God rights and freedoms and get a result. You went in there with a process and a procedure and a presentment that was outside of you and who and what you are and what extends off of you. So you tricked yourselves out of the greater goal, the value, and the power, which was actualization and realization.
Well, there's something interesting is that, obviously like a district court, like they play by their own little rule system and all that. But then when you go into
true.
But when you go into federal court, they start using like common law and shit. It's kind of funny how different court systems are.
Right. I get that it becomes that, but if they're legitimate, then they understand the idea of dual jurisdiction, because I put it on record myself, right? So people say that, and again, it might become that or has become that, but it's not legitimate and you can't legitimize it. Right. So that's just a consequence of corruption, where any time in history on any land, you go to a small town and they've rejected.
What do you think about sovereign immunity?
There's no such thing as sovereign immunity, because technically, spiritually, you're not the sovereign. This is
I'm talking about a state.
I get that. It all applies, because everything is a reflection of self, and self is a reflection of creator or the corrupter. Right? The true superego versus the persona, you could argue, but there is no such thing as a true sovereign here other than God, because God makes the law. We only interpret the law or come to have the law revealed to us with the mechanism.
How do you interpret that to a federal judge?
I don't need to interpret anything to a dunce in a dress who thinks they're going to play God in this realm. It doesn't really ultimately matter, right? Well, like when all is said and done, and
so
we
when
go
you
into
talk about winning, you're just talking about a dismissal, correct?
When I talk about no. Thank you for asking this question. I got to mute you, whoever's feeding back. All right, we're good now. When I talk about winning, I'm talking about being who and what you are truly, because that's who and what you are, honoring yourself, actualizing and realizing, being authentic regardless of what happens to you. You can win and still lose, bro. That's the game. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about on paper, though.
I know you want to lose in life and win on paper. So you're a loser in yourself and in life, and you won on paper. Great. How does it feel? I wouldn't want to be that. So I'm telling you,
what do you
bro,
mean?
you can't learn to win in life until you learn to lose on paper. That's what you're not getting.
Oh, I'm not coming at you sideways for anything.
I didn't say you were. I'm telling you, you tricked yourself. I believe you could just say I'm a dick on the internet who's trying to get you to do and be and have better, but I'm failing miserably, or I'm just delusional. I'm saying you won on paper, but you lost in life because you didn't bring who and what you are to the court. You brought somebody else's process, procedure, and legalism to the court. You brought someone else's man talking for you. There's no power and value in that. You can win on paper and still lose in life. You could lose on paper and win in life. That's what I'm trying to get people to understand about dignity, honor, good faith, self-respect, courage, all the rest of the things you can't hold in your hand, right? You want to tell me you lost all those things, but you got a winning paper and ticket in your hand, right? I'm telling you that the reality
I'm asking you, A dismissal is a win, right? Agreed.
A dismissal is only a win if I showed up at court as me, for me, with me and God, and put me on record, and they said, we don't want to touch this. Goodbye. That's why when I go to court, I win, because I show up as me with I am that am, authentically, organically. I don't play legalistic, modern paper tiger games. I am the tiger, eye of the tiger, right? You want to play paper tiger. I am the eye of the tiger. They are not the same.
If you were actually charged with a serious crime,
I have been charged with a serious crime. What the fuck do you call serious?
I'm speaking in a hypothetical.
If they put me in a box for 1 day, that's serious. For 1 minute, that's serious. How are you going to
I'm speaking in hypotheticals.
And I'm asking you, give me a hypothetical all the way. I'm asking you for clarification. So you said a serious crime. What is serious to you? Because I've been facing months and years. That's pretty serious to me.
Facing years. Right.
I've been facing years before.
Right. Hypothetically.
Not hypothetically. Actually.
And let's say an actual prosecutor wanted to take this to trial. You're going to tell me right now, obviously, you know, knowing you, you're going to represent yourself, right?
I'm not going to represent myself. I'm going to present the truth, life, and way and my claim on some level.
Right. And then let's say the judge, or I mean, really, it's not even the judge's discretion, but it's a prosecutor's discretion to take it to trial. You're going to appear at a trial and do that in front of...
Why are you asking me hypothetically what I already have done a half a dozen times? I'm facing at least 6 months, if not to a year or more on each charge. I've done it a half a dozen times. That means I've faced down at least 5 to 7 years, if not more, in potential time and charges after already going to jail and doing 100 days at one point before I started...
In a trial, or like... I'm asking like a serious question.
When I went to jail?
Like, no, like, well, have you ever beat a charge in trial?
No, they never go to trial.
Right. So you've never had a prosecutor that was actually like serious enough on your grounds to actually like proceed. Correct?
Put poll, because they know I know the law, and if they know it, they're not following it, or they don't know it, and therefore they're going to get whooped with it. So if I was them, I wouldn't want to touch me with a 10-foot pole either, because I got a silver and gold tongue and I got a pen to match.
Yeah, but it doesn't cost them anything to take you to trial.
Oh, it absolutely does. It absolutely does. Because if you really want to get down to it, technically, if I really want to push the issue, which oftentimes I don't, because I'm just not that motivated by revenge, I could have these people's job and more. I could have their personal items. See,
yeah, and so that's where like we've gotten in this discussion before. You want to keep
perpetuating this idea that these folks could come in and misuse official position and do wrong actively and knowingly and not have to bear the liability. That's nonsense. Well, you got qualified immunity. As soon as you get the qualification stripped by knowingly misusing an official position, you're doubly and triply liable, which is how it's supposed to be.
Not a prosecutor.
Sir, you could even tell me that's the way the modern day legal system works. I can't legitimize that. There's no way to legitimize that. You can't tell me someone who comes in to move a court that's going to potentially affect the rest of someone's life can't be held liable to the same standard everyone else is. They're held liable to more of a standard. So again, I don't even care what you say they do. I don't believe that, but you could say they do that and they could all agree. It does not make it legitimate. And on America that we know, with the spirit of the law that's codified in the contract called the Constitution, people like that would have been hung at one point.
Yeah,
who want to use a parliamentary system to try to interfere with people's rights and freedoms and get them to pay to do it. Yeah,
I completely agree.
That's a complete tyrannical. Okay, well, you engage with it and want to be like it and be part of it.
What I'm trying to say is that what I'm trying to say is that there is a corporate strategy in order to change law.
I'm not interested in that. It's not law. It's statute, policy, and code. You want to join the mafia and have them change their policies and codes. I'm telling you, the mafia doesn't tell me what to do. What do you not understand about that dual jurisdiction? Moving as a man versus a member of the
You literally said the word mafia, right?
Not interested. You want to join the mafia and change it from the inside out. I want the mafia to observe my rights and leave me the fuck alone. And I've shown that they can and will. So this isn't a hypothetical anymore. This is a question of why the rest of you are so cowardly or not great with your speech and your writing that you can't meet the task. You can't be up to the task, right?
No, I'm just saying, like, you shouldn't like disown people who do it the corporate the way that, you know, it's.
I don't know what that means. I don't own anyone to begin with, so I can't disown anybody.
discredit is the word. Discredit.
No. You discredit yourself because you think your credit comes from a modern day legalistic process and procedure. You've already discredited yourself. I think what you mean is disrespect you. And the reason I disrespect you and others is because you disrespect the truth, life, and way, and you blaspheme. And that's not religionism. That's just what it is. So when you think you want to come in here and tell me, Polly boy, I lost in life but won on paper, I really showed you. No, you really tricked yourself.
Well, I don't think that you've ever filed a federal lawsuit against anybody.
Again. You're talking over me. You don't know what I've done. I absolutely have. You want to continue to presume and assume, jerk off? This is another reason I don't like you and respect you people.
You just went backwards.
You act like you know who and what I am and what I do. You don't.
Right?
I don't know what you just said because you cut me off, so I put you to the back because you want to play fucking power games. We were having a back and forth just fine.
Yeah, we are having a good back and forth, but you just said you filed a federal lawsuit.
You couldn't shut the fuck up and let me finish, though, right? Because you got something to prove here. You're proving it all right. Exactly why I say the shit that I say.
Am I good to go?
No. You're way off base.
Well, just let me know when you're ready.
I already tagged you out. It's time to go to the bench. Time to go to the dugout.
You filed a federal lawsuit.
I filed a claim at the federal courthouse, one of which was dismissed and rejected because of the way it was stylized, proving both of our points. So we're both right and we're both wrong, I guess. That's one of the cases.
So like a motion 12B?
I'm not interested in
failure to state a claim. Like, is that kind of what happened?
More like a dishonoring your judicial canon because you have an obligation to hear a matter of a wrongdoing if it's presented before you. It doesn't matter how it's stylized. See, you want to go to making excuses for the administrator in their corporate policy why they dishonored their judicial canon. I want to point out that they're not commensurate with their true duties and obligations. They're in corruption. And they're only going to hear a wrongdoing in a matter when you stylize it like one of their people so they can have all the jurisdiction over it and never have to be liable. That's a problem. You act like you and other legalists don't see that's the problem. That's not.
No, it is a problem. You're right.
Then why? Then there's no argument here. You didn't win.
But you're saying that I'm losing.
You won on paper and lost in life because you didn't achieve justice. You got paid for them to overwrite the law of the land so you could show up and present in their style, but not get your rights on record and protected and not get the wrongs compensated for yourself and everyone else. You didn't get justice. You just engaged in a corporate transaction with two people acting as the same member of the same society. That's all you did.
Fair enough. But what that did is
that's the problem we got here.
An entire organization decided to not criminally charge people for bullshit reasons because of that. So I did help people.
Listen, I never denied. This is where I try to find the middle ground. I said I will support you and Cameron and others in your endeavor to do legal process and procedure, because unfortunately, it may be the only language these people are willing to understand. It's still not gonna.
Well, that's a fact.
It's still not solving the problem. We can't have 7 billion people who need to know UK parliamentary civil procedure process, legalism, and corporatism to have rights upheld, man recognized, and freedom be the rule of the day, right? That's the opposite of man rights and freedom. That's privileges and benefits for those who know legal process and are willing to act like a legal person. That's the problem that got us here.
You need money. Yes, great.
No, there you go. Mammon and Molech sold your soul. Not justice, corruption, lesser power, lesser lights, false light could be argued, Luciferian. You all think you're winning while you're still selling your soul. You're not bringing truth, life, and way, God's will and justice. You're bringing in the first AI overlay and you're trying to perfect it and tell me how it's what we all need. No, it's what got us here, sir.
I think AI will be useful for people that, don't have the means to hire people to protect them and whatnot.
Not denying that. The problem with all these tools is when you make the tool, you elevate the tool, and that way above the original idea that everything extends off of, right? Which is what humans tend to do. So again, it just comes down to care and courage. That's the starting point in here. So
I mean, you ever walked into a Walmart and said, how the fuck do they manage this? You know what I mean? When there's like 2,500 people in there at the same time. And the answer is they don't manage it. So it's like, how do you manage, 350 million people? It's almost impossible. Of course, we're going to have bad legal systems and corruption and this and that. So, I mean, you have to play within their rules sometimes in order to win.
Again, the prospect the Shaitan spiritually gives to man is, I'll get you to win as long as you play that we are the way. As long as you reject your spirit and will and conscience and play within the game and say that this is the way, not the way, our way, as long as you legitimize us and our way and our act, you've lost spiritually. That's all I'm telling you. How do you not get that?
I do understand that, but it's also like a discredit to people that it's also a discredit.
What the whole thing was based off of. Shaitan comes to Jesus and says, just say we're the gods here and that our system is law, and bend the knee to it and play with it, and I'll give you the whole damn kingdom, motherfucker. Don't you get it? You don't get it. You don't get the implication of what it is and where it goes. Just like Cameron doesn't get it yet. He's going to get it as time goes on, or he's not. Just like he's over there now. Oh, I'm getting justice. You're not getting justice. Your egos run away with you. It's cool. We can all do it. I told him, let's work together to get compensation from these people. Let's check their pockets and take their Mammon and Molech, and let's put it toward getting land and good shit. That still doesn't change that you got to have the winning game ticket here in the justice is when Mammy from down the road can walk into court, put her claim on file, not have to pay, and get redress of government and get remedy with common sense and common parlance. If we can't do that, you don't got nothing, because 95% of folks ain't going to go study legalism and corporatism for 5 years to be able to move a court, nor should they have to. So the answer is not placating and enabling the corporate takeover that's taken over the courts, the land, and the people. The solution is, once again, as the Christ is being put forth, come out of her, my people, and stop intercoursing as a Babylonian. And then you want to come here and mock me and say, I'm winning as a Babylonian. You're still a Babylonian at the end of this. Don't you get it?
I mean,
this is not a test. This is not a test for whether you won and lost at their administrative court. This is a test for whether you kept or give away your soul and your conscience and what's true and what's right. You failed miserably. That's okay. We all do here over and over again. Why? Because the whole world's in the hands of the deceiver, dark forces that are principalities in high places, and they know how to do the shit out of you.
Can I cut you off?
No, because I was almost done, and then you can go, unless you're impatient. We got all the time in the world, man. Multiple lifetime incarnations. No reason to cut me off. Unless what I was speaking was nonsense. Then I'll give you the same.
I'm bringing up a point about that. So what you're saying is, like, Jesus knew he was going to die on the cross, right?
Absolutely.
So you're saying even you'd be willing to go to prison for the rest of your life for crimes you didn't commit.
Absolutely. If not, you don't believe in God.
So essentially,
if not, you don't believe in God and you have no faith, and these people are your God, and your only trust and faith is in them, and therefore you're ungodly, dishonorable, and bad faith anyway, because the commandment is put no faith in earthly man for whom there is no salvation, and there's no salvation for men and women who think that being saved has anything to do with legalism and corporatism, my boy.
I mean, interesting take, but I
not interesting.
Really,
the only take.
Definitely not. I would definitely elect to not be in prison.
I didn't ask you what you like and don't like. That's your problem. You got the spirit of your mama. You're interested in what you like and don't like and want and don't want. I'm asking you about what's true and what's right and what needs to happen as an alpha male for this shit to stop and become better. You don't want to ask those questions to get those answers.
Well, everybody can, run around and say what they think, but I mean, obviously we got to burn the house down from the inside.
The hero's journey to resolution is as such for a reason, because you may have to give your life or your freedom in order to achieve what you may never experience. That's called true leadership. That's called true courage. That's called true faith. If you don't have that, you're just pushing papers and playing little games that don't amount to anything on the ground in and outside of a man and a woman.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but it just seems kind of like, I don't know. It seems kind of like
dangerous. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it seems pretty fucking dangerous.
It's cool because every time you make a statement, there's another statement that's made. You seem kind of, I don't know, lukewarm. And as the teaching reveals to us, the lukewarm gets spit out at some point. So you're not lit on fire. You're not burning hot with a passion for truth, life, and way and freedom. You're a dead fish floating whatever way the stream flows that day. As you say, the modern way. Modern way can never be truth, life, and way. Because truth, life, and way is always based on the ancient cause that is always forgotten through the effect. That's one of the qualities of mass consciousness in this place on this timeline. If you're ever involved in the completely mass modern way, you are deceived in some way. Because the truth, life, and way and common sense always gets lost to modern practice and what becomes tradition, right? The Tao talks about this as well. Talks about when the way is lost, patriotism arises. When patriotism arises, goodness and greatness are. I should pull it up because I don't want to butcher it. So yeah, man, again, I don't know why this is so difficult. I guess, again, many look with their eyes and not see, with the ears listen and not hear, and with the heart not get the sense of it. What's actually being experienced and communicated here. Beyond just the third dimensional, right? Beyond just what seems to be all that there is.
I think we're getting better every couple hundred years. You know, we're progressing a little better. Yeah, of course, there's corruption and lies and deceit and all that. They're always
That's you.
Okay.
I just laid it out. I know you don't want to believe that and accept that, but that's the reality of it. You're involved in a corrupt system. You're trying to perfect how to win in that corrupt system, right? What were the other words that you used?
Deceit.
Deceit, right? You're lying to yourself and others, pretending like their way is the way. You're dishonoring the truth, life, and way. So you're deceitful or deceived because one follows the other. When you are deceived, you become deceitful, full of deceit. So
I mean, how things really get changed is people that actually end up going to prison and filing appeals. That's what actually changes.
And what? Why are you appealing to the ones who say they're God in this earth and rule over you?
Well, that's if we're talking like by a court or
every step of the way, you verify that you worship these people and their system because now you want to appeal to them instead of go to God and have faith.
Well, at what point do you think? I mean, there's millions of people on this world in this country that get arrested. Like, do you really expect all of them to just all of a sudden just be like you, Paul?
What does my expectation have to do with anything? We're talking about cause and effect. What is what is. We're talking about the cause, the effects, the solutions, or what is the absence of resolution.
Wouldn't you say holding somebody accountable for something is a step in the right direction, whether it's your way or, through their way?
Not necessarily, because you came in here and showed that you believe that you're winning, even though you're losing the actual war because you won some battle. It had to do with you and whatever you got.
No, I came in here because you said I was going to lose playing that game.
And you did.
Well, I guess spiritually by your means, yeah.
It's not my means. I didn't make up this spiritual and the physical, the non-beingness and the beingness. I'm just telling you what I'm observing and what makes sense to me. So there you go again in your deceitful, selfish ways, saying universal law is my standards and conditions. No, that's you who wants to have your own standard and condition they gave you. Legalism.
There's multiple ways to win, and
again,
your way is not the only way.
You're proving right now that either you can't get it or don't want to get it, which is why it's perfect for you that you continue to play into legalism. You need their codes and their policies and their structure for governance because you can't conceive of or won't cop to the law and order that's already here in the universe that doesn't need to be rewritten or respoken in a different language called legalese by a bunch of corporatists, right? And you want to half step with me. Well, Paul, If I give up my soul to win on paper, but we lose the actualization and realization here and the recognition of man and his rights, isn't that a start? No, I just told you it's what got us here. Why do you want to be invalidated by God, truth, life, and way, but still search for validation without walking in truth, life, and way? You don't get that. That's the thing. You don't get the credibility and the honor where you don't walk it. And once you get it, you realize it was never completely yours anyway. So you can't take it completely. This is the point, man. You're proving your bad faith and dishonorable because you think the rules of men and their procedures supersede what's already been put here universally. That is the game of deceit, and that is the deception. That's why you're deceitful. If you were faithful, you wouldn't be deceived and be deceitful. You would be honor-able because you would say, all that matters here, Paul, is we do good and we surrender the rest in faith. These clowns and cowards are going to do whatever the fuck they're going to do. That's obvious. Not our job to give up our soul in the right way, to do it their way so they'll listen to us being dishonorable and bad faith. That's your ego again. It's only right if they listen to truth, life, and way, which isn't ours. It comes through us. That's why the glory goes to God. It's only a win for everyone when they do it because it's true and it's right. If they do it because you invoke their bullshit code and language, you're all still playing in ego and pride again. You're not in truth, life, and way. You're not saved. You're in a deeper deception, and you've been pimped on by the Lucifera. But hey, bro, have it your way and their way and every other way, but the truth, life, and way. It don't matter me none. Don't bother me none, ultimately.
I just don't think that it's fair to say that playing within their rules in order to not have serious life repercussions for no reason.
I don't care what you say and think. You just keep proving and doubling down. You're a bad faith coward. You wouldn't give your life and your freedom for anything in this life. That's why you're not oriented toward justice. Only someone who's willing to give their life and freedom for what's right can be called someone who's involved in justice. We don't have that anymore. We have the opposite of that on both sides. Don't care. It's obvious what you just said is what it is and wrong. You don't see it, then that's a you thing. Everyone else in the room is like, this guy's foolish. It's laughable. I don't see what the soul selling is to give up what's in my heart that I just agreed with you on so I don't get into some situation where my flesh is harmed. You sold your soul to keep your flesh comfortable. That's the game on all levels. You gave up what was true and what's right that you own, that God gave you, to play with what's not from God that you don't own. That's a corruption of the original. So you could feel secure and safe in and of the world and its systems. Gotcha, bitch. You don't understand what still owns your soul. And they got you good because they convinced you won at their court with their language, playing in their way and ignoring the truth, life, and way. You worship them again indirectly. Every time you turn around, you folks worship the thing you're complaining about that keeps double and triple fucking you from the inside and outside. And you want to argue with me about it when it's patently obvious.
Yeah, I don't think there's a real argument here. I think that there's just...
You don't want to accept the truth. I got it. Go somewhere and sit with it, bro.
I mean, how dumb would it be to sacrifice your own life? And
there you go again. You want to now demean and devalue a motherfucker who has more courage in his pinky finger than you have in your whole life. You want to make him dumb because he actively is willing to give up everything to get everything back, like the Christ is being told us. Don't call someone dumb who knowingly does what they're doing by practicing courage because you're a fucking coward who thinks they're smart because you memorized all their facts and bullshit and got pimped on. You're disrespecting me and others now and you don't even know you're doing it. Or maybe you do and you don't care. See? This is why people like me who do what I do can't have people like you around, because you not only blaspheme and dishonor and bad faith the creation, you disrespect me and the truth, life, and way and walking it, and you try to act like I and other people are dumb and stupid. Take a guess, sir. Which one of us do you think's a little bit more intelligent?
Nobody said that.
You did say it indirectly. That's the point. You did say it indirectly. This is why people like you need to go to jail. This is another rap I gave you last time, and you think it's cute and funny. I'm telling you, you need to go to jail because you're going to sit there with someone like me who's either going to be straight with you or use your own naivete to pimp on you and play games with you. You're going to get way more understanding of honor, respect, good faith, and the games that people play in life. You'll come out of there with a whole different character and a set of discerning tools for yourself, right? Because you'd have been sitting in the day room next to someone who you don't even know, or you do know what they're all about. And now you just said something that disrespects and dishonors their whole life work. And you put yourself above them, even though you're beneath them, based on the facts. That's going to piss someone off. And they're going to say, oh, we're dumb, right? Because we have the balls to stand on what you'll never stand on. Like we don't know what we're facing. No, we do. And we're willing to give everything up to get that, to be giving it back. And those aren't exactly the kind of people you want to piss off. So again, just think of how stupid you actually are, that you would sit in a room and around a whole bunch of people who'd throw their life away for what they believe, and you want to call those people stupid when they're not. They're courageous and you're a coward. So you're the idiot who's also a coward in the equation, because you just said something that not only was not true, you dishonored an aspect of yourself, and you pissed off everyone in the room who would throw their life away to prove a point. You're cowardly and stupid on so many levels, I can't even count them. And if you keep living the way you are, you're going to find yourself in so much trouble if this state doesn't protect you and your legalist buddies don't protect you. You're not even going to know what hit you. And it's either going to come in the form of someone on the street or someone in uniform at some point. You're going to really get what this was all about the whole time.
Well, I wouldn't wish that on anybody, Paul.
I didn't wish it on you. I said that it's a certainty. To some extent, it might have already happened and you don't even know it. Not everything has consequences that are ultimately violent. There may be people in your life who you met who won't deal with you and give you access to certain levels of power and value and co-creativity because they've seen who and what you are and how you move. And they don't respect you and they can't honor you. There's all different types of ways that consequences come about.
Okay, but back to the real point. You filed a federal lawsuit, right?
Right.
Yeah, so you're playing within their
You
rules,
keep saying
right?
a federal lawsuit. I said I filed a claim at federal court.
Okay.
They rejected it and dismissed it because the wrongdoing that they're obligated to hear wasn't stylized in a legalistic fashion.
Okay, I'm trying to get to the point here. Like you tried to
understand how I won right there, even though I never even went to trial, because I proved on record these courts are corrupt. They won't hear a man like me who's able to speak with common sense and tell you what's wrong and who did it. They won't hear the wrongdoing unless I stylize my claim like somebody who went to a corporation for 4 to 6 years, an institution. That's all that I set out to prove. Either this is the thing. I put myself, God puts me in positions where I can't lose. Because even when I lose on paper, I win in the game because I just got you all in judgment with God. Don't you see how the game of courting in God's court works?
No.
See, you don't believe in that and know how that works. I have firsthand experience. I've had people put hands on me who in the moment I went back to get a gun and was going to kill them. By the time I came back, they were gone. So I went home and sat with it. And the Spirit said to me, Paul, you need to forgive, not only let go of this, you need to forgive this person because this person's involved in the world you're involved in. You're all bad, wrong, and evil. You need to surrender that in faith and I'll handle it. The motherfucker was dead within 2 months of that. And I have a whole list of stories like that. And that's something that even me in my body, I can't understand how that works. And at times I forget about that and I stray from that. That's the faith. That's the honor. That's the power without taking power and control. It's paradoxical. The more you give it away, the more power you have. The more you take power over it, the more you're in the world and powerless with God. This is all I'm saying. You guys think that when you leave a court and they tell you, Matt, rubber stamp, you're gone, no justice, that it ends there. It doesn't. They're going to go home and find out somebody just dropped dead.
No, I mean, even if
you go home and find out their child was just trafficked. They're going to go home and find out their child just joined the local street gang and doesn't give a fuck about what they're talking about. He's going to ride or die now. See, this consequence has a whole bunch of different ways of showing itself when you want to ignore and not be in alignment.
Is eye for eye universal law?
Not even an eye for an eye. You might take my eye and it take your whole fucking head because 10 times shall you suffer for harming a good man who attempts to do what's true and what's right in this realm. You want me to bring you back to scripture? You want me to bring you back to Christian scripture, to Buddhist scripture, to the Tao, to the way to the way? Because it's the same in every one of them. And the court rule is the same. If you want to bring charges against someone and you're bad faith and dishonorable, 3 times shall you pay the bill that you put on them. They know universal law. Go ahead and take my eye today. It's going to take your whole fucking family tomorrow. You don't think they know that? Why do you think they don't push it so far with certain people, little old people at court who are standing on truth, life, and way? Because they know there's another judge here. They don't supersede that. They make a whole game out of getting you to take on a liability of that with revelation and method. Just do what we say and accept this, and then we don't get the karmic liability of the dark force or the light force. We're well within our boundaries because we got you to do it to yourself. Once someone shows up who won't play into their game and take their revelation and method and voluntarily do it to themselves, they now know they have two choices. Let this motherfucker go, let God and the devil deal with him, or do wrong to him and watch how that universe moves on you and everything you love. That's a different level of power and control.
Can you talk in a more like?
No, I can't. If you don't understand it, get the fuck around from me. I'm not going to dumb down and dim my life.
It's not that I lack the understanding.
No, you already got it when you first came in here. You don't want to get it. It's not a me problem at this point in the way I'm.
I am. It's pretty clear what you're saying. I understand that.
Right. So then there's no other way I can put it.
It's helpful to like an actual serious conversation about this.
I'm not interested in your view of a serious conversation. You're not a serious person. You don't seriously believe in what you're doing. I do. So I'm going to determine what's a serious conversation or presentment at this point. See how that works? This audience is going to back that as well, I would suspect. Don't know. But if I had a bet, I'm going to suspect that. They don't view you as a serious person. They view me and what I do as serious business and serious person when I'm not clowning around the other 85% of my life, by the way. Because I don't want you to take me and me to take me a little too serious, right?
Of course not.
But let's stop playing the game. You want to talk down to me now. Like you get to set the terms and conditions of what a serious conversation is when you're a serious fucking coward.
No, I'm just
who
saying,
won't stand on truth, life, and way. You're just saying, but you're not doing it. I know, I get it.
Like instead of just being like normal, you just throw jabs and this and that.
I didn't come to this life to be normal. Again, you must not know where you're at. I'm the antithesis of what you call normal on every level. I'm proud of that in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I can respect that. You know, to a certain extent.
You're giving me all your projected cliches my daddy once did. And honestly, it's not doing well for you when it comes to endearing yourself to me and having
I'm not trying to endear you.
You're not trying to. It's a product of who you are. I'm not faulting you. I forgive you for you know not what you do. I'm just saying you're aggravating and frustrating me.
Okay, well.
Because everything you do, you try to put me beneath you and presume to know. And everything I just said sums you in the equation up. And you still want to play games with that, right?
So you're saying that I'm saying that you're beneath me.
I'm saying we're all beneath God and the law. And if you don't want to submit to that, then you're not for me and what we're doing here. And you're a waste of our time, energy, and attention. And this is a perfect person. Just as I say this, the next person who needs what we have here that's also in him just came forth. Because I had to talk to this person yesterday. And I get it. I'm telling you everything I know about me. It either applies to you or it doesn't. If it doesn't, leave it there and don't argue. So when I told this person, what was Lee? Let's address Lee as Lee, even though what's in a name, right?
Thunder Chicken.
Right, Thunder Chicken. So Thunder Chicken said to me, he's got all these charges, but they also haven't made charges, but he's got court and not court. And he's afraid like everyone is, and he's got to think of his next move and all the rest of this stuff that all it really is communicating is we don't have good faith and honor. Because when we know what we didn't do wrong, it's very simple. This is what I did and didn't do wrong, and there's nobody here to claim different. When we're faithful, we surrender that everything's going to work out the way it's meant to, and we stop acting like we know better than God and that the legal system knows better than God. But see, again, if you want to be honored and respected, you have to act that which is going to denote honor and respect. If you want to be dishonored and disrespected, think that you can sit around and think up your next move and play games with the legal system and somehow make it in the universe. You're kidding yourself. And everyone's been doing it for the longest time. And that's why the chickens are all coming home to roost on a macro level. Because everyone thinks they're their own individual person with their own walk, who's got their own big brain ideas, who's going to figure out their own plan. And it's got nothing to do with truth, life, and way. And the more we walk that road, the further down lost we get on the journey. The more we come back to what we know and who and what we are, the more we're bound to be validated on this walk. Doesn't even matter how it goes for you, right? So again, this isn't ends justifies the means, because that's criminal mindedness. This is the means are based on who and what I am, because I can't be anything other than what I am and what God put there. Either I did wrong or I didn't. And if I didn't, I got to stand on that. Don't expect rights and freedom and respect where you won't display it. Don't respect honor and good faith where you won't embody it. And don't come to me to complain when you tell me that you get the exact government you deserve. Exactly who and what you are and what you reflect. You want to be fearful and cowardly and dishonorable and bad faith and show up and play games with the truth, life, and way, they're going to hammer your bitch ass just like they did.
Right.
You want to show up as a man and stand on something and make them feel you and respect you, they may hammer you.
They might.
But before, during, and after they hammer you, you and them are going to respect you and you're going to honor the truth, life, and way. That's more power and value than you can get in this world, giving it all away and winning on paper. And that's all God is trying to teach every one of us, how to make a man out of ourselves. And you keep wanting to come to daddy that works through me and tell it some weak ass, watered down middle school line of thinking. It's beyond embarrassing. Thoughts, Thunder Chicken, on anything I spoke. I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm trying to inspire you and all of us to do what I believe we all need to do, because without that, we're fucked anyway. With that, we may still be fucked with that, but at least I can sleep every night and my conscience is clean, right?
Uh-huh.
All it amounts to.
Well, thank goodness I got you and my wife.
You
remind
may
me to have faith.
We may have to accept we're all fucked anyway. The difference is I'm getting fucked with a clean conscience and some level of self-respect and honor.
Exactly.
Call it that if you want to call it that. Let's take it out of winning and losing, right? What's really winning when another 100 children just got bombed today by Palantir? Oh, he got a dismissal at court with legal process. Great. They're enslaving and genociding the whole race. Let's get fucking really real with ourselves and each other.
And that's all the more important thing, to take a stand in your local community, to be the change you want to see in the world. And when you embody that, you're going to take on hate. You're going to take on people who try to destroy your life. And that's where we're at with it right now.
Are they trying to destroy your life, or are they giving you an opportunity to make who and what you are and stand on it?
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
That's what I'm going
They're
through.
tearing down your illusion, and you want to tell me about tearing down your life. No, they're tearing down all the things you believe in and where you cling to expose the real you. That's on you. They can't influence that and change that beyond how you let them.
Right.
Sometime in life, what do I always say? You got to lose your pretty and nice things to get reintroduced to who you are, what you've become, and what you're meant to be. That's what the dark force is, I believe. Can't prove it. That's what Darth Vader is here to give the message to Luke Skywalker from the dark side of the force to the light side. I am your daddy. And by me doing everything we've done here to you, we're going to get down to who and what you really are and what you stand for. This is your greatest fear and your greatest opportunity. If I was a coward liar to myself and everybody else, I'd be damn afraid to go into court and stand on something and put it on record. If I'm walking truth, life, and way, and I'm trying to do the best I can, let these motherfuckers be damned for trying to do harm to me, because I'm a good man and I'm walking the path of greatness. Amen. But you got to really believe. How many people really believe and are going to be faithful enough to make that cosmic gamble to where even if they lose on paper and have to go to a box, they've learned how to practice true courage, how to practice true faith, how to trust in yourself and who and what you are, despite how it goes. That's a skill. That's a set of abilities that not only you can't get anywhere else, it takes certain things in life to work that. And without that, you ain't a man, I could argue.
So I figured out my next move, fired my counsel. I made a motion for adjournment. Basically buying some time.
Buying some time for what? You're here lifetime after lifetime in the simulation to reflect the creator or reflect the corruption. How many more thousands of years do you need?
Time to gather thoughts, organize them, and prepare. Rehearse. What am I going to say? How are you presenting your truth? I'm standing on it.
No, bro, you don't get it.
You're not an angel.
You just got to tell them that I didn't cause any loss, injury, harm to anybody. And furthermore, you'd like to say who you did owe a debt to or cause a loss, injury, and harm to. And if they can't produce it, then they got to let you go. And if you give them that from your fucking soul, man up, man to man, man to judge, whatever, then they gotta fucking honor it.
Yes.
You don't need
Here's
counsel of
the-
that.
Or they don't, but he honored himself. You cannot do what De Castro does and promise what we ain't selling here is going to be the answer. I can only promise you that you'll be able to respect yourself and honor yourself by the end of this, no matter what happens for you.
Let me say it earlier.
Now, I will say, I believe there's a high probability likelihood that the more someone respects themselves and honors who they are, the better outcome they get in life.
Yes.
That's just been my walk and what I've learned. When I bullshitted myself and everybody else and tried to play the game and ride in the middle, nothing worked for me. Nothing. Right. Everything I touched turned to shit. Maybe that's just me because I'm Paulie the fuck up.
Like you said, like when you do the right thing and God, the universe will vindicate you and like it will open the pathways and like the way that, standing on that and living the way I lived and doing the right things and doing it lawfully, legally, is towing that line there. So I'm going to represent what I've been doing and all about growing food and homesteading and living a life close to nature. But when you're when you got to explain it to a court, you're still going to I got to have physical evidence and explain to this product, and I was using.
No, you don't have to have any of that. You don't have to have any of that.
You do have to break it down. It doesn't just come down to one paragraph.
I don't accept that. I don't accept that. That's what you say.
Motions and procedures. You got to get to that point.
Why did you come here then? I don't understand. Why did you come here if you already have your mind made up that we need to do something that I don't do here, we don't do here, and I've got results without doing here? Why? What's the point of that? You're going to tell me how it is? How to do something you haven't done yet that I've done over and over again and replicated with others? How does that make any sense?
No, I'm sharing my experience and like the
I don't care about your experience. That's the point. I've told this to you and everyone else who comes here. Your experience is like mine before I had a revelation and everyone else's. Everyone has the asshole. They all smell the same. Not interested in sniffing yours. I know where you got your experience and your beliefs from. Everyone else's. Because it sounds just like theirs. I don't care. How are you going to tell me what your experience is when mine trumps yours because it's based on who and what I am when yours is based on someone else's?
This is about like sharing experiences with people.
I'm not interested in sharing what you think that it is. I'm not interested in you sharing what you think that it is. We already know all that. We know that in this world is their courts, their rules, and their procedure. And according to them, if you don't do that, you don't exist. You have no power. I'm saying that's the lie and that's the deception. That's where you get disempowered. We know that. We're past that point. What are you going to do with what we know now? You're going to walk in trust, equity, and faith and come from your conviction and surrender the rest? Or are you going to play into their game and sell your soul because you think they're going to keep you more safe if you dishonor the truth, life, and way and do what they say? I wouldn't bet on it. I think they confirm what I already know. You are dishonorable in bad faith. You were playing a game you knew you were playing. You did violate the codes, and we're going to hammer you more than ever. I think it's exactly the opposite of what you all think it is. Just like De Castro paid $100,000 to get bitched out at court and get 160 days when I've been 6 times, and half the time I didn't even go back. I went the first time, put my claim on record, told them you ain't got jurisdiction. I will not be back here. They haven't come to get me yet. Last time we were arrested, they said there's nothing even on file. No warrants. Let me right out of the jail. Cut the fucking games. They pimped everyone to believe that the way has no power and their way is all powerful. That's the exact opposite of the truth. And it makes perfect sense why you
Can
all
you
believe
elaborate on the jurisdiction part?
Sure. I confirmed that state court does dual jurisdiction because he said administrative court / common, and then he stopped himself and said constitutional. I believe the reason he stopped himself because in the Constitution, 11th through 14th Amendment and later, they created a jurisdiction with congressional hearing board of directors and a congressional citizenry class in order to establish civil rights to supposedly protect natural rights that became rights essentially for escaped slaves that became benefits and privileges in the place of your natural rights. So that dual jurisdiction, again, is essentially private and public, co-creative versus commercial, right? If you can understand how I'm using that term and what that all means. So it's essentially means in the maxim is, one of the maxims is, well, we can go down the list of them. The man who doesn't express his rights ceases to have them. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. People misinterpret that all day, every day. Interpretation's a big part of all this. which is another reason why I could say that on some level the court is not legitimate, because if interpretation is a big part of this, you can regularly have the wrong interpretation. I may be one of them. Obviously, that's the
Can I
game.
throw a wild hypothetical? What if somebody murders somebody?
That's loss, injury, and harm. Doesn't come into the equation.
But didn't you just claim that that court is for essentially commercial court?
I said there's dual jurisdiction, and based on what comes before them is based on how they're going to respond. What you put out is what you get back. That's a universal law. If you come in with legal charges as a legal person and you speak legalese, they're going to treat you from a legal perspective. They're going to treat you in the venue, in the capacity of legalism. If you come in with God, truth, life, and way, and you invoke common law or common sense, and you have a claim that can't be rebutted, they're going to move over to lawful jurisdiction. If they're legitimate, they may be a completely corrupt runaway court. At that point, you're courting with God and yourself. You're not courting with them. You could argue you're courting with God and yourself the whole time anyway. You know, before, during, and after, you got to be with yourself and your conscience, and you got to know that you did the right thing. So, and I think that's part of what generates your and everyone else's karma here, to some extent. I think it's a universal bank account where you generate X amount of credit because this thing knows that you're in alignment with what it put there. When you're not, you don't have any credibility. You only cash out so much. So again, you can call me superstitious and silly for all that. I might just be. All the science, the physics seems to prove what I'm talking about to be true. That we create our own reality on some level or heavily influence it. It all has to be tied into the subconscious and conscious mind. You know? So I'm just here taking the subconscious, what's in your subconscious mind, and bringing it out and making it conscious. That is telling you and showing you what world you're going to create for yourself and everyone else here. It's either free spirit or slave mind. Only a slave mind can legitimize legalese in a separate language. They came up to justify code that nobody could understand, including the people in legalism.
That's why they practice.
No, go ahead, because they regularly at Fleischer's Court say, we don't bring the code out. Let's try to determine it. And they laugh.
They don't know what the fuck it is. They're fucking practicing law. They're practicing medicine. They're practicing everything.
Right. Well, so are we.
Yeah.
Because again, it's practicing law for a reason. Because as a human being, you can never perfect law. You can perfect yourself, and you can have a better interpretation on the law. Right. So it's all based in philosophy, and it's a long-term game in practice. And again, you can go and get a certification and a degree and not be lawful, not full of the discernment of what law is and isn't. But again, we'll never know, just like with me here, what you give is what you get. If you come forth as a slave and a legal person and try to play legal person power games with me, I'm going to treat you like a bitch-ass hoe slave. If you come before me as an honorable man before God and you speak from your heart with conviction about truth, life, and way, you're going to have my honor and respect. I'm going to respond to you in a different way. So courting is courting is courting, whether we know we're doing it or not. And universally, it's a law. What we put out is what we get back. If we're in any venue where they don't follow universal law, it doesn't mean we stop following it once we've been aware of it, made aware of it, because they're not going to follow it. We have faith that after we go to the box, the universe is going to keep moving to get us where we need to be. That's the point. You may not even realize when they put you in jail, your whole house and life would have burnt down, and then that would have saved you. One of those games, right? Like they tell a story about the kid who fell off the horse, broke his ankle. They said it was all bad. Then they came around to look for him to go to the military, but they didn't take him because his ankle was broke. So it was all good. And then on and on. And you get down the story, you realize everything that was bad was good and was good was bad, right? Based on the perspective and the rest of the story, which we don't ever know at one point. We have no reason to believe that if Thunder Chicken and whoever else goes to prison, it ain't potentially on some level to save them from something else or show them something else.
Yes.
Last time I went to jail for 3 days, some guy came running up to me out of nowhere and said, I need someone to talk to me because I just tried to kill myself. And you could see he had a scar all the way across his neck. And I had, and for whatever reason, I was put in his way to give him something with this truth, life, and way stuff that he said was going to change his life. So again, I can't presume and assume to know on the highest level what the universe is planned for me is. I only see flashes of that, and then I reverse engineer. But again, if I have to go to the box for 3 days to put who and what I am on record and test me on where I stand and give somebody a good word, just like I had to get it when I was in that mode and that state of beingness, trying to kill myself to escape from what the world I thought it was, then that's the work that I got to do. That's how I get credibility, right? The force is going to say, Paul, you got to go in for a mission, do 3 days in the box, get this dismissal, and tell this motherfucker who and what he really is, because he ain't got nobody else to do that in his life.
Yep. God's always got a plan for you, and it will always be okay. I got one jurisdiction question. When they come and steal your stuff at the barrel and with a gun in your face, then who do you stand on your rights, and like who do you get your shit back from? Because right now we have 6 months, and I've the drug task force, and then the sheriff's department, and then the courthouse, and then
I can only tell
Sounds like you should hire an attorney.
Yeah.
There you go. You didn't listen. You didn't listen. I know it's funny and cute,
There's
right?
no charges. They took my property.
There you
have
go.
been no
So
charges.
they stole his property, but they didn't charge him with anything. But he needs to hire an attorney now and pay in order for justice supposedly be upheld. And you want to giggle at that because you're a coward. I don't know why you being a coward and a deceitful person is funny. I don't know why you find that to be funny.
It was a joke.
Yeah, no attorney. How
You're
do I
the
get my
joke.
shit back?
That's the thing. You and your ways and everyone around you is the joke. And you came here to try to play pride games with me, and you're still acting like you don't get it. There's no joke here. The joke is you and how you're all living, and the punchline, which is what they're doing to you. And you think you're winning. That's the fucking joke.
Yeah, I have no attorney for this. I have made submissions myself, emails. I've tried to file with the court. They just
I
reject
can't tell you what you should do. I could tell you what I have done. You're telling me they didn't even charge you. They charged me and told me I wasn't getting my property back till I went to court. I not only didn't go to court, they gave the shit back.
That happened to be in Florida. I got most of my property back, not the cannabis, but I got everything else back.
You didn't get the cannabis back because you didn't try to. You didn't get the cannabis back because you didn't try to, because they told you this is scheduled and classified.
They said it was lost. They lost
Okay.
it.
Well, then then my presumption mistake. That's the other side of corruption you ain't going to be able to address. If they try to claim they stole something to resell it on the street, but we lost it, right?
Now,
the point I was trying to make there is what most of us do is once they tell us we're not giving you the gun or this back because we want to criminalize it all with code. It's all your property. They have to give it all back rightfully. They have no right to take any of your property, especially without a warrant that's signed. And again, a signed warrant doesn't mean shit to me if it's antithetical to the spirit of the law. Okay. And again, the law is supposed to tend toward freedom and pursuit of happiness. You having 20 pounds of reefer and you and your whole neighborhood smoking it up is not a direct threat to the public. And it's not a reason to interfere with your fucking rights and property. Okay. And anybody can suck me in public who says that it is. I don't give a fuck what you think and feel. Go throw your children into the pit with Molech. That's where you're at.
Woo! We haven't gotten to that point yet.
He's got a woo now. You can't invoke the woo without wooing. Can't invoke the woo without experiencing the woo. That's another law of nature.
Hell yeah. That was a good story. Yeah, they came. We sat in my living room for 4 hours while the signed search warrant came down before they stole my property at the barrel of a gun. Me and my wife sitting on the couch. She was making pies. I made burgers. And we waited for the fucking the search warrant to get there. They tore our house apart. They took me to jail. I spent the night in jail. And they released me the next day with no charges.
Now, let's say it properly. They didn't tear your house apart. They tore a house apart that's registered and titled to the state where you pay lease tax to use it. And if they don't pay, if you don't pay, they come and take it. So this is my point. You already gave up all the Republicards who talk about, am I a liberal and want to be in Marxism, collectivism? You already all did that because you all already made it legal practice, like this guy down there, Mr. Hire an Attorney, that you all got to go get a title and change the status of your property so they can tax you on it or take it. So you no longer have private property. And once the state has a claim to it, their agents can come inspect the property they have a claim and entitled to anytime they want for every slave's welfare and safety. This is the game. This is the unspoken social contract. This is what legalism and corporatism is supposed to keep you in and a part of.
This is the nightmare we've been living for a year and a half. They just come and they do it. And we're filing the things. The news is next. I don't know. We're up to the Congress people and the news. Judiciary Review Committee, bar grievances. They never text me. I never got nothing back from them. I don't know if you if you don't even have it worded properly, they'll kick it back. Oh, your wording, your format, like, so it's trial and error. You just keep submitting it and they kick it back. I finally got call logs, like just a FOIA request. I finally got a FOIA request to go through. That
You're
was
telling me there's no charges though.
That's a separate thing. Yeah, I'm got to pull the call records from the sheriff to build my civil case. Present your evidence in your timeline for when you sue people. You got to validate third party sources and credible evidence. That's what I'm doing.
So again, unless I'm completely misunderstanding here, they came. You never even saw a warrant. Who cares if you did or not? They took all your property and they didn't charge you with anything.
Yep.
That's theft where I come from. Anybody else got any ideas on that? How that works? This is the point, is that you could do that to make a record of it. This is the whole point of why a civilized, colonized, legalistic society doesn't work anyway, because all it winds up doing is protecting, at certain points, the ones who want to be protected from their crimes and criminalizing those who need to be protected. So again, the system only goes as far as the people involved, and the people only go as far as their conscience or their fears and corruption will let them, right? So again, they took stuff. If I were you, I'd be on them regularly. Hey, I'm going to call you and talk to you regularly to get my shit back till you give it back. That's what I have done in my life.
What did they take?
From me or him?
Herbalism equipment. I grow oregano, rosemary, thyme, lavender, cannabis. I extract oils using steam, alcohol, butane. I'm an herbalism company, farming and agriculture.
And so when they arrested you, what did they charge you with?
Drug manufacturer. Well, no, they haven't charged me yet. They're threatening to.
They're threatening to charge you.
Yeah, they've been testing all my stuff. They haven't figured out what's CBD and what's THC.
You really believe that?
At least they know none of my glassware has meth residue. They know
How
that
long
by
ago
now.
did this happen?
Huh?
How long ago did this happen?
December 14th. It's still Christmas.
Okay. Are we really supposed to believe that 8 months almost later, they're still haven't charged you because they haven't tested it all? No, you're still getting pimped. They don't have it. If they had it, they'd have charged you before they ever got there, or definitely afterward, shortly after. They don't have the warrant. They don't have the proper legal procedure, and the legal procedure isn't proper because it's not lawful. All we need to know is common sense and the law. They're either going to do what's right or they're not.
How did they find out you were doing this?
Bitter thing. Like I said, when haters come out of the woodwork, they can call and make accusations. That's all you got to do is call and make accusations.
I told you 2 years ago, you may not remember this, but this is a regular thing with people. Just yesterday, I told the guy here, do something with the dog. The dog's going to die. Oh, the dog's not going to die. 2 days later, the fucking dog's dead. I told you 2 years ago, the way you're doing shit and how you're moving, you are going to be at court. Just like this guy told me he won against me because I mocked him because I told him something that later he's going to realize is true.
So you're filing motions on something that isn't even like in criminal court?
No, I'm filing motions on something separate. They got me caught up in something different. That's why they came, a week later, and somebody was making false claims against me and my family, and they already had a beef with me. And plus, I'm renting from a crazy landlord. I'm telling you, be really careful who you rent with. It's because it's nice property and it's got some greenhouses. If you're going to homestead with people, spend more than 6 months getting to know them. 6 months isn't
Again,
enough.
this is beyond ironic. The person in chat is mocking me. I had to remove them instead of pointing out how they came in, stole everything, and didn't charge him with anything. You're mocking me that my claim should work as if it'll never work, even though it's worked for me 6 times. I'm batting 1,000.
What crime are they even attempting to charge you with?
I have a separate incident where they came to forcibly remove my mother-in-law due to a default judgment and guardianship paperwork in a whole other county. My brother-in-law was taking my wife's mother, and so they came to take her. I wasn't aware it was them, and I had a firearm at the door. maybe that'd have been fine. But the only thing I was doing wrong was drinking in my own house at 6 o'clock at night. Shouldn't be doing that.
So you were on probation?
So, no, I'm not on probation. I'm on bond. And I've been taking mandatory random piss tests on bond. I can't leave state on bond. It's like I'm already on probation.
For what?
Yeah.
For what crime?
Assaulting a cop with a firearm.
We were threatened by my youngest brother. He made violent threats. So we were.
We don't need to talk about our case too much, but yeah, it's a terrible misunderstanding.
Absolutely.
You can come to your door with a gun. As soon as you know it's them, you better surrender it. Well, I did.
Again, it's not your door; it's state property. This is part of the problem that I keep revealing to everybody.
That's not in that jurisdiction. No, there is still, your domicile and private property. Like in this jurisdiction that they have, the sandbox they pulled me into, there's still Second Amendment rights. It's the state of Michigan.
Second Amendment rights. Second Amendment rights are constitutionally contracted rights. You're not a party to that contract, and they're free, according to them, to overwrite those Second Amendment protected rights if you believe you get them from the Second Amendment and they believe there's an emergency, because they put amendments in there past the Second Amendment for emergency acts and all the rest of it. So again, you want to keep quoting amendments where the later amendments undo the amendments. And that's part of why this has all gotten to the way it is. You don't have private property. I don't give a fuck what you think the Constitution reads. You're wrong about that. And by definition, in fact, you pay property tax to use your property. And if you do, it's not private, because somebody else has a claim on your land and your house. And if you don't pay them, they're going to come and repossess it. Does that sound private to you? Sounds like you're upkeeping and maintaining as a trustee for someone else's property, if you ask me. So we could cope and live in denial or delusion, or we can get really real with ourselves and each other here just to recognize how far down the road we are and what the way back is for ourselves and each other, right? When something is private, it means you have the exclusive usage to upkeep and maintain it, enjoy it as you please, and you don't owe anybody to pay for it, to use it, upkeep it, maintain it, and enjoy it. If you have to pay somebody else or they're going to come and take it, you have the absence of private property.
I think most people in your chat understand that they don't own shit.
They may logically understand it, but they haven't accepted it yet spiritually. You can tell by the way they speak. They still haven't processed it and accepted it, exactly what's going on here and what the implications are.
Well, I do have to work in the morning, Paul. It was good coming up for a moment, and I'll get to bed. Growing weed for the man now.
Listen, man, I'm not down on anybody. I'm not down on anybody working for a living. I admire people who get up every day and work hard for what they want and what they need in life. My issue, like I would believe everyone's issue would be, is working hard every day for what you want and need in life and having to give 40% to the island boys so they can go to war in the Middle East and traffic your children. That I would think would be of utmost concern. I would think the more we engage in that dynamic, we become bad faith and dishonorable. How could a population be honorable in good faith when they not only no longer have rights and private property, they're paying the island boys to slave them and genocide the world? Probably not going to be viewed by the God of creation as the most honorable and good faith perspective. And pretty much everyone, if not everybody's involved to some extent.
People in your life, your family, if you can find them, make them. That's what's important. Find someone to love and do the best you can to be a good human being. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, Lee. Somebody to love.
Somebody.
That's what we should do. We should do 20 minutes of mashup love songs.
I love you, Paul. I love you, Mega.
I love you, brothers and sisters. You are full of shit. You're another one scrolling in my chat. Call in, hit the link. If not, I'm not interested. Thank you for being a view on the view counter, though, and filling a placeholder like you do everywhere else in your life. Thank you for that here.
Appreciate
the service you offer. We thank Unslavia thanks you for your non-tribution. Your contribution is a non-tribution, but still you were a placeholder and you counted for one view. So we needed you for what we needed you for. We used you for what you were able to be used for. And that's it. All right, you're feeding back. We got a private citizen in the back. Man, today is like a panel-y kind of day almost, sort of, but not really. In a good way, it's a panel, and in all the bad ways, it's not. So that's beautiful. All right, mute up for me, Andy B. You're feeding back. We're gonna have to get you headphones or something to where we can't hear me do the thing. All right, let me do this. Private citizen. Anybody else got anything? Come on up. We'll get to you. If not, we're gonna wrap up soon anyway. I just did an hour and a half more than I said I was gonna do. I'm gonna wind up doing it again. We get caught in the shuffle. Do another 6. Private citizen, are you there?
Yes, sir. What's up, man?
Long time or what? Been here a long time? New? What's the deal?
No, I've been here a couple times. I was listening in, like, surprisingly, I actually got a notification
wow.
that you had started it, so I jumped in probably like first minute or 2.
Wow. All right.
I was hoping to get the other guy, like, I was hoping he'd stick around because he just doesn't get what you're saying. And, like, I found myself screaming at the phone
right.
while I was listening. I'm like, dude, like, he's talking about doing all these motions. And I put in the chat, I don't know if anyone picked it up. It's like, what gives you the status to write a motion? You're not a part of their legal society. You don't have a status for that.
Hold on, we got a call now. We're calling the hotline. Car fix to go. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you okay with us letting people know that that's what you come up as? That's your business?
Yes.
All right. I may even cut a promo for you if you're a good boy and you're unslaved and you're honorable and good faith and you don't have a Slavish energy and vibe to you that's just off-putting. So
I appreciate that.
yeah. All right, go ahead. What do you got?
I'm a first-time watcher, and I don't know. I was watching your stream about, say, like 5 minutes, and I really agreed with your view on the quote-unquote property rights that you don't really own your house. So I wanted to call in and say that I love your content so far, and it seems like you're very level-headed and logical thinking, which is kind of hard to find these days.
It's interesting you would say that because if I didn't know me and others who don't know me came to view this broadcast, they would say exactly the opposite. But I'll take that as a compliment and I'll accept it to an extent. So yeah, anything else that you want to build off of, or you just basically called and say, hey, you agree with a pretty simple idea that if someone else can tell you what to do with your property, it's not actually yours?
For the most part, yes. Also, and I'm not going to lie, I should have asked what the topic of tonight's live was, or topics.
The topic is there's no topic. The topic is no topic. If we do topic, everyone's going to talk about the topic. I need us to talk about who and what we are, and therefore who and what we're not, so we can get down to the problems we cause for ourselves and each other, so we can find out the solution, right?
Gotcha. Sounds great.
That's the topic, non-topic. Is truth, life, and way, the psychology, the sociology of spirituality and or governance, either from within, self-governance, or externally, which of course would be control, power structure. So any of that and more.
All righty.
Nothing on any of that?
I agree with how do I say this? I agree with some government, I don't want to say control, but some government, I guess, influence, but I believe that the federal government has way too much control and power over its citizens.
Right. Why do we begin and end at federal? Why is it not all people in uniforms everywhere who are supposed to serve us, but now dictate to us what we're supposed to do and not do?
Oh, I totally agree with that. Way too many. It's just in my opinion, way too many public servants forget that that's what they are, that they serve the public. And unfortunately, for far too long, they aren't doing what's in our best interest. I also personally believe that we as citizens have the responsibility to elect our public servants by choosing who we think is going to do the best for us. Like when our public servants are campaigning, they make promises. I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to try to do that. So we just kind of, I don't want to say take the word for it, but we kind of take the word for it. But I don't think that we are really electing our public servants properly. And also, I don't believe, at least where I used to live in New York, we don't really turn out for local elections, like local county lawmaker, legislators and stuff like that. So if we're not showing up to vote, we don't really have a say in it.
Right. So again, I want to know where this idea that because we're born on a land, someone else can tell us what to do and what to do with our property ever became legitimized. I don't understand it. I can't make sense of it. The only trope they have is to keep us safe from people who want to take our stuff. And it seems to me that people who are keeping us safe are the ones who want to take my stuff. I don't have a bunch of brown people and Islamics and anarchists and leftists at my door telling me I have to pay them or else, telling me I have to register with them or else. I don't have any of that. Interestingly enough, the people who seem to have that are people who live in cities run by the people who are supposed to keep us safe, where they don't have access to guns. So it makes sense why the criminal thug would run their life in or out of uniform. See? So this is pretty simple, man. I'm not going to be pushed into a dynamic that I didn't accept willfully. And I never created this idea or accepted this idea that I owe some society participation in their endeavor, when largely in part, I view the whole endeavor to be a built to fail, foolish intelligence / soul test that can never actually be successful beyond a certain point, nor is it really meant to be. It's simply a mechanism of control.
Paul, are you saying that you're not like one of us?
I have no idea where and how it came to be that someone or a group of people decided that they could decide what we could do with our quote unquote private property, which
you decided all that. That's the thing. Everyone here decided all that when they kept doing it and agreeing with it and making excuses for it and telling me we need to learn it so we can have our rights and freedom back and all the other ridiculous things that we say and do. So apparently we decided that at a certain point for ourselves and each other, right?
That's an excellent point. I agree. I think that we allowed it to happen for too long and we got too comfortable with it.
No, I completely disagree.
Well, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
We thrived in the uncomfortability.
Hold on. You can't hear him on the phone. Guy on the phone, there's people here. I was saying go ahead to him. You can't hear him. So just let him go. And then at some point, or if you want, you could join the link here. This way everyone can hear each other. It's not the greatest system when I have people on panel to go over.
Just one question. What would his response be to encountering a public official doing something wrong?
Hold on. You can't hear him. He's asking something. The guy on the phone, the guy on panel is asking something. Hold on.
Ask the caller what he would do with a public official that's acting outside their scope of duties. What would be his first course of action to rectifying the situation?
Well, he wants to know what would be your first course of action in rectifying a situation where a public servant didn't do what they were supposed to.
I would say there needs to be laws passed at the very least on the state level, that if a public servant that's elected,
that's the problem.
Know what promised to do, that if there's a majority of the vote within the state that elected that public servant, that there needs to be a public vote on whether or not they should be voted out.
Right. So for the millionth time, voting and writing a policy doesn't stop people from doing things and make other people do other things. Yeah. If it did, we wouldn't be having these conversations because we had a constitution and they wiped their ass with it. And they still do. It's a logical fallacy. That putting predatory narcissists who want the spotlight and be in control to make everybody free and safe is never going to create that. You just got to live free and safe and do the best you can as a community from the ground up to secure your rights and your livelihood. I know that's scary. scare we that men and women have to secure their rights and livelihood and actually work together and cooperate, co-create. What is that, like communism or something? No, that's what you're doing, where the state is the answer to all your fucking problems that you keep creating, right? Hello. Wake up call time.
Thought of it that way.
Of course you never thought of it that way. Nobody ever thinks of it these ways, but that's the way that it is. What they're calling republicanism and conservatism and democracy is collectivism and communism and all the isms. What they're calling collectivism and communism and anarchy is true co-creative community where we commune with a higher sense of self and work together to create what we want and need. That's something that the system and its inauthentic corporate males and females can never horn in on and overtake, because they can never get us to be convinced that we need them to do and be and have better. Imagine you being so pimped out, you think a Bernie Sanders in your life is going to make your life better. And also you got to give him 100 million. Are you serious? Imagine you being so pimped out and delusional, you think a Donald Trump in your life is going to make your life better. Unless you're planning on going to St. James Island. First class. What are we saying?
Yeah, I agree. That definitely wouldn't work.
What exactly are we actually saying, and is it real? That's the question we need to ask.
Yeah, but what about the roads, Paul?
The roads, right? I know, that's great. The roads, right? Because the roads are not built by regular jerk-offs like me in between doing heroin back in the day, because I actually did work construction and other things. So, yeah, believe it or not, I hate to ruin everybody's good time, but they take and pocket half the money, and then they go and pay Paulie Boy as a heroin addict $100 a day to go build your fucking road for you. By the way, that's why the road has so many holes in it. We won't even talk about that, though, because Paulie Boy, you get what you pay for, right? If you go to Paulie Boy on the street, who's half on heroin and building your roads for you with your slave tax money, while the other half goes to Donnie's Epstein Island, and then, sorry. A third goes to Donnie and Epstein Island, a third to Ukraine and state of Israel. The other third now goes to the road, and it's not that great because you get what you pay for. Shit, you only gave me $100 to build you a fucking road today. Go fuck yourself. That's why this broadcast isn't as good as it could be, okay? You get what you pay for. This is free. You're lucky you got this. And again, what comes with that road, right? Imagine being so pimped out that you think that once you hire Paulie Boy to build a road half on heroin that's going to break up in 6 months, that now somehow, some way, the central banker somewhere across the pond has a claim to everybody's life and liberty and pursuit of happiness in their future, right? Because Paulie Boy built the heroin road with a third of your tax money before they gave it to the state of Israel. Imagine this, being so fucking pimped and hoed on that you repeat this garbage. Like, here's a clue for you. If you'd have just paid Paulie Boy the whole 400, he'd have got out there, maybe built you even better of a road. He would have done it anyway. You need money for heroin. Duh. This is economics 101. You know, and by the way, this is why a third of your tax money, it's all full circle. This is why a third of your tax money went over to the Middle East so they could grow poppy fields to process some heroin to give it to Paulie Boy so he could kill the pain of building your road for $100 a day. See? I'm not going to say all of you put Paulie Boy on heroin and in the poorhouse, but I'm going to say that indirectly. Okay? I'm going to hit you with that guilt and shame. I could have got the whole 400, never would have went on heroin because there wouldn't have been any available if you didn't send a third of it to the Middle East to grow the heroin. I'd had more money, more opportunities. You'd have had a better road, and then there'd be no heroin. See, everyone would have won, but you guys had to go contract our whole lives out to the corporatists, to the inauthentic corporate males and female. You know, I know it's like hard for people to believe we still have places on this America where folks don't have any of that, and they actually pay each other for someone to grade the road. Like every year, it's a dirt road, it's a rock road. They put down more rocks, they level it, make sure it's upkept and maintained. And instead of $3,000 a year, oh wow, yeah, he's heard and seen this. Oh wow, it's like a unicorn. He's heard and seen of this. What? No governance out in the middle of nowhere. You actually have to like care for yourself and each other and be a fucking community and even do what would have been done with the extortion money. Yeah. That's the whole point of even being a man. That's what makes it fulfilling. That's why everyone's doped out on pharmaceuticals and has a phone up their ass nowadays because there's nothing left to do. We don't have to be honorable in good faith. We don't have to build the road and upkeep and maintain it. We don't have to fight for our freedoms and our rights. We don't have to speak for ourselves at court. We don't have to be our own fucking therapist and medicinal person with the roots and plant. We don't have to do anything anymore. It's such a great fucking life. We just outsourced all meaning and purpose to some other inauthentic corporate male somewhere to lie to us and poison us to keep us safe. Don't you get it? Doesn't it make sense to you?
I mean, in a way, don't you think another nation would just do this system and just kill us because they can actually fund a military, whatnot? So there is
no, sir. And you know what my proof for that is? What the person who you will say we went to war with came out of their mouth. When when one of the leaders of the Asian continent, who could have got probably everyone over there signed on with it, wanted to go to war with Americans, they weren't worried about the stupid troops who, when they fought them later, they had them running underground in circles and getting blown up by tin cans. They couldn't win worth a damn there. I don't know if you remember. They're not worried about them. What they were worried about was there's going to be a gun behind every blade of grass. That's what Hirohito said. That's what they all say. That's what Mao Zedong said about political revolution. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Okay? So don't tell me about the brave troops who haven't won a war yet. The reason this place would never be invaded is because the people they know invading would be fighting every man and woman here out of uniform. They wouldn't know who's who, and they'd be fighting 2 guns to 1 person. Okay? Never get it done. This American population will never be colonized unless it's by choice.
What about a nuke?
Doesn't matter. By that point, you completely show your hand, and they do that anyway. And what do you mean a nuke? A nuke? What does that mean? What's the point?
You're saying that we could never be invaded, right? Let's say we, go with your philosophy.
Yeah. Will they fund? I believe they're going to do that potentially. Will they fund somebody else to nuke this place, kill a whole bunch of people, and then say we got to give up guns worldwide for safety and get a good 60% of Americans to do that? Yeah, probably. They made it terrible enough and things got bad enough and whatever. Nothing will surprise me, man. After I lived through COVID 2020 and everything I saw, the rabid slaves around me just go against me on and take up for and all the rest of it and cheer for me to be locked up and killed, and nothing would surprise me at this point. Now I used to look back in history and say that could never happen. I can't imagine how all this shit would go on. Now I know how it happened. I was a part of it.
Yeah.
I could see them turning around and saying, we're going to put all this one type of person in prison camps now because we're all scared, like they did with the Japanese back in the day. I don't put anything past these motherfuckers at this point.
I mean, but it is true. If the United States took this approach, like, your means, don't you think it'd be, they definitely would come for us?
I don't know what you mean. J.D. Vance just gave a speech last month saying the greatest thing that we as Republicans need to do is figure out how to become sovereign citizens. And a sovereign citizen is one who can't have their property and rights taken by a corporation or a government. Sounds to me like they're adopting what the fuck we've been doing.
Do you have a link for that?
Absolutely.
Play it.
Thank you for asking. Please keep me honest here. And if this is AI or something else, please inform me. We're not like MSLSD, MSNBS. We're not like Fox Snooze, Fox Noise, Faux News. We're not like these people. We don't want to knowingly, willfully report fake news. So if we didn't get it right, please hold us accountable. Email me. JD Vance. Let's see. JD Vance, sovereign
even
citizen.
if he did say that, do you believe him?
There we go. Even if he did say it. Let's get the qualifiers in there. I don't believe anybody, sir. Why would it doesn't benefit me to believe anyone? What does it benefit me to believe anyone without seeing and experiencing?
Nothing.
I don't believe anyone.
Well, that would be something to vote for, right?
I don't believe what I believe. I don't believe what I believe till I make it happen. Why am I going to believe anybody else? All I know is we went from Paulie's a whacked out sovereign citizen. We got to strike his channel and remove it. He's on Vice documentaries. He's crazy. He's the threat. He's a racist bigot who's trying to overthrow the government. To now your actual corporate government is sounding like me and repeating everything I'm saying. Now you all got to figure out what they're up to. I think this is hilarious. I think this is God trolling everybody. It's the best fucking troll ever. It's going to keep happening more and more. JD Vance. What is it most likely? They're going to co-opt this movement because they see the cat's out of the bag and more people are getting turned to the truth, life, and way and are realizing what their rights are and the fact that they've been duped and scammed. So they have to co-opt this movement and pretend like they're leading it and heading it, a la QAnon, white hats and all the rest of it. That's most likely what it is. They want to get everybody back into statism and corporatism and make them believe that this movement cosmically that's been coming about through folks like myself and others here is somehow tied in with them and their system. I don't believe that. If it is, that's great. You got to show me now. We're so far behind. It's going to take a lot to convince me that you ain't just running more pimp game, right? And furthermore, we don't need you. That's the point. Me and a whole bunch of other black and brown people on the ground decided we're not going to comply anymore because Paulie's a white nigger. You've been calling me that all my life, you inauthentic corporate mouth, white mouth. Paulie's a white nigger and he's a nigger lover and hangs out with a bunch of brown people and a bunch of ruffians, dirty white people. We all decided we're not complying anymore. It doesn't matter what you guys rule at court. It doesn't matter what codes and policies you put on file. We're not complying anymore and we're not going away. Now you got to kill us. Now you got to do what you've been trying to do in secret. Some might argue on some level for the longest time that's been released in the documents, the declassified documents. Now you got to really come for it and do it all, right? Or shut the fuck up and give us our way. That's where we're at and the point in this. And I talked to Fleece Johnson's person. He may come on, the guy with the guy from MSNBC lockup, Booty Warrior. Yeah, well, I'm in contact with them and we'll see if he's going to come on. And then we're going to do a whole troll on everybody, but also some real shit, because that's how it works, about how the times that Fleece Johnson took over a whole prison with buckets of duty. And I'm going to laugh at that and troll the slaves, but also point out how one guy with his own excrement can run a whole prison. And they still can't figure out what I'm trying to show here on some level, right? I'm not saying now they'll say Paulie said to go throw excrement on everybody. I'm just saying that everybody else in the equation doesn't know how powerful they are and just goes along to get along. And it only takes one guy talking some shit, or even better yet, throwing some shit to get the whole thing back in alignment, right? So I'm on the same kind of time right now. I'm throwing excrement, proverbially, metaphorically. I don't give a fuck any longer. I'm not cooperating and complying. I will jerk off in my cell because I shouldn't be here anyway. I will masturbate in here. I will put the sheet up. I'm going to smoke dope in here if I feel like it. You're lucky I even decide to stay in here. If I want to, I just make it so much of a problem for you all that you got to give me my way or kill me and put me out of my misery. That's where we're at now.
So JD Vance was talking about protecting personal data, limiting government and corporate surveillance.
Get me back on.
Giving individuals greater control over their own information.
I don't care about the spin. I'm telling you what he said, and we're going to watch it. Thank you. They're always going to spin and run pimp game. I'm saying it's what it is, and they wouldn't be showing that and telling that if there wasn't power and value there. Because first they tried to mock it, then they tried to fight it, and then they got whooped, and now they got to co-opt it and get in alignment with it. Because it turns out we're the ones of and by and for the people, not the other way around. You all just didn't know it. Well, we're going to show it.
They can sell you advertisements. One of the biggest questions for American policy over the next 10 years is how to ensure that you are a sovereign citizen. And you cannot be a sovereign citizen if any private corporation or any government can steal something from you that belongs to you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we need data rights, and we don't have data rights.
I hear it again.
Advertisements. One of the biggest questions for American policy over the next 10 years is how to ensure that you are a sovereign citizen. And you cannot be a sovereign citizen if any private corporation or any government can steal something from you that belongs to you.
Now, why did he say private corporation or government? Is it because governments are, in fact, by definition, even in U.S. code and by the way that they perform their functions, corporations? They're private corporations and public corporations, service providers.
He was at a Turning Point USA event speaking when he said that, and Charlie Kirk got murdered the next month.
I don't care because Charlie Kirk and his ilk weren't doing anything different. They're a bunch of Republicans, conservatives in name only. They don't uphold the law of the land. They don't exercise rights and freedoms. They're empty suit mouthpieces. I don't understand what that has to do with me and what we do here and the hundreds and thousands of people I've dealt with over the years. How does it relate? You don't understand. This is Fight Club Central. We got thousands of people across this nation. We cook your food. We wash your linens, right? It's that whole speech. It's that whole deal. We're telling you, we're on to you now. We know what it is. A lot of us are not complying to varying degrees. And when we show up at court, we're going to put the law on record and we're going to make you look a right fool, all without any formal training and certification. That's where we're at. Some folks are going to cut flock cameras down from sea to shining sea until the morale improves. That's where we're at.
Fuck yeah.
And I'm not supporting that and promoting that. I'm just saying, I told you guys for the longest time, I feel the spirit in me moving. I know the spirit is going to move in others. And we're going to get to a point here where you're not going to have a choice because you're in the room with us now. There's too many of us for you to kill us all. And we're too far down the line here to be gaslit and buy into this garbage. And we're not complying. So now you got to go all the way or go away. That's it. That's the only place we need to be as well. There's no fighting in this. There's no dishonor in this. There's no bad faith in this. There's no vengeance. There's no violence. We're men under God with God-given rights, and we're going to honor that now. And you're going to honor that and respect that. And if you don't honor,
sound a lot like Charlie Kirk.
I don't give a fuck. Again, you want to talk about sound like, and then you don't want to get into what we are and what we do. A lot of people sound like me who get introduced as your Luciferian Masonic heroes, because when you need a hero, they give you one. When someone who's actually walking the path and working with a community who's walking the path comes along, they censor and shadow ban. There's a reason you know a Charlie Kirk and you didn't know of me before they shot his throat out, or at least pretended to.
Yeah, allegedly.
There's a reason you know the names of all these people who don't do what I do, but you didn't know my name, or the millions of people don't know my name because it's shadowed and censor banned. You can tell who and what they are by what you're allowed to see and know beyond a certain point and what's promoted. Ask all the people who come here who don't get notifications regularly. Ask the people who get unsubscribed. Ask the people about the other channels they go to with a prominent following who won't interact with me and won't talk truth because they already know what the fuck's going to happen. So again, I don't know how you want to talk about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's a co-opter of a cosmic movement to come in so you all would worship him and idolize him and pretend like he's doing what the rest of everyone's doing and then follow everything else he says that he puts on the rest of what he talks about. Because again, the greatest lie is the one closest to truth. The greatest false hero is the one who comes on the stage and gets promoted by everybody and pushed, who says 3/4 of what I say. And then the last quarter of it, they give you some statist, fascistic, collectivist garbage to keep you running in circles, chasing your own tail. So again, don't tell me what it sounds like. Tell me who and what they are, what they do on the ground and what they don't do. He was just a yapper who went around to community colleges to try to trigger the liberals about something he don't even live.
That sounds more like the Jew Ben Shapiro.
That's all of them, bro.
Yeah.
All of them.
Charlie was different.
You think Charlie was different? Can you show me? I didn't ask you to think and to sound. I asked you to show me. I'm from the show me state.
Well, the fact that he would deny money from Israel.
Don't care about that. They say Donnie doesn't take a salary. He's made over 1.8 billion in crypto and other inside backroom trading that we can verify. It's bullshit. It's pimp game. I'm not interested. Charlie already had millions of dollars. Charlie didn't need money. Charlie needs credibility and honor and good faith. Charlie needs courage. Now, you'll argue Charlie was the most courageous person out here because he went out to try to trigger libs in front of everybody and got a bullet in the neck. That's where you.
I don't think that he was going out to trigger liberals.
Of course, that's the majority of what it is. When you meet all these Republicans who watch them and the Change My Mind guy, the only reason they watch it is because we're triggering libs and making them cry. What are you kidding? You have to all you have to do is watch and listen to the fan base, and you'll know who and what the creators are, the content creators and pushers are, and what they're about. You can tell by what they create. By the fruits, you will know them, right? Charlie Kirk and all the rest of them don't create free and empowered, conscious and aware folks who know the law of the land and exercise their freedom. They create state of Israel supporting corporatists, collectivists who want to trigger their fellow Americans, the libs, while they all throw away their rights and freedoms and listen to Fox noise. Again, the fact that you're even putting this up as an argument is proof of your indoctrination, because they gave you a whole sorcery ritual and let everybody see it just so you would come and put it in my face and embarrass yourself and me and the rest of us by even bringing this up. There are literally thousands of people across this nation who've given their freedom and their life to stand on rights and freedoms for free because it was the right thing to do. I'm one of them, and there's many of them here in these groups that come here and are around here. Charlie Kirk's not one of them. And it's embarrassing and disrespectful for you to equate who and what we are and what we do to these talking head empty suits who are just literally put there to be idol worshipped. And I'll go one level extra. I don't believe for 3 seconds Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck and killed. That whole visual was kinky. The fact that everybody saw it on social media without the censorship was kinky and bizarre. I don't buy it. I think there's a reason we all saw it, because it wasn't really a guy being shot. They somehow could get around the media. The media somehow knew it was AI. I don't know what it is. We were supposed to see that and feel something about it.
Yeah.
It was supposed to irreparably alter the trajectory of politics.
It was on 9/10.
Listen, again, I'm not buying any of it. Just because we saw it on media and on TV doesn't make it real and true. Far as I'm concerned, I'm that guy at the party. Far as I'm concerned, I'm going to lean on the side of Charlie Kirk's a statist operative who's been inserted, whether he knows it or not, to bring everybody back to certain things and ideas they were going to leave from if they didn't do that. And his death was essentially a martyrdom that allowed people to idol worship him eternally and put him up as this pedestal of rights and freedom when he's none of that. He's a corporate statist. And that's really that. He's in bed with all the news corporations and the media. He's in bed with all the movers and shakers. He's got contracts and obligations. He's taxed to the fucking hilt. You never hear him talk about anything that I talk about beyond a certain point, and they definitely don't stand on it. And they don't support and promote people who talk about it and stand on it. See? Don't kid yourself. If I or others go to Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk's, they're not going to listen to me for 3 seconds. They're not going to promote me and platform me for 3 seconds, even though I'm doing what you say they talk about. I'm talking about it and doing it more than they are. They're never going to promote me and platform me. Okay? It's psychological warfare and operations. They don't even have to officially know it and be playing a part and be part of it. They could just
say the story's real. The person who killed him, is that a real thing? Like, did they set him up?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't presume to know. We'll never know. I just file that in the we'll never really know category, like so many other things. And then you can conjecture on it, what you think it is, what it looks like, what it seems to be, what they're saying it is, but we're never going to know what really happened there. It's pretty much anything in life or in the public eye, right? Yeah, again, even just the whole story, man. Like, at one point, I think I did analyze it briefly just to do a report on it because everyone was talking about it. And basically, a report came down to, when I studied it, there were so many inconsistencies and ridiculous accounts. The guy jumping on and off the roof, putting the gun, leaving it. Just all these telltale things that in the moment and in life just don't go the way that they say it goes and just doesn't add up, right? I don't have all the facts right now because most of these events, again, I presume that when everyone sees them and has a feeling about them, we're supposed to see it and have a feeling about it. So right away I go, it's already psychological warfare, because if we weren't supposed to see this and feel something about it and then fight each other over it, it wouldn't be broadcast from top to bottom, all places, all times, and stuffed down everybody's throat. So even just focusing on it and studying it to reveal it and expose it as a psyop is playing into the psyop, debunking it. Because at this time, while everything else is going on, they're doing slavery and genocide on the back of a lockdown. They're crashing the economy. They just got caught human trafficking. And now we're going to put all that on hold when we weren't even getting into that. What Fauci and Bill Gates just did and all the rest of them, with lockdown, we're not even going to get into that. We're going to put that down to talk Charlie Kirk, and he's our hero, and he's Mr. America.
Distractions, bro. Distractions upon distractions upon distractions.
And then you go and look at Charlie Kirk, and he looks like completely different people. There's always that game we play with these people. I don't know what that is. You go get pictures of him, and then in a 10-year period, he looks completely different than he did before. I don't know what that is. I've seen that with, I don't know if these folks have body doubles. I don't know if they're doing cosmetic surgery. No, I mean beyond aging. I mean total eyebrow lines, ear trajectories, noses, lips, just completely different than
plastic surgery.
Gum lines. That's maybe a possibility, Again, I go to what people are doing, and that's going to tell me who and what they are. If they're talking about what others are doing while they're taking time, energy, attention, resources away from them only to mislead people, I'm guessing they're operatives. And that's usually like 80 to 90% or more of the people on the world stage who are given the world stage regularly. They're either direct operatives with a role to play, or they're just willing dupes who don't even know they're a part of a performance, and they're just kind of pushed out there to play their role. Right? That's what seems to go on here a lot of the time. So an unwilling dupe slave or an actual agent. That's my new game, by the way. Idiot or agent. And listen, it could be both. You know? You can be a completely idiotic person and also think you're working for some organization that's going to bring rights and freedoms while you bring statism and collectivism and say you're winning while you're losing. We have people on the panel who are doing it. What makes me think they wouldn't do it in governance? Because this is spiritual before it ever became cosmic and corporate. But yeah, man, I mean, you know, that's what the new era of folks who vet their contributors or their content creators need to do, is hold them to the standard of what they're actually doing, what they're willing to sacrifice versus what they're talking about. They're not willing to sacrifice and actually do something different, and they're not worthy of listening to, because they can't take you where they haven't gone. You know, you can't lead where you haven't. You can't lead where you won't go. You can't teach what you don't know.
So what about Donald Trump being charged with 88 criminal counts?
Snafu, I have to ban you from my chat because you lie on me and hate on me, and then you scroll my chat. It's a shame, because if you were honorable and good faith, I could have you here regularly, and you could, especially if you disagree with me, you could present a different perspective. But you've watered down that privilege and that benefit for me. You've greatly reduced the benefit to me of having you here to give you the benefit and privilege of speaking your mind to this audience and these airwaves. And again, it's a shame, because truth, life, and ways should take precedence. And I may even want to hear some of what you have to put forth, but your lies to me and your dishonorable bad faith activity toward me over the years, unrepentant as well, has now worked us into a position where I have a hard time trusting you and honoring your presentment. So maybe we'll as time goes on, we'll change that.
Some might say, who's an agent? Some might say.
Well, you know, listen, he can't pay for his own clutch, so if he is one, it's cosmic, I would guess. It's cosmic, and it's potentially unwittingly, right? He's a spiritual agent of chaos, and that's cool. I have that within me as well, like we all do. Has to be directed properly. There's no reason to bring your chaos and loss, injury, and harm, or anything dark arts related to me. There's no reason to. I'm not your enemy, you know, and you don't need to be testing me. I wouldn't see why that would be the case, right? If anything, I would think that if you stand for certain things, we should be working together, right? Not lying on me and trying to discredit me and what I do. But yeah, folks got to learn their own way. I guess we all got to learn our own way. You guys got anything? Nagger, there you go. That's what it all boils down to. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Independence creature, independence person. All right, give me some final words, folks. I think we're going to start jettisoning the members. Thank you, NDB. Show, non-show. There wasn't really a show here. I was just talking.
Right.
Yeah. We also were wooing now. The woo can seem like a show from afar. Yeah. Did we ever get to you, private citizen? You were going down the road. I cut you off. We went to a caller. We came back, and then I don't think we ever picked back up with you, did we?
No, that's fine. I mean, you basically just reiterated everything in just different words. It's just sometimes frustrating when folks that are on the call don't comprehend what you're actually saying. Like, I don't know. Start talking about like the motions and doing this and doing that and petitioning, like all this nonsense. Like, dude, nah. Like, you stole my shit. Give it back. You know, you just did XYZ. That's wrong. and just like handle it as best you can as a man in whatever venue you're in. Like literally, it doesn't matter what the venue is. Like if they're dragging you in there, just fucking handle it.
Now here's the problem. Have you ever applied this and gotten results or won, as they say? Because if not, you're just talking and you're just culted to me.
I have. I've been in court 7 times, and I've won 6 times.
Wow.
The 7th time, I took a plea deal because I was way out of my element, and it did involve firearms. But I got everything dropped to a quaff, a continuation without finding.
Ooh.
Yeah.
He got queefed. Did you hear that? He went full legal and got queefed. That's fucking hot. That's fucking hot, man. Only a human being could go 6 for 6 and then on the 7th time do something else, right? Like, what is that?
Yeah. Well, no,
like,
because
where in life do you win 6 out of 6 times and then go on the 7th time? You know what? I'm going to do it the way everyone else does it instead of this way that seems to be the core of my beingness. That's supernatural, right? That's like, it's the fish in the fishbowl effect, right? It really is.
Yeah. Well, and the thing was, in that moment, it was more real than the other 6 times. And the reason why is because before it was like misdemeanors, it was like traffic court. It's like the stakes were low.
Listen to this logic. It was more real when his life was on the line versus when it was a traffic ticket. Well, how does that make any sense? I don't know. Yeah. I can't. I get what you're saying, but I'm showing you the other side of it, right?
Yeah. But I mean, it got dropped down. I think it was either 7.5 or 9 years minimum with like additional time, like all for having a gun with an expired LTC.
What the fuck is that? Sorry, silly me. I don't know. Oh, I see. Where's this at?
This is out of Massachusetts.
Ooh, Massachusetts. Yeah, they don't like rights there.
No, they don't.
Well, again, you went 6 for. Did you use what we do here?
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, for the most part. Okay, there's another 6. Rack them. How many more are out there sitting around who've been to court 4, 5, 6 times, batting 1,000? Use what we do here, but we don't win. It doesn't work. It's not a thing. He is MAGA, but he doesn't do what we do here. He's been to court 1 time and he wants to do legalism and corporatism. He's not listening.
One time.
Well, you're batting 1,000 doing legalism.
Facing 80 plus multiple different jurisdictions at one time.
I don't know what that means.
You want me to repeat it?
No, make that make sense. Use different words.
Yeah, what are your 80 jurisdictions?
Different counties. I'm sorry. No, the jurisdiction, different counties charged with crimes in different counties, and all of them combined was a potential of 80 plus years.
Right.
Batted 1,000.
But you're using legalism.
Yes, I had no choice.
No, you did.
Gay. You do have a choice. That's gay.
I'm not saying that. I don't even. He's saying fake and gay. This is what the men now will start to. This is men
who are still men, retard maxing, and this is a part of retard maxing 101. I actually learned this in the first class.
Well, buddy, when you own corporation,
go full legal, you go full gay. Like you just.
I was a part of this. I was a part of the system. It was a corporate thing.
Yeah, so but you accepted that title.
I built the title. Yeah, of course.
Well, you got taken down by your own creation. That sucks.
Yeah, you're like this person. This person doesn't know it, but they're an inauthentic corporate male. They come in and they tell you they're everything but a man, and I believe them. Just like you do at court. I'm an attorney in jacking off and facts. I'm a whatever, right? All your statuses, titles, and like this guy. It's perfect. I'm a 51-year-old geologist, dad, husband, slave master, scout master, whatever, rapist, a coach. I was going to say couch. This guy's a couch. I was going to say, man, you are an overachiever. You're not doing anything else anywhere else in life, but as a couch, that's service. Like if you were to come here and just put your arms and legs out and I could sit on you and do the broadcast, that's the most service you've ever done in life. Not couch, coach. He's a coach. God knows what he's coaching. He's coaching other dads, husbands, geologists, slave masters, volunteers.
I mean, Paul, you learn this stuff over time, but
Right.
when you're indoctrinated at a young age and you start doing things to try to
You're
be
making
successful.
excuses. You're coping again. This is not true. I've never been indoctrinated. From day one at 12 years old, I started asking questions to all these slaves and they could never answer. So I just presumed that whatever was in me knew better than them. And they mocked me for it until it was all proven true. And that's God to me. Right. So that's your cope and your excuse. That's not my experience. Please don't tell me my experience. It's been the opposite. I've thought everyone was retarded here from day one. I've never understood any of their garbage. I've never listened to it. They tried to punish me and threaten me. And at some point, they just wind up leaving me alone, or I have to go to my room with no toys and no dinner. And quotes, right? Like whatever the... But that still doesn't legitimize, nor does it actually explain the delegation of authority and what's going on here, right? So, yeah, I guess that is the way that it is for whatever reason.
Can you tell me more about this entity or title or person you created that took you down and got all these charges? So you created a business, right? So I'm assuming you signed as a president.
That's a legal
or
person.
CEO.
That's a legal person right
I
there.
was playing within their rules from the very beginning. Yeah.
Right. You gave up your soul and your status as a man under God with God-given rights for benefits, privileges, and limited liability, legal,
Yes.
corporatist endeavors. I know that. I could do that as good, if not better. Believe it or not. I got a pretty decent memory and a mouthpiece that can spit stuff out. I've not chosen that because I don't think that's the way to the way. I think that's a deception that can feel like the way, but is the antithesis of the way. This guy comes before you to tell you he's been to court, you doing what we do here, and he's won 6 out of 7 times, and he would have been 7 out of 7, except he practiced fear over faith on the last one, and he bought into this idea.
What was your plea agreement?
Well, from my standards too, like my own position of like, if I look myself in the mirror, I'm going to say that I won 7 out of 7. But from like a track record standpoint, it was 6 out of 7, not 7 out of 7. But that's only because I was facing, like, I think it was a minimum of 7.5 to 9 years for like some stupid shit. And I was just happy in that moment that I was able to get it all dealt with and like nothing. I didn't go to jail. I think I paid like $15. They wanted like a couple $100, and I talked them down to like, it was like 15 or $20. And I got like a misdemeanor for
they just wanted your soul, man. They didn't care about the money at that point.
Yeah.
They just wanted your soul.
And
it's cheap, don't worry.
Even in the plea agreement, they wanted me to do community service, and I was like, oh, fucking great. Yeah, I want to help my community. Like there's a bunch of potholes near my house. Like I can identify them. I'll put them on Instagram. I'll even buy the material because I got a family member that works at an asphalt plant. I said, I'll get all the asphalt material. I'll help my community. And they said, no, you have to go to this community community service program that's like monitored and supervised. And I was like, that doesn't really do it, but where is it? And then they told me where it was, and I said, well, I'm sorry, I can't do that. That's clearly not my community. Like, I'm not like, if you want me to do community service, you need to come up with something in my community and let me assess it. And if it looks good, I'll take the plea, because I don't have a problem helping my community. So I played that angle, which to me is, equitable, right? I'm not saying no. I'm not being in dishonor.
Right. They shouldn't have to tell you do community service. Every time I come here, I'm doing community service.
Right. No, I get that. But in that moment at the time, I was less educated than I am today. And certain things were still
but what would be your
new,
defense now for possessing illegal ammunition in court, according to them?
I'd say, fuck yeah, it's my property, give it back.
You don't need a defense for a lawful action. A lawful action is anything that doesn't cause a direct threat to the public, loss, injury, and harm to another man or woman. Why would I have to defense, which literally means to take away your ability to fend for yourself, which is so elegant and ironic. But why would I defend myself when I haven't done anything unlawful? If I did do something unlawful, then what I did was indefensible. See the game?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, but what about people who create bombs and drive around? Like, what do you do about that?
What if? Who cares?
Simple. Once you get caught doing wrong, you should do what you should have been doing the whole time and admit to yourself and others you did wrong and do better. Whatever happens after that, I guess you got to deal with it. Because this isn't that hard. You get Jeffrey Dahmer in a cell and you get him in a right state of mind where he can be reasonable and rational. And he'll tell you, I did wrong. I caused loss, injury, and harm. I had to be dealt with. Okay, so now what? There's 10, 50, 100 more of them out there. You're never going to get all of them, right? We don't ever have complete control over this. And we understand that everybody here at some point falls short of doing what's right and does wrong to some extent. So, yeah, man. I mean,
a lot of
again,
hypotheticals on that, though. I mean, you got to prevent crime, you know.
How do you prevent crime?
How do you prevent crime?
No, this is good. Watch this. It's so easy. How do you prevent crime?
I don't know. Like, let's just say 9/11 was real, right?
Wait,
maybe like,
let's say it was real. So now imagine this. He just did it to himself. Let's take one of the biggest crimes ever perpetrated by people supposedly protecting us and then say, what if it was real? No, stop there. You already disproved yourself. The biggest crime ever taken place, one of them where 3,000 people were killed, was lied about and nothing was done. So tell me all about how your pre-crime stops all the crime. You already proved it doesn't. But go ahead. Continue. Let's assume one of the biggest crimes ever created that wasn't stopped by the people who were supposed to stop it was real. And then?
Yeah, I mean, let's just say that.
I think the problem is the real issue is we need like these really nice HOA developments that have really high walls and guards that like patrol the walls to make sure that all of the HOA residents are kept very safe and secure and are well fed and have all the entertainment that they need.
I agree.
They can walk around all day, every day, and eat hot dogs from the state sanctioned hot dog cart with all the proper permits.
Right. The answer is cages within cages. We build a wall down at the border around everything. And we build another wall. And we just keep building walls. That's the answer to not only freedom, but also safety. We just keep walling everyone and everything else.
To like nicer cages, because some of them we can make them like really expensive and spray paint them like gold so that it looks like gold, but it's not. And then that's like the premium cage. It's like the suite, and it's got extra like bedrooms and bathrooms and stuff, The TVs are bigger.
We need to do? We need to really go all the way with this policy and code thing and this hallucination. We just devote like 4 of the middle states, the least desirable, over to like this corporation. And we just send everybody there who wants to fuck, fight, fraud, do all the things that everyone says, I guess, is like wrong. They can just go somewhere and all do it to themselves and each other. This way they can live free and then everyone else can be safe, right? See how quickly and easily I solved this whole
do you think that every single American...
By the way, I thought America was that original place where everyone could go to fuck and fight and get high and do whatever they wanted to do and kind of be left alone if they didn't cause happiness.
But do you think like people who have been, who fucked up and potentially hurt people, used weapons, do you think that when they're out of jail, do you think that they should be granted access to those weapons?
Absolutely. Now they think they should. That's the way that it was for the longest time, because if you have a right, it can't be taken. So even if you're taken and contained in a cell, once you're let back out, you still retain your God-given rights to protect yourself and others. The only other alternative is you're going to turn your fellow man into God, and they're going to tell everybody when they can and can't have guns. That doesn't work for me. Again, everything in your life emanates from a core of a fear space. Everything at this point in my life, as much as I can practice, emanates from a faith space. That's the biggest difference between us. You're
I just think that there's sick, demonic humans that should not be, things shouldn't be easily accessible for them.
You don't get to determine that for other people when you won't even hold yourself to the same standards. It's just like saying,
I don't know, is it a God-given right to own a gun? You know what I mean?
Again, now you're going to overthrow the Constitution. This is what I love about you guys. You came in here supposedly as the legal beagle on the Republican conservative side, and you're going to ask me a silly question like, is it a God-given right to own a gun? Knowing that agents are always going to own them and have them to control everyone else. And if they have them, we need them as a power differential. But you're even with that knowledge of just pure logic and the historicity of things, you're going to ask me, is it a God-given right? I don't know. Go into your Constitution that's supposed to back the spirit of the law of the land, and you tell me what right to bear arms shall not be infringed means. You're going to do it anyway, right? You're going to go cite some code and policy and some other guy's words and your feelers and how everything's about fear, and you're going to tell me all about it anyway. So go ahead.
Well, I thought that you weren't a constitutionalist.
Again, I don't cite the Constitution for where I get my rights. I can correlate my understanding and my experience with that contract, but I'm not a party to it, so it doesn't apply to me.
Right. So asking you the question, because that doesn't apply to you, do you think it's a God-given right to own a gun?
Of course I do. Or I wouldn't have them, and I wouldn't advocate for them. It's a God-given right to do whatever I want to do here that doesn't cause loss, injury, and harm to others. This isn't that difficult.
Yeah, real quick, and I just looked this up. I didn't have this off the top of my head, but it does say in the Bible, Luke 22:38, and it said the disciple said, see, Lord, here are the two swords. And he says, that's enough. So yeah, like, he even says, like, sell your cloak, buy a sword. Like, literally go sell your fucking jacket and buy a Glock.
Right, a gun is just a piece of property. It's just a tool. I could do more without a gun than I can with it. If I wanted to inflict loss, injury, and harm on someone else, and I really wanted to get it done and make a statement, I probably wouldn't even need to use a gun. So what's the point?
I don't know. I mean, you've been to jail, right? You see some of these fucking people. You really think they should, we should just be like, yeah, sure, man.
I'm not playing that game. They already got guns. They already got guns anyway. That's the game you want to play, that they don't have guns already. They already got them. Your codes and policies only make it so people who follow the code don't get the privilege and the benefit and the right. People who already were like criminals and not following code are going to have the guns anyway. So you just criminalize good people who wanted their guns to defend themselves. The criminals don't listen to code, so they're going to do whatever the fuck they want to do. By the time you put them in a box, they already had the gun the whole time and used it. It's silly. It's not stopping it. You know what stops a bunch of sick, crazy people like myself at one point who was on heroin, going around town robbing cars and people with groups of other people, doing harm to people as well? You know what stopped me and everyone else like me? When someone put a gun in my face, or when somebody put a gun at the window out at me. That's what stops you. Again, you're trying to bring logic to someone who's reasonable, logical, and sensible. You don't understand criminology, even though you're expressing the core of criminology, which is it's all run by fear. That's another ironic paradox. You're writing up codes and policies and all the rest of this isn't going to put somebody in fear of the moment who's desperate enough and willing to do wrong enough. An armed populace, as they used to say, is a polite populace. A group of armed people who are willing to express their rights and secure their property and their freedom will stop anybody in their tracks every time, in or out of uniform, from taking their property and their rights. By the time you call the cops and whoever else to come fix the problem, I'm and whoever else is already gone at that point. Now, again, it's been 12 years. I don't even tell a lie at this point, unless I'm deluding myself and lying unknowingly, which you could argue is not a willful lie. But I can tell you from being in that position and at that point and other people around me what the reality of it is on the ground. It's actually the exact opposite of what you say it is. Because where I lived was a city or suburb where having guns was criminalized, it made it easier for people like me and others to pick victims from people who didn't have guns. Because only cops and military have guns now. The average citizen slave, I could walk right up to their driveway, into their house, and do whatever the fuck I want to do. With a relative certainty, they're not going to shoot me. You think that somebody like that's going to go play in a neighborhood where they know everybody's armed with fucking bombs and rocket launchers and grenades and everything else? It's not going to happen, bro. That's why when school shooters go to shoot something up, they go look for a gun-free zone. Come on, we already know all this by now.
And where I'm at, on my land, they actually create these registries where they're recording who owns what guns, including the names of the individuals and the addresses. And you can do a simple FOIA request for an entire neighborhood and get an actual map of everyone in that neighborhood and how many guns and what guns they own, whether it's a handgun, shotgun, or rifle. So like they've already been doing that where I'm at for at least the last 6 years. And
In
that's
Boston?
more statute, policy, and code. How is that right to the quote unquote law-abiding citizen or the people that are doing right? Because it's not stopping Jamal on the corner from selling me an Uzi with an extendo. It's not. It's just not. And I can get them cheaper. And if they got bodies, you get them even cheaper. That's the reality of it. They're everywhere. Like, we want to make fully automatic illegal. It takes a hand file in 15 minutes in a garage to make it automatic. Like, you're not doing anything. A piece of paper.
All right, so this person is twisting the dynamic again because they can't listen for the context and the nuance. Let's try one more time. You go to the average hood, usually legally, people can't own guns there. I'll give you an example. Phoenix. No, better example. Denver, where I came from. Denver proper, as they call it, you can't have a gun. Cops and military have them. The gangsters have them. Is the average hood, which is really just an impoverished community, safe? No. Because the average poor citizen who's impoverished, not a thug criminal, believe it or not, there's a lot of ghettos and hoods where most people there are just poor workers. They're not in gangs. I know you don't know that because you never lived there. You're talking about shit you don't fucking know about. But believe it or not, in a lot of black communities and other hoods and ghettos, if you want to make it exclusively black, which is not either, most people there are just living below the poverty line. They don't like thugs and criminals and gangsters either running their life, in or out of uniform. They can't own a gun, so the thugs and criminals in and out of uniform run everybody's life there and make the place a fucking war zone, okay? So again, you didn't listen. I said an armed, polite society, not an armed, polite criminal segment of society that isn't there all the time to upkeep rights and maintain order. That would be you and your neighbors next to you, who most of them are not gang members. They're tax-paying slave citizens, and they follow legal codes because they don't want to go to prison for packing guns to tell the Crips across the street to blow them and go away. They don't have a gun. They can't back themselves and defend themselves. Even then, it would be a risk. But it's hard for them to tell the Bloods and Crips, you're not going to gamble and push drugs in front of my house because they don't have anything to back their asses up with. You know who has them? The Bloods and Crips. And they're half price off for sale, too, if you want to buy some. So again, don't compare the average hood and ghetto to the concept I'm talking about because the citizens there, the average impoverished person who has a house or an apartment isn't allowed legally to own a gun to protect their rights and their property and to enforce the will on the community to some extent. It's the opposite. The police and the thugs run the community from both sides. And it's the same way on Mexico, too, by the way. The police and the military run their drugs and traffic and run shit on one side, and the cartel runs it on the other side. And the citizens are basically fought over by both sides. Who's going to extort the citizen slave and run their life and have access to all the products they create and have them pay us tax to live there, right? That's what you're talking about. That's what the legalistic, corporatistic society creates. One where the good, everyday man and woman can't defend themselves from the thugs in and out of uniform who want their land and property or what they fucking create and ultimately want their soul to submit so they can run their lives. I'm talking about cultures and societies like back in the West where every man and certain still communities, every man, every house has a gun. Every man has their spiritual practice, right? You know, every man has their occupation. I'm talking about cultures and societies like that where thugism can't get a foothold and thrive. We're doing too well. We're too inspired. We're too empowered. We're too not in debt. We're too prosperous. Our cup runneth over, and we're not run by a bunch of freaks and weirdos. See? That's what I'm talking about. That culture, that society will be nice and polite and respectful and honorable to some extent. You're also talking about people in neighborhoods who, on the other side of things, have nothing to live for if you ask them. They're completely poor and soul broken. They're surrounded by toxic culture, and they come out of homes where there's no love and care, and there's no instruction. Okay? So again, apples and oranges on multiple levels, and I could continue on, but you get the fucking point. You don't know that if we in the ghetto and the hood didn't encourage a bunch of black and brown people to be real Americans and stand for rights and freedoms And that was the rule of the day, that they wouldn't own guns and protect themselves in their community and tell the Bloods and Crips, fuck off, we don't want you here unless you're going to abide by your own original principles. And what was that? Community revolution in progress, Crippin'. Brotherly love overrides oppressive destruction, Bloodin'. GDs, growth and development, where's it all at? I'm asking you all what your own founding principles and what your shit was supposed to stand for when everybody came up, where is it at? Because we don't have that. If we had that, well, there wouldn't be a problem here, right? But again, the culture taught everybody over the last 40 years to push drugs, pimp on your women, and shoot each other in the street for all these fake-ass blocks and gangs that are color-oriented, just like the Republicans and Democrats. We got the Crips and the Bloods. It's not a coincidence. And instead of you all fighting for yourselves and each other and your communities and standing for something, you're too busy getting pimped out, arguing, fighting, and killing each other to actually stand for something here. So they got everybody by the balls on all sides for the same exact reasons, with the same symbolism, the same colors, and the same idea. Tribalism. And again, legalism and corporatism isn't going to get everybody out of that. It's what got us into that, because everybody got too comfortable and too convenient and too safe in a world where they didn't have to do and be to get. Thoughts on any of that?
Yeah, I was just thinking about how Mega's whole framework sounds like slavery. And I thought we're supposed to be against that, you know.
I mean, to a certain extent, you have to prevent, you know.
I don't. No, so let me explain it to you like this. If my neighbor wants to do heroin, who am I to stop him? Now, man to man, like brother to brother, yeah, you want to reach out and be like, yo, dude, stop. But is he causing harm, injury, or loss to anyone else besides himself? No. And if it crosses that line, that's when I think it's your obligation to step up if you're physically there witnessing it. But if you're not, it's like, why are you making it your problem? Like, and I know this from experience, because back when I was like, I want to say 16 to early 20s, I was doing that. I was making other people their problem. I was making it my problem, and then trying to like assist them in resolving it. And it was just chaos. And I like thought about it. I'm like, wait a minute. I was seeking out their problems so I can try and go help and fix it or do whatever. And it's like, leave it alone. Like if it's your direct family member, if it's a brother, a sister, a spouse, if it's like your neighbor or you're physically there witnessing it, that's when you step up and you say something or do something.
I mean, how many videos have you seen of California, New York, wherever, of homeless people on the street shooting up heroin?
Sir, that's the result of a legalistic, corporatistic society of governance ruling the day. You're making the point for us.
Elaborate.
It's very simple. You don't see these things in a lot of rural places where people are.
Well, the government is literally allowing them to shoot up on the street, and they're doing nothing about it.
They don't allow me to shoot up or not shoot up.
This is the point. You're not getting, like he just said, it's not that they're allowing that. It's that the purpose and meaning and principles are so gone from the society there that there's no reason left to live. And people who refuse to live life fully and govern themselves will always be the dead burying the dead. You want to try to save them from themselves. In the process of saving them from themselves, you want to lose yourself. This is the paradox that undoes you, right? So again, people gravitate towards these cities and these cultures where nothing is expected of them. There's no standard, American or otherwise. They get to just sit around, be a drain on culture and society, never have to self-govern, and just be a waste of life. And it's enabled. It's enabled in so many different ways. The corporatism enables it because they gravitate to where all the big corporations are. You know why? Corporations are big on waste. Waste is how all the parasitic creatures get fed without doing what they need to do to be and have, right? I'm talking about what I know that lives in me as well. This is a human condition. We have to look at it and be honest with ourselves and each other. So you can argue it all kind of intertwines, and it has its benefits up until a certain point, and then there's a sharp drop off, right? Of too much.
You can't say that that's something that we would want to be around, right? You can say that.
That's subjective. That's subjective
I mean,
because
do you really want to live in a country where it's legal to shoot up heroin and destroy your life and you know, shit on the fucking roads and the streets?
yeah, yes, yes, I do.
You're not getting it. Like, no one's gonna stop. No one should be able to stop someone else from doing that. And again, like if someone's shitting in the street, like if someone pulls their pants down right in front of me and shits on the street in front of me, I might slap the fuck out of them. And that's harm, injury, and loss on my part, and I'll probably apologize. But it's
I really see. I think this is all silly because again, this is denial of the fact that half of us is an animal, and we don't quite know what to do with that at times. We want to dress it up, pretend it's something it's not, call it something different than what it is. We are half angel, half animal, you could say. So, you know, typically, man, in nature, before certain modern inventions, for the last few thousand years, that's pretty much give or take what it is. Most of the world still operates that way. You dig a hole, you shit in it. You know, I know that's not civilized and sophisticated, but it's reality. Again, to believe that I would rather
you can't do that. That's illegal. You can't dig a hole and shit in it.
Right,
It's
but that's the
indecent
point.
exposure.
Is they'll go from we got to. This is the point when you go down this road. It goes from we got to keep everybody safe from the bum shitting on the sidewalk at San Diego to I can't use my own property that I supposedly own however I want. See, it never just begins and ends at that. It always goes for everything. So you have to settle on the reality that we don't live in a safe realm. There's inherent danger here. Part of being successful is not being risk averse. You're going to have to embrace death, darkness, and risk. And you're going to have to do your best to cooperate, co-create with your fellow man, even if that means leaving and going somewhere else. If you have a population of street shitters where you are, maybe that's a sign and a clue that you don't belong there. Or maybe it's a sign and a clue to pull your pants down and mark your territory. You have to make that determination for yourself. Right. But again, to erect a whole system that's going to police everybody like a bunch of slaves on a plantation and tell everybody like children what they're going to do and not do, I'd rather take my risk with the street shitters. Because what winds up happening is when you start to legitimize that system, they start to be the ones to come in to shit all over everybody directly and their own property and then take it and say there was endangered shit that we put there on your property. So we have to repossess it to keep it safe from you, even though you own it. You know, bizarre, insane loops like that. It's the way that it always goes, right? So again, you have to just kind of accept you're never going to be able to create a system that can overwrite what's supernatural. To try to do so is a fool's errand, and it is corruption. The best hope you can have is co-creating and communing with people who do a really good job at governing themselves and working with each other and not having to be governed externally. And again, is anybody in any community ever going to meet that 100%? Probably not. We have really good percentages compared to other places. Yes. Is it contingent upon the ethics and the values and the morals and the logic that we instill or reveal to people? Absolutely. But again, people who lack meaning and purpose and true value systems and a place to be every day and someone to be a part of something, they tend to degenerate and degrade pretty quickly. And I would contend that's a big reason to a lot of our problems we're seeing that we're facing is the human condition has been overlooked. We're not bringing resolution to that condition. We're ignoring it in order to survive and supposedly thrive in and of a world that seeks to change who and what we are in so many different ways. Rather than to embrace that and really own that and be responsible and accountable with that and flourish with that. So much so now the next step is going to be AI realities and artificial beingnesses and mass hallucinations and wires in your brain. See, that's where that corporatist, legalistic world eventually goes, right? As an abomination. Where you're going to have everybody tracked and traced and accounted for to make sure that nobody's ever unsafe again. In doing that, you're going to make sure that nobody's ever truly safe again. Do you see the paradox? The danger of freedom. The dangerous freedom is also the precondition for what creates safety, because without that, you have control. If you're controlled, you're not responsible for your own safety. Someone else is. This is
So
why you could argue
children and put them on a leash.
This is why you could argue a prisoner in a jail cell sometimes is more free than somebody who's rich and successful in society. It's at the core of who and what they are. They're going to do whatever they want to do, and they're going to defend themselves and their rights. You cuck and comply all day, every day in order to be successful by a corporatist standard. Their dangerous freedom that is unpretty is what makes them a man who is only controlled by themselves, not externally. They'll never be a slave. You are a slave to your things and those who provide them for you in the way that you get them. You've never known freedom. All you know is false peace. Other people doing what you want them to do, and if not, you're going to punish them. That is not true freedom. That is not true self-governance. True self-governance comes out of true freedom, where everyone or the majority decides to learn and reveal how they're going to be good and great. That's what makes a prosperous culture and society. What used to be common sense is no longer common. Your legalistic, corporatistic schemes are not going to change that. A spiritual renaissance and an explosion of conscious and aware men coming forward to be the example will change that, and already has and is. There's no other way around it. We got to get out of here. I'm going on 6 hours.
Peace.
Thank you, Mega.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'm going to put him out. So there you have it, folks. Another day doing what we do here on the Cosmic Slave Bus. We're looping here. I don't deny it, right? Just like your bus driver. Gets up every day, opens the door, takes the passengers, and we're down and back. For a lot of the passengers, they've been there before where the bus is going. They're going to go again. For a lot of the passengers, it's their first time, right? For the Cosmic Slave Bus driver, it's just another day. Looping within the loop. They even call it that. I remember on Denver when I used to take the actual slave bus, they'd call it the Denver Loop, because that's all it does. All day, every day, down and back, whether you've been there or not. Do we have a Bo Intel person? Is that a new person? All right, we got to address this person. Bo Intel or Bio Intel.
Hello?
Well,
Hey, what's
yeah,
up?
Bio Intel. Welcome to the Magic Slave Bus.
Hey, how you doing?
Are you going to the corner of freedom and slavery by any chance?
I had a question for you about that. It's kind of similar to what you're just talking about. Do you believe in the quote, oh shit, I'm gonna fuck this up. Those who want freedom without slavery deserve neither, or something like that? Do you believe in that quote?
Those those who want their comfort or their safety in exchange for their freedom will have neither and deserve neither.
Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry.
And it's not whether or not, well, yes, I guess you could say I agree with that, but it's not because I agree with that it has value and power. I agree with that because it's true.
Yeah.
So
do you believe in the fundamental interconnectedness of like all things? Do you believe that like everything?
Absolutely. How I describe it is holographic and reflective and synchronistic.
Okay.
Means that if I tell a story of a human being story, I've told a story of every human being story. That's why movies and music are popular on a mass scale, because we can all listen to them and watch them and feel like we're there and a part of the experience because we've had the experience of being human and everything that entails, right? So that is proof of holographic reflectivity. We couldn't do music and movies and everything else if people didn't relate to what they identify with, and they identify with that which is them or a part of their experience. Basically, just another way of saying every I am is another I am. It's all the same self. The only difference is how we respond to the same truth, life, and way, or how we react. And again, that's greatly contingent upon our perspective. Go ahead.
I was kind of making comparisons to what you were talking about tonight. I raise chickens and birds, and I let them free range. I want to build them a coop, but like right now, the way that they fly up in the trees and they roost away from like predators on the ground. And I feel like they would have a better life not being put in like I feel like if I built them a coop, that would be like a jail. Like it would be safe for them. It would be safer from predators. There would still be the risk of a predator breaking in and like attacking them. But I feel like they would have a better life, completely free range, just living in the trees, you know? And I guess that's, if I could communicate with these birds and ask them like which they prefer, I wonder sometimes what they would choose.
Again, they don't have a choice. They don't know what it means to be caged and enslaved. That's the language of your people that you've been taught and introduced to. They're going along to get along. What do I mean? You think that a chicken gets up one day and says, build a box around me to protect me and keep me safe? Only stupid, cowardly humans do that.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't want to do it. I feel like I would be building them in jail, but also like I invested in them. They're my little fucking feudal slave birds. They lay me eggs.
That's the point. You've turned them into a product, and you feel like you're going to take a monetary loss.
I don't sell them. These are all for me. I eat all my eggs, man.
It doesn't matter. The point still stands. It's the same idea, one for one, on the human slave farm. Everybody's a product. They generate a value for the system, and if they're kept unsafe, they can't be productive and generate value for the system. So again, it's like, are you going to turn them into a product and see them as valuable and powerful because of what they can generate you, or how they're generated to be in the universe? So again, I agree with you.
Smile when I see them, and I do like eating their eggs. I give them some though. Like if I like scramble one of their eggs, I'm gonna like cut them off a piece. You know.
Here's how I'd meet you in the middle. Is if you gave just like the dual jurisdiction, animals and the slaves, you give them an opportunity to come and go as they please.
Yes.
You give them a free run, and then at nighttime they like to roost and they like safety. That makes sense. It's supernatural for them.
And they do, and they come back, and they haven't left me. I've had them free range for a month, and they keep coming back and roosting in the same place. Because
animals are far from stupid. Animals are supernatural, intuitive, and instinctual. Humans are stupid.
I believe that shit, man. I get like, I feel like when I see like specific kinds of animals, it's like God trying to send me like some kind of fucking metaphor symbol. You know what I'm talking about? Like you see.
That's like another reason I believe this culture doesn't like its people to be intertwined with the animals, because back in the day, people had a ride-along relationship with animals, and the universe talks through animals. It's another way to cut people off from having a revelatory experience.
You know, like C.S. Lewis, like Chronicles of Narnia, like they went there, all the fucking animals could talk, but then they went back there when they were adults, they couldn't talk to the animals anymore, you know?
Yeah, I mean, again, they make movies about this stuff. And if you go back to the Zen masters, they tell you sit with the plants and animals, get away from your society and your bullshit cult you call culture. It's right in the root word. The more you sit with the animals and the plants, the more the creation starts to present itself in its rawest, purest form. The more you can understand creation and how it presents in its rawest, purest form, the more you can understand yourself, because life is life on life's terms, not on your terms or Donnie Trump's terms.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, again, if I have no problem meeting everybody in the middle on most of these things, because if not, they'll say I'm an extremist, and they might be right. So just like I'll say with governance, hey, you want places to keep everybody safe, just let everybody come and go as they please and let it be a voluntary action. Don't force it on everybody. That's not safety, that's coercion.
That's fair and balanced, but like at the same time, I gotta have like a door, and they don't got like fucking hands. You know what I mean? Like I would have to.
Listen, man, it's bullshit. If you cared enough, just like Billy Gates and the rest of them, they figured out a way to create a whole society where when a slave walks in, the doors automatically open and close, and soon they're gonna go
chicken coops.
Soon they're gonna go to the next level if you let them, where only a good slave gets in, and if the slave gets in who's not supposed to be in or takes some, he gets locked in till authorities come. And if you're not a good slave with good social credit, you never get in because the thing locks up on you. So if you care enough with all your big brained ideas and your technology, you'll create something where when the goofy chicken walks up, it opens the door. When anything else walks up, it doesn't let it in, and vice versa when it wants to be out.
Do you have you seen the movie fucking Chicken Run?
No.
Claymation movie? I think you'd like Chicken Run. It's all about this shit. It's all about the shit you're talking about.
Yeah, I know, bro. They all come here and tell me, you ever seen this? You must have seen this. You seen this? I go,
I'm recommending you watch it.
I know what you're doing and what you're saying. I appreciate it. I get it. Art imitates life. Everything in Chicken Run is what we're talking about here, even though I don't know what I'm talking about. And it's all a made-up fantasy story about chickens and running.
No, man. They're chickens and they're on the farm. They're gonna turn them into a fucking chicken pie, and they get together and they build a plane and they fly off and they go to
right. This is the thing that people can't understand, because this universe is holographic and reflective. While you're tending to chicken, slave masters are tending to you. They're fattening you up with GMO and corn syrup.
It's like a microcosm. Of
course it is.
Seed
it's called why do you think the Russian thing is so intriguing, the doll within the doll? Because it's another representation of holographic reflectivity. You're looking at your animals and how you treat them is exactly when they look at you, how they treat you. Throw the slave and others flop of poison
not
food.
a Russian nesting doll. It's the chicken and the egg. Which came first? What do you think came first? I need to know. That's my last question for you. Then I got to go to bed. Which came first?
I would say the simulation came first, however it came forth. And then I would say that within the simulation, would seem to me it would have to be the creature.
But the chicken or the egg,
I think the creature would be the initial program starting point that has the experience of reproduction. So I think the production is first, which would be man or woman or chicken or whatever, and then reproduction is the reflection, is another form of holographic reflectivity. So I think there was a time, just based on what I seem to have learned or know about the universe, I think there was a time when whoever created the simulation started it and put it into play. And that day, everything was created and then set off on its eternal experience of reflecting and reproducing here in a holographic sense. Doesn't make sense to me that creator of the simulation would put forth an egg and all the rest of it. Even down to us having a story that's passed down thousands of millions of years about life and creation leads me to believe the first beings here were their full self and their full beingness, because it doesn't indicate that the first beings here were like babies who just were put here and then grew up and then reproduced, right? If that makes sense. The story is of a being who's come into existence somehow, who's reporting what he's finding, his experience. So yeah, and I mean, again, that's one of the biggest mind fucks in creation is
that's the chicken and the egg.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, again, we got the story of the Garden of Eden for a reason, because it's, I guess, logical and intuitive, but that doesn't mean it's correct by any means. The answer to all that is we don't know. If we want to be honest with ourselves and each other, which is always the best task, we don't know.
Yeah, this shit's crazy.
How creation comes to be, and you can argue that's the best way that it should be, because. Do
you want to know?
I don't need to. That's the thing.
That shit drives me crazy sometimes.
I respect the nature of the miraculous miracle, the miraculous and mysterious, magical miracle is what I should have said. The magical and mysterious and miraculous, yet somehow revealed nature of this universe, conscious and awareness and co-creation. You could argue we're not meant to know, and it might even spoil it. And if we are meant to know, then that'll be part of our experience, right? In birth or death, or maybe already has been. We just haven't processed it as such, right?
Or we might not even be able to process it. Like, you might not even be able, like.
Yeah, I think that, again, that's by design. You have to have a realm where only a being who cares and goes on a real journey can come to know to an extent, but nobody can ever know. So that keeps everybody beneath the program, because what's revealed is enough, right? Law and order, a program and a process, a procedure, universal law, through conscience, true purpose, meaning, and value. What's revealed is already enough here. That's everything of what we are, and what we know creates everything that we want to be or that we see as goodness and greatness. So it has to be that way. Nobody can know how we were created completely or what God is. Just knowing that it works with us and we could be part of it or be with it, or that it works through us, is enough. To ask for more is ego, you know. Like, and I won't even say it, like, we should start clarifying is toxified ego, right? Because you need ego, you could argue, to have the journey and just go on any walk in life. So we can't do this thing people like to do, where we demonize the ego because you got a bunch of lazy, weak motherfuckers who want to live in denial and delusion and act like somebody else trying and doing and being is an illusion. No, it's not. It's real, because when these people who try to kill their ego need help, they're the first person they find is somebody with that ego to do their work for them. It's the darndest thing, man. So just saying you killed off your ego and don't need ego completely is an egocentric statement. I've done it before and I've had to correct it. Best you could do is direct your ego towards something that is redeemable for yourself and others.
Yeah.
Holographic and co-creative, right?
Something altruistic.
Yeah, it's like saying a bird or an animal doesn't have an ego. No, they do. They just have it directed toward a co-creational, holographic, replicative process.
Dude, yeah, chickens are so like loving. Like they have real empathy. Like chickens will take care of each other, and like I don't know, man. They're smart. Some chickens are smart. Some chickens are dumb as shit. Like you can see it in their eyes. Some of these are fucking like. There's levels of intelligence to birds, I'd say.
Listen, man, we're back to the same paradox. A species that can't take care of itself is not meant to live long. A species that's not allowed to take care of itself can't live long.
Okay, that's not chickens though. Chickens have lived out in like the
I'm
wild
not saying it's not. I'm just saying that if you want your chicken to be less stupid, you got to stop treating it like a product and let it develop its natural intuition. I'm not saying you do. I'm agreeing with what you said. We're agreeing. I'm talking to other people out there.
All right, I'm sorry.
Who are not understanding what you seem to be on the path of getting and understanding. And you don't need me for it because you came here with it. It's already inside of you, which is an instinct and an intuition to treat life on life's terms. You know the chicken doesn't want to be enslaved and coerced and duressed because you got life in you just like it does it. You also can know by your own experience that if you were to live supernaturally by your own wits, you'll get better and better at it. You practice it, right? What you use, you don't lose. What you don't use, you lose. Right? What you use strengthens, rather. Gets stronger. What you don't use, you lose. So just like they say, when you take a pig out of captivity and let it back in the wild, it starts to grow tusks after like 6 months. It's reverting back to what God's plan for it. Just like someone, who was it, Rick here before with his big brain, wanted to sit and chat and tell me God doesn't have a plan. If God doesn't have a plan, then how does every pig go back to being a warthog and growing tusks when you leave it the fuck alone?
I wish
how that works.
The guy I bought these chickens from fucking clipped all their beaks. I got a bunch of circumcised birds. I'm never buying from this guy again. They all got like fucking colds. How
does Paulie the chimpanzee go back to being the white gorilla if you leave him the fuck alone and let him do what God will and plan that was put into him? If you leave him the fuck alone, he goes back to turning into the white gorilla. Don't tell me God doesn't have a plan. You just don't see it and know it and haven't lived it. Stop making your experience everybody else.
They're turning back into monsters. They're little fucking velociraptors running around attacking each other. They're crazy as shit. They're savages. Foraging.
Listen, man, what does nature show us over and over again? In order to live in this world, of it or not, you're going to have to be backed by something. You're going to have some instinct, intuition, and co-creational defense mechanisms, right? Or just an understanding and adaptation in order to survive and thrive. So, like you said, man, I saw the same thing with the chickens around here when and I'm not saying a lot of them weren't dying for different reasons. That's part of the consequence of co-creating with these animals in their natural habitat. A lot of them aren't going to make it. Maybe the same to be said for slaves, right?
Yeah.
You want to tell me about your vaccines and all your shots. You can't breed a strong race who's ultimately competent and capable if you keep giving all the weakest motherfucker shots to keep them alive. That's not how nature works. I know you like that. I know it feels safe. I know you think you're doing a great deed, but what you're doing is watering down the gene pool, it could be argued. You're basically taking what God didn't have meant to be and trying to keep it around longer here. If God had a plan meant to be for these creatures to develop into something that could weather the storm, that's what the fuck's going to happen.
Right. If they were meant to live, they live.
That's why the Spartan society and culture was made up of real, honorable, good faith men. One of the reasons is because they put their children out in the elements and they lived or they died. Now, that doesn't sound pretty, but that's real.
Yeah, that's life.
They live by the code and the idea that whatever's meant to be is meant to be. So God wouldn't bring a creature into an environment it wasn't meant to live in. And if it's not able to live in this environment, then it wasn't meant to live here. See, that's ultimate trust and faith. But they'll say that's the antithesis of love and care. No, it's not. It's elevating an understanding about how God and the universe works over your own wants and non-wants, your own desires.
They invert it. It's inverted.
Right, and they take this reality to everything. Paulie boy, don't tell him to go to court. Don't tell him to stand on being a man. What they got now that other people would have had to give their whole life and die for, They may have to go to jail for a couple months in concrete summer camp. You're not getting anything over on you and getting away from anything by making yourself so unfit to be here and so weak you can't stand the test of time.
And that's what it is. And that's the funny thing, like jail too. It's like that's the worst punishment they can think of is just like
this is what we do. We clip
own.
our own wings to avoid flying because it's unsafe, right?
That's the Kanye lyric. Bird can't fly in a cage.
Birds born in a cage think flying is an illness.
All right, I gotta go.
These men to be Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. You're already on your journey and your path. Blessings to you on your way. Don't tell these men and women to have a coming of age story, Paulie boy, like we used to encourage men and women to do, adolescents, so they could become real men and women, which is face their adversity. We used to send them in to pull on a lion's tail back when we were Negroes, before we went into caves, turned into inauthentic corporate beta males, pushing papers and wearing suits. Oh man, if you went to Africa back in the day when they used to encourage men and women to be honorable and good faith and trustworthy and have faith that everything will work out, that the system, universal system, has something meant for them, they tell them, walk up to a lion and grab its tail. Don't do that, Paulie boy. That's stupid. Remember your inauthentic corporate beta male came in here? He's so big brained. He's so smart. Why would you tell him to walk up and grab the lion's tail, Paulie boy? That's so dumb. The lion might be able to eat him. That's the point. You can't figure that out. That's the point. Adversity makes men and women. Adversity breaks men and women. The only difference is who's going to face it and move forward and trust, equity, and faith. Imagine thinking that you're ahead of the game because you avoided the adverse challenge that's going to make you a man or a woman in this life. You avoided it, so you think you're ahead of the game, but you never become a real man or a woman. Safety's a motherfucker and a fatherfucker. See how that works? Could be argued. Don't teach him. Don't teach him to set our rights and freedoms, Paulie boy. Teach him to go in the touchdown position. Teach him. Teach him to just submit. Hand the cards over. Right, like that's not what got us here. They get the journals of every pathetic slave in a concentration camp somewhere who's about to be walked to their untimely death. And every one of them's like, don't cooperate, don't comply, don't submit, stand for something when you have the time, because there's going to come a time where it's all going to be lost. They don't learn a fucking thing, these people. They don't get anything out of it. I got to redo that too for a bit, non-bit. We got to open the journals of all the folks in the concentration camps at the Holocaust and read from in there. And what you're going to find is it's the weirdest thing you're going to find in there. I wish I would have bought more products from my local idol that I worship, my local hero. It's right there. You can't deny. It's going to be right there in our Holocaust journal. We're actually going to read actual accounts from people who are on their deathbed about to be walked to a beheading or a chamber in the dungeon, right? They get one last record piece of paper. And in there, it's going to say, I wish I'd have cooperated, complied more. It's going to say, and this leads into my gospel of lukewarm, because my gospel of lukewarm is what the person would be consulting while they were in the dungeon. The gospel of a lukewarm slave, right? And in their memoirs, you're going to see right before they were put to death, their last wishes were, I wish I would have just cooperated and complied. I wish I would have just given up more of who and what I am as a soul being to these people. You know, man, I wish I would have actually sat around and thought about just doing what they tell me to do. I didn't think of that. This is all going to go into a compilation book of all the ungreatest people we've never heard of in culture and society. It's the weirdest thing how that all goes together. Yeah, we'll get the tales and the accounts of all the ungreat people on a walk of non-goodness and non-greatness. How they consulted the gospel of lukewarm, and their dying wishes were to just comply and cooperate more. Just do what they're told more. Just listen to all the other inauthentic corporate beta male and female slaves around here. who've never gotten the fucking point. Oops, we'd have, and you know what's funny about all this? I'm doing the bit non-bit, but if you actually made it real, we have no movies, no music, like I said before. Lord of the Rings, gone. Patriot, gone. What's the other? Braveheart, gone. Maximus in the Arena, 300, gone. Gladiator, gone. You get where I'm going with this? We don't even have a TV anymore. You know why? Nothing to fucking play on it. You know why? No movies have been made. You know why? Because there was never a great man in history. You see the bit non-bit in the game I'm playing here? I want to create a whole AI universe that communicates this idea. Shows you, although we're already getting into it, we're already living into it, don't worry. But a whole AI universe where we alter the timeline 2,000 years ago, Jesus never came. All the greatest philosopher kings who wouldn't sell out in their soul, they were never existing. All the greatest people who questioned the false authorities and stood for something, they never came along. So we no longer have a fucking TV or a book because there's nothing to fucking watch or talk about. Imagine that world and that idea. Why? Because all of pop culture is art imitating life. There's never been an expression in that universe of a great man doing the right thing. So there's no more culture. Culture doesn't exist anymore. See how it works? They don't realize the backbone of all pop culture, music and movies, is a free human spirit that yearns to be free and not be controlled and ruled over. I don't care if it's Negroes with attitude or Patriot and Braveheart. You don't get any of that anymore. In this other world we created where people want us to, where we are now exactly how they want us to be. That's the world I'm going to create to show to you what it looks like. There's no more anything. No more music, no more movies, no more art. Just barely even existence. A complete, that's what it is. It's the final scene of Matrix. Just everyone in a black fucking cube box. Just no inspiration, monotone and mumbling. Like some people who show up here at times, we won't mention names. Soul broken, soul sucked, and just turned into a complete product. That's it. Because they'll say to you, what do you think? You got main character syndrome? And I go, yeah. Every movie's main character was written based off a real person in reality who did what the rest won't do. It's all of culture. It's all of history. Oh, man can dream, can he? I may never make the universe where nothing ever happens possible. I may not have to because they're going to turn this universe into that if you let them. But I can dream. That's going to be my masterpiece, my greatest work. AI co-created reality where we look into a glimpse of a whole universal timeline for 2,000 years where nobody ever did anything or stood for anything. How it's going to be, how it's going to come to be soon if you let them. And what it looks like, how there's just an absence of anything, even just there's no music. We don't even know what that looks like. Like right now, I'm trying to imagine what is a whole timeline reality of people who just never had music in movies because there was never a culture of goodness or greatness or a free human spirit. Like, what does that even look and feel like? I just fucking astounded myself. I just stumped myself right there. This is a crazy look into how you view the world. Thank you for noticing. It's been working somewhat. Some might say it's working somewhat, right? It could always be better. Oh, look, we have some contributions. That's all that matters, right? I get to come on here and be a crazy retard, say whatever I want, go against all societal, cultural, and corporatist norms. And great Americans like Scott B, Uncle Scott. He may or may not really be my uncle, but we're all friends and family here. Who's that? It's cousin Some Beans down there, I think. Can barely read it. Fucking format is such trash. Whatever. Scott writes, for amazing stream tonight. I appreciate all you bring. Thank you, Scott. I'm trying to be and live into power and value and apply that more and more to my life. And I guess other people are getting something that seems like power and value from that. We could all be completely in denial and delusional. Such is life and the human experience, right? It's a beautiful thing to some and a very ugly thing to others. How dare this Paul Unslavia still be free and able to come on here and speak from his heart and ramble and rant and loop and generate value? It doesn't seem right. It doesn't. He should have to have a teleprompter or some kind of license or certification, and he should be properly trained. Oh, well, it'll happen. Don't worry. At some point, we'll get there. No more broadcasting without license, registration, verification, and certification. We don't want to make these folks unsafe. All right, I'm going to block this person soon because I think I know who they are, but they don't want to tell me who they are, and they want to dick tease on me when they come here. I don't appreciate that. You know, just for that, you have to blow the whole chat. You didn't expect that, did you? See what happens when you play games? Tried to dick tease on me, and play power games with my penile equipment. Now you are sentenced in this court and in this realm. You have to blow the whole chat. They're going to love that. A lot of deviants down there. They don't care if you're vaccinated or not, some of them. Unfortunately, I do. They don't. Yeah. This will teach you in the future not to. You don't have to press one in the chat to get blown by this person. It wasn't one of those. They got confused there. They got so excited they started they thought it was like one in the chat if you want to get blown by this person. No, you don't have to. It's already happening. I'm gonna make a special white gorilla strain of carts. Is Pimp carts. Okay, that's good. Just make sure it's good product in there. Don't put my name and my likeness on anything that's trash and garbage, because that's not a benefit to me. That's a detriment. I'd rather be on nothing than be on the garbage. You know? Because then it becomes, oh, this is Paul Enslaved and his shitty fucking cart that's full of anthrax and clippings, stems and clippings and seeds. So here's what you're going to do. You first have to turn over whatever you're doing over to me. I have to look this over, call some of the other officials and get this tested legally and everything else. And I have to test it myself personally. Then I will ordain the usage of my imagery and the white gorilla branding, of course. Hold on. There's more people who are obviously geniuses and amazing people because they're giving me stuff. That's how I know that. Watt life for friends and family, blessings in all journeys. I actually was voyeuristically. You didn't know I was there. I didn't reveal myself, but such is the God of all media that I am at times in all places at all times, to an extent. On a metaphysical or quantum level, but actually on a macro level, still a micro level, universally. I came across Watt Life's panel interactions, and I was creeping, some might say. I was listening to him and some others. They were talking about regular stuff. So I left. So I was going to go up and try to do a bid or mix in, but I said, you know what, let me leave these people alone. These are some good white people. These are amazing people, the good white people. They try to do their best. You know, they were talking about working and other things I'm not doing at this time because I'm a leftist. I've been told. I'm a liberal. I live, ironically, I'm the head or creator of the state of Unslavia, and I'm its biggest benefactor or beneficiary. I'm a statist who lives off of government contributions from my own government. I don't even know how that works. I'm the worst person in reality, it turns out. After all this, I go before God, and God goes, really, Paul? You created a state of Unslavia metaphysically, and you lived off your own and the people's government handouts? how embarrassingly pathetic. You're worse than everyone. And I go, but I thought that I was on to something there. And they go, no. You did it to yourself just like we all do. Thank you, Mr. Walla. There's a God of all media, then you are in fact an angel of all media. That's the story I'm telling. Final words. Questions, comments, concerns. Going once, twice, 3 times. A lady, and by lady we mean possibly has a penis here. Because if you're going to call me a libtard leftist, I'm going to troll the shit out of you with it. I don't even know what a woman is, and you don't either, all right? So in the state of Unslavia, women can have penises. Because it's part of the new world. They're very feminine. What, JR Filthy? This guy's been here for 5 years and he never types anything. What is that? You guys are sitting there worried about how I just said it's possible to have a woman with a penis. Forget about that. This guy's been there for 5 years and has never made a statement. He just keeps showing faces. Why did I even have to be the one to bring that up? No one else is concerned about that? Guys are fucking could potentially be a terrorist. What kind of normal, rational, sane person just puts faces every so often to communicate what they're feeling, but never makes any fucking statements, never rebuts any claim? I can't get him into jurisdiction. That's really what I'm saying. I'm kind of like the people at court now. Why won't he? He's ungovernable, that guy. All I get is facial reactions, but I can't get any statements or claims, and I can't get him to rebut anything. And then every so often he just does that. I still don't know what that is 5 years in. Is that an eagle passing wind? What is that? Barely even see it. Let's get back. I feel like we're way out there right now. What does this person want? What does the 51-year-old father, husband, scoutmaster, political activist, governor, senator, microbiologist? What else were you? Husband, father, son, depending on perspective there. This guy does it all, this guy in chat, by the way. How do I know that? He told me so earlier. How can I help you exactly? How can we help you here? Did you get anything out of this? I notice you're a newcomer. All newcomers. Are you getting anything out of this here? Am I at least entertaining you? I don't want to waste your time. Again, far be it for me, a trailer dwelling gorilla who doesn't even work anymore because I live off the state of Unslavia. Far be it for me to insult a father, a husband, a United States citizen, a microbiologist, a community activist, political activist, baseball coach. He also said he's a coach. I thought it said couch for a second. That actually might be me. I thought about that. I didn't have much to put on a job application once, and I thought, can I put human couch? I had an ex who used to lay on me. I was so obese. Let's not get into it. We can get into it, but let's not. I'd rather not right now. We're winding down. That's a reference. That's some kind of experience. Sorry, I'm not a husband or a father. I'm technically a son. I have one of them. I'm not really a fucking coach. I guess I kind of am. I coach people here who are depressed and suicidal about slavery and genocide that runs their life. So I kind of am that. I'm also a couch. Technically. Sorry, I'm not a fucking... all the other things you mentioned. Is he getting anything out of this? He's just saying words. Oh, he's reminding. Right, sedimentary geologist. Sorry, forgive me. I said microbiologist. That's me. Every time I search for my inferior genitalia, I'm technically a microbiologist. I listen, so I'm an audiologist. I'm not really good at it, so I'm a bad audiologist. There's another joke in there. I'm going to leave it alone for the in crowd. Right. Did you get anything out of this is what I'm asking. Don't forget heroin addict. Right. He's coming here to remind me he's a father, husband, political activist, coach, not a couch. Geologist. He's a very accomplished husband, father, son, all these things. And to remind me that I'm a heroin addict. Thank you, sir. You are a pillar in your community. We can tell that. Thank you. Nothing about whether he actually got entertained or got anything out of this broadcast. So I don't think we're going to get that from him. There's an audiologist in the house. Please. We know what happened the last time we asked for an audiologist around these parts. Didn't go well. All right, I'm going to leave it there. Should we go bad guy? I like bad guy tonight. It's been a while since we had bad guy. And since this guy who's a father, husband, geologist, son, political activist, and many other things, since he wants to remind me that I'm a heroin addict, I'll be his bad guy any day. It's my honor, sir. My honor to be your bad guy. Hey, gotta choose the right one. Yeah, I like that one. That's got a good vibe. It's been a while since we did this one. All right, Paul unaffiliated on the way out, and then we're gonna do proper instruction motivates people. Our theme, non-theme song. A little bit of reggae vibe, and then I'll see you guys back. Who knows when? I'm not gonna promise you any dates or times at this point, because then if I break that promise, I'm even more of an asshole than I'm already gonna be. We don't need that. Special thanks to contributors and supporters. Look up top if you can't see it, full screen it, go into the description. Different ways to contribute and support, and one of the ways is emails. Be a part of the interaction and the experience. You get that here, you don't get that most other places. You go other places, they say, these are pathetic public slaves. We don't talk to them. We don't walk with them. We don't care. And then they say, we love you. Just keep donating and buying stuff. Here, we actually, for some reason, by we, I mean I go through your emails and your messages for the most part, unless you're completely out of sorts, right? In which case, I turn you over to my head of state, Lou Bass, for him to track you and trace you, investigate you, and kill and eat anything that is living and breathing that has blood in your vicinity. But that's a whole other matter. So yeah, you got like, I'll go over the list again of things that I'll accept there because I can't stop you anyway. And, you know, I'm known to be a little wild and crazy. If you got like pictures of various body parts that you want evaluated by me, can't stop that. I will look at them. Preferably unvaccinated. You know, like if you're morbidly obese, like some folks I'm not going to mention. Not me. Settle down. Some other folks I'm not going to mention. And you want me to evaluate your beached whale body because we're going more and more into beach season. I'll do that, like the Indian on my 600-pound life. And I'll say, it seems that you're slightly overweight. Maybe you need he gets like real sarcastic and rude with the 600-pound lifers. He goes, maybe you should try a salad once in a while, right? Well, I can do that. I'm a coach. Bam, coaching right there. If you got like legal theories you want me to shit on and point out how you're absolutely pathetically enslaved and addicted to your own vice and bondage, and you have little to nothing to offer as a man in honor and good faith, send that to me. I'll do that immediately. All these bogus legal claims. If you got a product and service that you want to pretend is actually like doing something, you know, you can send that to me. I'll look it over. I'll evaluate it. Which, by the way, we have handfuls of those people. I don't know if they're real or not, but I've been entertaining them more. We'll see if we'll find out if they're real or not. They just may not want me to like review their products because I don't want to sign up for shit and do contracts. And I might just like say your product sucks even after you pay me. What else? Oh yeah, definitely this front of the line. If you got wins at court, or even if you show up to court and you lose on paper, like the bozo came in here earlier, you lose on paper, but you actually stood for something and you practiced faith over fear and you were courageous. Send that to me. I'll showcase it here. I'll present it. I'll give you credit for acting like a man and being honorable and good faith and doing what you need to do, even if you didn't win on paper. And of course, if you actually get dismissals or you get favorable outcomes, doing what we do here. Let me know that we need to present more of that. Folks need to be inspired by that, and we need to go on record over and over again to put it in these liar frauds' faces that we're not just over here whistling Dixie and misleading a whole generation. So with that said, Paul, and affiliated on the way out. That's all I got. Bye.
All I have in this world is my thoughts and my word, and I don't break them for no reason. You understand?
I'm prized here by my fellow. We gotta pause now. We'll come back to that. Ace, what are you up to, man? You're not great with the timing sometimes. What is he pointing? Well, we're here now.
No, never mind.
Never mind. What you wanted to do? What now? Hello?
The outro.
Hello? What about it?
I wanted to see. No, if you were gonna put the gorilla, I was just gonna just go with the outro.
Oh, what I understand. So you wanted me to kind of go back and forth between the video or even the outro and whatever you were showing there.
Yeah, no, I was just, but see, yeah, whatever. Yeah, sort of like that. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna let you know that tomorrow I have a 10 o'clock appointment, and I'm gonna do the one with the breeding slaves.
Right?
But
Did you get the
sample of it? Yeah.
What?
I'm just gonna do a sample of it.
Should we vote here?
That's up to you, brother.
Yeah, we should reinstitute a vote here that actually matters. Or that would slaves get fucked up and start voting everywhere in their life because they voted here? That's what worries me. I have to have faith and trust in my Unslavians that they're not your average slave. They're on the path to enslavement, if not completely, and they wouldn't do that. I don't want to confuse these people. I already told them for years this voting's not going to work, and then I start getting them used to voting, and next thing you know, they're voting for everything. Maybe do that. Maybe just make 3 or 4 shirts based on ideas we come up with or ideas we have come up with or could come up with now. Make the 4, keep them for yourself, and then use them as a sample for all of us. So then I and the audience can vote, hey, you know what? I like this one. And then if the people all say, no, we like that one, maybe we do one for me of that. You know what I'm saying? And then we go from there. Because I'd rather give the audience what they like and what they want that they're actually going to wear. Right? Me and you think it's great or it's interesting, cool. But if we send it, they may not wear it. But if we get everybody to say, we like that, we wear that, we think that's going to be interesting, that's probably the move.
All right. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah.
So if you want, maybe start with 3 or 4 and then start with whatever ideas you got now. And then, you know what? We can even throw in the vote, resurrecting the You're a Slave shirt, one you got on right now. But I don't like the white, man. The white is, you got to go black on it. Black is the vibe. It's got the energy. It looks good. It looks clean. The fucking shirt's professional looking. It's good quality. That white shit, I wasn't, but it is what it is. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth, right? But on this time around, even if you got to make less of them or I got to throw in on it, whatever it takes, let's do the best looking thing that the most people want, right?
Sounds good.
So yeah, we'll do a vote at some point here over the next week or so. Try to get a picture of the black one, or I could take the picture because I got one. We'll try to put up. We'll try to have you show. We'll show the old one. You're a slave. Now watch me walk away with the channel, because that's partially what this is, if not wholly what this is indirect advertising. Right. But obviously we want something that you like, that you resonate with, that maybe triggers others, as long as it's not triggering too much. Right. Because that's the other side. I know how it could be because I know how I am. And I kind of have the thing where when I put on the You're a Slave shirt, I go, oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm gambling. Right. I'm gambling with rabid slaves that they might see it and get triggered or get reacted. I kind of like that. Right. But it's not for everybody all the time. And it's not for every day. Right. You don't go out every day out in the public and want to wear the You're a Slave shirt. So we got to create something too that people really are going to wear. They're not going to be intimidated by the fucking shirt.
Yeah, they look at me funny right now. Earlier right now, they were looking at me funny.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
All right, so let's do this. I'll do my video first. Then when we go to the second one, the proper instruction motivates people. I'll kind of wait. I can't do that. So I have it on my thing now. My whatever. Just show us the what you got there.
All right.
So then we'll get the hell out of here.
Oh, you know what? So like when I get the bird out there, I don't know if you could see it. It says Pimp Unslavia.
Right.
Yeah. So we're gonna get
Where
air
is
shot.
that?
Too.
Oh,
It
that's
says,
the top?
Yeah, it's the top of the right here. I don't know if you can see
on the back or the sides.
Yeah, on the sides. No.
I guess we're gonna have more flying subscribers, whether that be, I guess, planes or birds or.
No, yeah, no. That's all I have. I wanted to say at the top, but I have to finish this right here. All this right here. But did you see this one here? That one there. With the police. Yeah. And then this one here. We're stitching up the eye. We got to show. Yeah. And then of course the jail. I got to finish up the what is it, the DNA, some trees right there, and then here your chemtrails.
See, this is the thing, and you could argue we need to take back the symbolism because the original eye in the pyramid could be argued is another pictograph that describes power and value systems, right? It's the all-seeing eye, your conscience, whatever's attached to God. God is an experience. The upright pyramid could be seen as the holistic balancing of the body and the spirit, the physical, metaphysical, thoughts, emotions, and actions, right? Put into creation or generate a result. So they co-opt the symbolism. Even when you say New Order of the Ages and he or she favors our undertaking, I can make the same statement for what I'm doing and what I'm a part of, right? That this is a new order of the ages based on the all-seeing eye, the grand architect, and that God, the creative force, the universal force, favors that undertaking, right? People wouldn't be getting results they're getting at court or otherwise if it wasn't the case. So, again, that could just be an argument about that. But I get it, trying to take off on the symbolism, but really what it is they corrupted all that symbolism. They took it, they co-opted it, and they used it for their purposes, or they meant it exactly how I'm meaning it, but it always turns into something different because people get away from themselves and what they started out to do and be, right? All right, give me some final words if you got it.
No, I just know that, and we'll do the poll like you said. We'll take it from there.
I think and again, it's got to be a willing thing. I'm not like trying to impose or want people to take advantage of people, but if more people could use whatever they have, right, whether it's their car, that's part of the bumper sticker thing. Again, I may or may not want to put on a car just because I really don't want to have to take it off at some point. I may not want it there all the time. But something if folks can do, let's say they have a business with a wall or a board somewhere, they can put the channel up, and bring in some passive viewership. Again, I always sit with it and I wonder, do I actually want to grow and get big beyond a certain point? There's a pro and a con to everything, right? There's a give and take with everything.
But may I ask you why do you feel that way? That are you like not ready to blow up or
I've seen a peek into a world where I can only imagine if some other people we see in this life, they get actually like rich and famous and their anonymity's gone. And now they're surrounded by people at times who don't like them, don't respect what they do, and want to cause harm to them. Right. Or just want to like use them for some kind of advancement or some game. Right. There are pros to being an unknown person and just living your own life in your own world, so to speak. Right. There's work to do here. We believe we have an understanding and a message and an energy. We believe that all people should be part of that if they feel and see the same thing, and that the God has that in store for us, right? But That may be the case, and maybe that will be when that's meant to be. It may not be meant to be. And if I force it and I propel myself to a position, in quotes, where I'm not meant to be, then I open myself up to a whole other various layers, of probabilities, right? So I've already seen some of that doing what I do, we could say with a limited audience, and yeah, man, kind of how I am and how I've always been. There is an aspect of me that I value my privacy. I value being left alone. I value the idea of being able to hide in plain sight, in a sense. And if you move to a certain part of prominence or publicity beyond a certain point, and people start to know you, right? It could be a trip. And I guess then you use that for whatever you want to use that for, right? You could argue that maybe it's the ultimate accountability session. More and more people who know of you are going to hold you accountable. If not, they're going to show who and what you are to the world, right? So it's just like, okay, more and more of that having to come into to being secure within myself and what I do and don't do, and owning that. But yeah, man, I mean, even like not out in public, just having people message me and call me and whatever, it can be a lot of time. And that's the thing. I see why people who you think that they're egotistical and whatever, even if they are that to an extent, when you get into this world of whatever you want to call this, and being more and more available and seen by more and more people, there's probably a lot that comes with that. Even just on the metaphysical level, right? If we're all connected here and we all influence the field, then you got to figure there's got to be some consequence of people, thousands of people looking at you regularly, whether they love you or hate you, right? There's got to be some movement there, some influence. So yeah, I mean, I don't pay too much attention, but I do at times go, I feel certain things, right? And I see certain things, and yeah.
Well, you're not alone, brother. You're not alone, big dog. I got your back.
Yeah.
Even though you don't like to hear that sometimes. I leave you alone too.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen, man. Ultimately, we all find out at certain times and places, whether we got our own back or not, and who else has our back, right? To varying degrees. So, yeah, man, I want to believe that. I feel that in certain ways from you, and I think more and more as we go on, we're going to see, more experiences of that for ourselves and each other, right? So, because yeah, man, I mean, it's not that I don't like to hear that. I'm just real with myself and others, and I have to consent that I have to concede that I don't always have my own back. So how could you or anybody else, right? If that makes sense. So.
Because you're a real mother effer. That's why.
Right.
That's what Same here. I'm a man of my word and shit. I try my best.
Till I'm not, right, and I say I'm a god of all media and upset everybody. All right, let's get out of here. We wrap up.
Talk to you later. See you later.
All right, Ace. Thank you, man.
Later, Unslavia.
It's Ace. That is our art department. Enslaved art department, among other things. Public relations. See, here he goes. This guy wants to put my name on some THC cart that tastes like shit. I don't approve. Do better. Send it to me to sign off. You're already walking it back. That means it's probably garbage. Name it Talcott. THC products. Trying to think of name it Live Without Fear. Name someone who at this point we don't like and respect, who's delusional, in denial, and parasitic, desperate and needy. Name it after them. I don't want your shitty, poison, harsh, bitter weed with my name and branding on it. Slave state. carts. That's what you could do. We can always find something for you folks. I appreciate that. The idea of me, that's great, right? That's a dream come true for anybody. Oh, I have my own THC cart. Not if I hit it and it's garbage. It tastes like shit. That's bad. That doesn't work for me. I want to hit the THC cart, go, this tastes like absolute shit. And then it's Slave State or someone else who we've dealt with. It's already corporate fiction. And I go, that makes sense. When you hit mine, it's got to be like gorilla piss. You jump back and you go, holy mother of God, what is this? This is a nectar of life in here. Not some burning, corrupt, half-baked project you got going on there. Please. Sorry, it's okay. I forgive you. No, you didn't know. Now you know. He said it tastes so good, though. All right, you're sorry or it tastes good? Which is it? First it's bitter, it's gross, and he said it tastes so good. That's why some of the men, celebrities, wear women's clothes. I do that sometimes, but it's only because I'm feeling pretty. You know? Every so often, I feel like Tucker Carlson or Charlie Kirk. I feel pretty, oh so pretty. I feel pretty and witty and gay. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. $90 for 14 grams. I don't know what that means. No, it's already sold. Okay, he sold it. He went from, I'm going to put your name on it and your imagery to it tastes shitty to it tastes good to I already sold it. All right. This guy's obviously a mover. Obviously a mover and a shaker. He proposed a corporation idea, business idea, and then sold the business all in a 20-minute period. This guy's coming here to tell me, weren't we supposed to leave? Yeah, we're getting out of here. This guy's here to tell us all about how we got fucked in the World Cup last night. Just like and subscribe, man. Don't worry about anything else we do here. Just like, subscribe, give me shit. It's all going to be okay. Hey, who do you vote for down there? Lava Turtle. Who do you vote for, man? I feel like it's whoever I vote for. I got that feeling, and I want to just double check something I do sometimes. Who are you into? Who do you vote for? What should we do next? Because I feel like we're in alignment. I just want to double check. Then we're gonna get out of here. You know, you think you're not gonna find some people here you're gonna align with and resonate with, and then you do, and you're like over the moon. Then they like and share and subscribe and give me shit because we're friends. Let me see. Is he answering? Lava turtle. What kind of turtle is that anyway? Guy's lying already. He's making up turtles don't even exist. All right, he's not answering. Show us your dirty cock. Wow. Please. You want to see my dirty cock? That's a private engagement. It's not for public consumption. That's against YouTube and Google's policy, I'll have you know. Email me. Also, I'm intrigued by the fact that you're into the fact that it's dirty. That's a real person right there. You're going to presume it's dirty cock, and you know what? They're not turning it down either. If it's dirty, it's only like the kind of dirt that grows your immune system. It's not like disease dirt. It's good dirt, right? It's like the Taliban, like Hillary said. There's good Taliban and bad Taliban. There's good dirt and there's bad dirt. My cock, as you put it, has good dirt on it. Real dirt. Dirt from living a full life. Hold on. Someone's sending me pictures. Hopefully it's not a dirty cock. Oh, it's Timmy, and he's running around with Brian O'Shea. A rather chubby Brian O'Shea, if I might say myself. Yeah, it's good to see. All right, where were we? This is good. YouTube notification. This live is an official LGBTQ plus verified safe space. Host is confirmed LGBTQ community member. Thank you for that, YouTube. Is that official YouTube? That's good. Maybe they'll stop censoring and shadow banning me. I've been telling these people for the longest time, I'm one of the queerest motherfuckers you ever met. I tried to mount Mitchell one day because he was so feminine. Carried away with myself. I've been taking courses lately. Anger courses, sex courses, and all types of different civilization courses. It's a good thing because I'd have mounted that beta male that came in here earlier. It was so effeminate. I'm working on it. We're working on it. Working through it. Yeah, that's an actual YouTube notification there. That's good. We're making progress here. This person, you're going to come back every 30 or 45 minutes and ask if we're still doing this? Yes, if we're here, we're still doing it. But I'm leaving now. Thank you for reminding me. Right, and obviously for that one person who I was pretending to be your friend, that was a lie and everyone else knew it. I always tell the truth even when I lie. That was a bit. It's not a lie. I'm revealing it now because I have to. I pretended that you were going to say something interesting so I could like pretend to be your friend and resonate. So you would like, share, subscribe, and give me a shit. And I would have revealed that to you. Like before it happened. Anyway, I'm doing it now just in case. That wasn't a real thing. All right, we're changing it from Paul Unaffiliated to Paul Unlisted just because I don't know which is which, and I think this is the one I was thinking of, and if it's not, then whatever. Okay, bye now.
You want to play rough? Okay. Say hello to my little friend.
Whether they know it or not, they don't have to know that they're under deception, mind, and heart control. They don't have to know that they're agents of the Shaitan. As a matter of fact, that's a better agent. An agent of Shaitan, the deceiver, is best when they don't know that they're doing it. They just think they're little old them on their path, and this is the understanding, and they put it forth all day, every day. I may be doing it right now. Keep me honest. Use your discernment. Pray about it. So yeah, they loop all day, every day about natural law, and that's great. I'm not saying that's bad. Natural law, left brain, right brain, masculine, feminine, divine feminine, divine masculine, holy union, co-creativity, psychology, sociology. That's all great. We do that here to the best of our ability, right? For what it's worth. The issue that I've had and continue to have is where's your results and actions on the ground? Where's your solutions-oriented lifestyle? If you're deep in debt, let's go over the list again. Where's my list? Okay, right, there it is. If you're deep, okay, hold on. Okay, if you're deep in debt, right, you're voting for masters. If you're begging your audience for debt slave notes, because you can't get it together, it's poor and broke. You're following statute, policy, and code like it's law. When you finally go to court where it all matters, where it's all won and lost, where it's all put on record, you fold like a cheap card table, like Alex Jones, another one you can put on the list. Another loser, failure, who is all bark and no bite. Another loser, failure, who does a broadcast every day talking about New World Order and global government and fear porning and shouting and holding up guns, saying he's going to go to war with New World Order. And then when it comes time to just go to court and put yourself on record, you look like the biggest bitch west of the Mississippi. So Again, this ain't sob sit mumbo jumbo. This ain't whistling Dixie. We're gonna need to get our asses in gear, and by we I mean you, whoever you are. Stand on rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. Be self-sufficient, self-sustainable. Live on the land in accordance with God, in alignment with the supernatural. Okay? Live debt-free as much as possible. Live within your means. Be an activist. Stop complying. Stop obeying. What did the founders say? At least one of them. I don't know if he didn't sign the Constitution, but essentially make every act of your beingness in your life a rebellion, a passive rebellion. It's not some sitting alone somewhere, you know, with no love or care or no joy or happiness, clutching to some gun and Bible, as the Obama Knights would have you believe, right?
They turn birth right into paperwork, stamped your spirit with a barcode, but laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. There's a license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. But my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, they'll sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze, then trace the trap. I was scrolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. Proper instruction under this people. Proper instruction under this people. Proper instruction under this people. Just a system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. Then no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small, next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla.
Paul Unslavia made me do it.
To the man who rules over you.
Tell the man.
To the man, to the man.
Tell the man who rules over you, take his hands off of you. Codes aren't laws, climb out of the coffin. Food, the government can't save you no matter what the state says. Don't let them vaccinate you, the truth is out there brainless.
Somebody tell these people they're not my authority. The devil
devil is a liar, believed by the majority. Stop giving up your rights or your ass is gonna be sorry. You know we told them guns, so watch your step closely. Nothing over me but God, like it's supposed to be. Freedom isn't free, you gotta pay like them groceries. Somebody tell these people they're not my authority. They want your name on paper, want your fear in the line, want your hand in the machine while they sell you the lie. I don't bow to a badge, I don't kneel to the crowd. Keep my house in order and I say it out loud. If the walls start closing in, then I widen my stance. You can chain up the weak, but can't keep down a good man. Don't trade the birthright for a tiny little cage. I'm still here, unshaken, I won't never be your slave. Somebody tell these people they're not my authority. The devil is a liar, believed by the majority. Stop giving up your rights or your ass is gonna be sorry. You know we told them guns, so watch your step closely. Nothing over me but God, like it's supposed to be. Freedom isn't free, you gotta pay like them groceries. Somebody tell these people they're not your authority.
Oh, Polly boy.
Oh, Polly boy. Damn, bitch, I'm gorilla from the east, ain't got a lamb truck. Only reason Buddy just got robbed, he set his man up. Worry when I'm loud, get worried when I'm saying nothing. The guys out here getting thirsty, they gon' wanna blam some.
Checking slaves if you ain't outside, don't be saying nothing. Fella keep on going back, he's already been a dozen.
Slavin' just jumped off the bench, we caught him and his ass got busted. They act like they wanna bang, but they ain't on nothing. I keep saying to them boys be cool and keep them guns up. It's hard for them to chill, they settle problems with a run up.
OTF Unslavia, yeah, them gorillas go crazy. So for their rights, they crash out with no safety.
Vengeance ain't ours, go to God, I told him chill. But lil' bro don't give a fuck, he'd rather go and do a drill. Playing dumb, ain't out here doing none. 300 days in a row, getting away in it smoke. Got kin folks claiming blood, got blood claiming low. I tell them put the flag down, let's take care of our home. The wolves are hungry, gotta eat, so I'm going on my own. Since 2021, they say that P is putting on. But really, in my lane, it's true I've always been alone. Fight cases, I'm like fuck 12, I go to hell. Turn witness, I'm like fuck 12, I'd rather go to jail. Burning out, ain't an option, go and see myself. They say how'd he get free if it was them?
They try to tell,
these slaves be kinda slow, they're moving on some snail. Ain't no evidence he got dismissed, slaves like what the hell?
OTF Unslavia, yeah, them gorillas go crazy. So for their rights, they crash out with no safety.
Vengeance ain't ours, go to God, I told him chill. But lil' bro don't give a fuck, he'd rather go and do a drill.
Oh, Polly boy.
Bottom of YouTube feels so much better than an asylum. So much better. User panel hopper, mad at me? I think I know why. User panel hopper, trying to figure out how you gon' lie. User panel hopper, no viewership, coming to see if you lie. Yeah. Summertime, Steven's panel skin is milky. Check the wannabe life coach's hoodie is filthy. Another 2 years, maybe Snaps might get his clutch bread. Hopefully he gets it before he ends up dead. A lot of slaves really need to get their weight up, but not Cynthia, she just sucked the whole plate up. It ain't my fault, you guys fucked up your channels. It's not your fault either, you just got boring panels. Maybe you should hit up Daddy and work on your pimp game, or hit up Slow State for some lion and griff game. Maybe you can go hit up Cage man. Flip some of his $10 Rex bags. You folks don't have many options, it seems, man. You know that viral is the shit that I come from, but I don't go nowhere no more because slaves dumb. I feel kinda sad that your paper don't stack right. You should call Brown's boys so you panel act right. Got your numbers down, we can feel the channel suck. These slaves are droning. Shut your spot down, you might get your channel struck just for being so boring. Use a panel hopper. Mad at me? I think I know why. Use a panel hopper. Your channel sucks. Nobody cares if you're slaves hate me on panel whenever I pop up. They start throwing fists like kids trying to act up. When it comes to stalker haters, you know I got them. From over New York all the way down to Compton. You know Tommy wants to see how his daddy freaks off. Hacking through his camera just to sit, watch him beat off. I start spitting game at these hoes like a pimp main. Then Laundry shows up, jealous, all in a twist mane. All spiked out from his COVID shot sex game. Shut your heart down. You can feel the blood clots thump when the blood is flowing. You got Spike now. Fucking with these goofy hoes. Was it worth it? Worth it? Worth it?
You can't treat him like any of the other niggas around here because he ain't like any of the other niggas around here. You got it?